Chapter 9:14. Hearing that, Li Bai and Wang Wei looked at each other and found a place to sit down. Immediately, a teenager ran to them and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Half a kilo of deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, and some pickles," Wang Wei said to Li Bai. Wang Wei said to the child. He didn't dare to let Li Bai order as it was easy to get drunk. Although Li Bai didn't drink as much now, his drinking habits hadn't completely changed, especially when he was outside. If he really drank too much, said the wrong thing and caused trouble, Wang Wei would also be implicated. The kid didn't say much. He turned around and ran away. After a while, he ran back with a tray in his hand and put 2 bowls of soy milk and fruits on the table. Then, he took an iron tin box with pickles in it from the table beside him. He threw it there and ran to do other things. Li Bai opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. In fact, he wanted to emphasize that the pickles he wanted were cold dishes mixed with vegetables and bought with money. Like the pickles now, he didn't need to spend money. He could eat as much as he wanted. Anyway, they were as salty as salt. He could eat as much as he wanted. Eat it. I guess there will be a problem. Wang Wei picked up a deep-fried dough stick with his chopsticks and pressed it hard. The deep-fried dough stick was bent, and then he pressed it into the bowl of soy milk and said to Li Bai. Li Bai didn't think that he was talented as he used to when he left his wife's house. He was much more restrained now. Besides, he was much better than the historical Li Bai that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. At least he now understood the meaning of the words of the person who came to eat breakfast just now. Hong Nong was really going to have a problem, so he nodded and drank a mouthful of soy milk. He smacked his lips and found that there was no sugar. When he was about to ask someone to get it, Wang Wei said at the side, "Don't think about sugar. Didn't you hear that the price of the steamed buns has increased? Who put sugar in you? The original flavor is better. Don't you like it?" "I never liked it. I was not born here. I'm used to eating porridge. The soy milk is tasteless." Li Bai didn't hide his dislike for the soy milk at all. Wang Wei didn't persuade him. He wanted to call the waiter over to add another bowl of porridge, but was stopped by Li Bai. "Forget it. Soy milk it is. You can't drink the porridge." "Yes," Wang Wei said naturally. Li Bai looked at Wang Wei in surprise and kindly told him, "Brother Mojia, you can say this in front of me. If you go back to the capital and meet people from the Zhang family and the Wang family, don't say this. If they hear it, you will be in big trouble." Wang Wei was puzzled. He looked at the soy milk in front of him and said, "I'm spending my own money. Why would they care? This is my own money, not theirs." If you met Xiao Bei, would she talk to you about this? Today, you are wasting your own money, but tomorrow, you may be wasting the imperial court's money. Not to mention other things, every month, they will stop giving you food, drinks, and clothes in the capital. If you go to between the clouds and the water again, you won't be able to eat such cheap food. Li Bai stayed with Xiao Bei in Jian and for a while. He was influenced by Xiao Bei's 9 children and learned not to waste money. He felt that if he had money, he could eat all the noodles that cost 10 strings of coins. If he spent 10 strings of coins to order a table of dishes, he would end up with a pile of leftovers. That would be a waste. Li Bai didn't know where Xiao Bei and the others got this theory from. Anyway, this was what he did when he was with Xiao Bei and the other kids. He had never seen Xiao Bei and the other 9 kids throw away food. When they were in Jilin province, they only bought a little and ate a little. When they went to the restaurant to taste the new dishes, they would pack up the leftovers. If it weren't for the temperament they showed and the clothes they wore, others would think they were kids from poor families. After hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Wei took it seriously. He was most worried about the attitude of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Now, not only did he care about the attitude of the Zhang family and the Wang family, but almost all the officials in the capital were afraid of being targeted by the 2 families. To be precise, they were afraid of being targeted by Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei and the other 9 children lived in Chang'an, they would come out every day. Who knew when they would meet them? If they were not careful enough, they would find something that could be used against them. It was not something that could be avoided with a simple smile. In this case, Brother Tai Bai, you should drink the soy milk. Look at the sky, it will still rain. After a few hours, the rain may be heavier. Wang Wei secretly remembered Li Bai's words. He looked at the sky and became worried again. 3 copper coins per kilogram of deep-fried dough sticks? Didn't it cost 2 copper coins before? Perhaps others also saw the rain and were afraid of being wet, so they hurriedly finished eating and shouted in that direction when they paid the bill. Li Bai and Wang Wei turned their heads and saw 3 people sitting at a table, 2 adults and 1 child. The 2 adults were drinking soy milk and eating fruits, while the child was just sitting there with no bowl and chopsticks in front of him. It seemed that 1 kilogram of fruits cost 2 copper coins the day before yesterday, but today it was 3 copper coins. The waiter quickly came over with a smile and said while tidying up, "The noodles have increased, the oil has increased, and so has the rice. Everything that can be increased is increased. If the deep-fried dough sticks are not increased, we will lose money. In fact, we will lose even 1 copper coin. Kitten, wait for me. I will go with you later. I have an umbrella." The waiter's last words were said to the child, who was a little girl. After listening to him, she nodded and watched the 2 adults leave. It seemed that she also had the same intention. Li Bai suddenly understood. Just now, he thought that the adults were abusing the child. Now he understood. The child would eat at the school, which was much more sumptuous than the restaurant. Wang Wei put down his chopsticks and looked up at the sky again. It's not good. The price has increased. It is only 1 copper coin, but it is 50%. Strange. The food has increased by 50%, which affects the people's livelihood. Who is so bold? Maybe it is a temporary price increase. Li Bai knew what 50% meant. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Not to mention 50%, even a 10% price fluctuation could cause a great shock. Therefore, he attributed it to a temporary price increase. Wang Wei did not believe in temporary price increase and said, "Do you think that the food supply between Chang'an and Luoyang might be insufficient?" Then, who ate the leopard's guts? Li Bai pondered. It was true. Hongnong was between Chang'an and Luoyang. How could he casually increase the price of food? Wasn't the county magistrate afraid of losing his head? The 2 looked at each other and could not think of anything. The only thing they knew was that their task was very important. The waiter over there cleaned up another table. When he came out again, he had an umbrella in his hand and a backpack on his back. He held the little girl's hand and skipped out of the restaurant. It seemed that it was time to go to school. The heavy rain fell without warning, accompanied by flashes of lightning in various shapes in the sky. Streaks of water appeared on the glass of the carriage, like beans hitting a dustpan. There was also the sound of thunder from time to time, which made the rumbling of the moving train much softer. Xiaobei and the others began to eat breakfast. They did not let the chef of the dining car do the work. There was a special chef in the team who borrowed the space of the dining car and served the dishes one by one. Xiaobei chose the egg custard, cake. He did not allow the braising and only poured in the soy sauce. He smashed the cake with a spoon and pressed the bottom of the spoon to squeeze out the mixture of water and soy sauce. He drank it little by little. When it was almost finished, what was left was something like fish roe. This was the way Zhang Xiaobao ate the cake. She learned it. She only thought it was fun and did not understand why her brother ate it this way. In the past, Wang Wan also asked Zhang Xiaobao why he ate differently from others. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and explained that eggs were not something that could be eaten at any time in the orphanage. If he steamed the cake once, he was afraid that it would be finished in a few mouthfuls. Therefore, he ate it little by little. He drank the water first, and then the white things that were hard and unopened could be eaten as delicious snacks. Who did not know that it was delicious when it was tender? It was just to keep it for a while longer. Not wasting food was also cultivated at that time. He was really afraid of hunger. Water. Xiaobei poured too much soy sauce. It was too salty. He stretched out his hand and asked for water. Immediately, someone passed over a cup of water. There was nothing in it, no sugar, no honey, and definitely not mineral water. The servants did not dare to put it casually. This was strictly stipulated by the young master and young lady. It's too salty. Xiao Yuan, who was sitting opposite Xiao Bei, raised his head and looked at Xiao Bei. He was also eating a steamed egg cake. The stewed egg was not expensive, but the stewed egg with mushrooms, fungus, desert cistanche, and venison meat was the most important part of this steamed egg cake. Xiao Bei was worried about how to eat the rest. When she heard Xiao Yuan's words, she smiled at him gratefully. When Xiao Yuan regretted speaking, she put the spoon into his bowl and scooped a large piece of cake back. Then, She used the spoon to poke the cake in her bowl. Okay, Brother Xiaoyuan, you're so kind. As she spoke, she wanted to scoop more. Xiaohai, who was eating the egg pancake, stopped and looked at his sister. If you scoop more, Xiaoyuan won't have enough. Xiaobei became obedient. Recently, she was a little afraid of her twin brother. Although her brother was always quiet, as long as he spoke, she had to do it. She even praised her big brother and sister. She could not stay still. She took a soup dumpling, blew on it, and slowly took a breath. Then she said, I don't know why Uncle Emperor sent us here. It's still raining. Killing people. Xiaohai explained to her. Killing who? Xiaobei was not afraid of killing people or dying people. She had seen too many of them. However, she could not think of who to kill. She looked at her twin brother with an expression of asking for advice. Usually, her big brother and sister would say that Brother Xiaohai was not bad. He had strong logical thinking ability. Killing officials and people who collude with officials. Xiaohai's answer was very short. Why? Xiaobei did not care who to kill. She only wanted to know the reason. Because you're on the move. Xiaohai explained. Yes, I'm here. Xiaobei still did not understand. Chapter 9:15. Li Bai and Wang Wei, who had no idea that they were being followed by a group of terrifying, armed men, finished their breakfast leisurely. They stayed under the shelter and looked at the air bubbles on the ground due to the heavy raindrops, feeling the dampness and coolness brought by the wind and mist. They remained silent for a long time. I guess it's true. It's been raining continuously for half a month. Natural disasters are hard to resist. 9 feet of thunder in the sky, sweeping across thousands of miles. East Sea Dragon King water. Alas. Li Bai recited a few lines and suddenly lost interest in composing a poem. He sighed with a worried expression. Wang Wei smacked his lips and also felt bored. Suddenly, he thought of an important matter and said, half of the houses in the city should be gone. Why is there no water? As he spoke, his eyes followed the rainwater that fell to the ground and converged into a river. He showed a gratified expression and said, it turns out that drainage ditches have been dug. Look over there. There are wooden stakes nailed. They are afraid that people will accidentally fall in and be washed away. Li Bai followed his gaze and found that it was indeed the case. The converging small rivers flowed into the man-made drainage ditches and surged out into the distance. In this case, the local officials are a group of capable officials. Why did the imperial court send us here? For a moment, Li Bai felt that the imperial court was a bit stupid. Just as Wang Wei was about to nod his head in agreement, many silhouettes suddenly appeared in the rain. They were both young and old. Some of them were wearing raincoats, while others were letting the rain fall on them. Their clothes were wet and stuck to their bodies when the wind blew. Dad, here's the bun shop in the east of the city. Dad, let's go. Mom, there are buns to eat. A 7 or 8-year-old boy shouted excitedly in the rain. He pointed at the sign of the breakfast shop with his little hand and pulled the clothes of a woman with his other hand. Seeing the people who suddenly appeared, Wang Wei was stunned. From their clothes, it could be seen that the living conditions of this group of people should be good. They were wearing fine cotton clothes and shoes with layers of soles. Although there was a trace of the vicissitudes of life on their faces, it only showed that they were hard-working. It was normal for children to know how to read and write. They were taught in school. Their faces were full of baby fat. At first glance, it was obvious that they ate nutritious food. The problem was, why did this group of people not stay at home but go out in the rain? Also, why didn't children go to school? While they were puzzled, a group of people squeezed into the restaurant. Some of them went to look for the owner of the restaurant. Wang Wei and Li Bai couldn't clearly hear what the person said to the owner of the restaurant. After a while, the newcomers found a place to sit down despite the humidity. Another woman served them food. Everyone was given a large bowl of millet porridge, but there were no deep-fried dough sticks, steamed buns, or biscuits. Only the child had a peeled boiled egg in front of him, and there was rice in the porridge. Without waiting for Li Bai and Wang Wei to ask out of curiosity, the woman opened her mouth first and said to the person who came later, the county only gives us 20 copper coins a day to help with the disaster relief, and we can only give the money after the heavy rain and before winter. Furthermore, we are all on credit, so we really don't have anything else to give. Madam, give the child some deep-fried dough sticks. The owner came out with a fried dough stick in his hand and placed it in front of the child. The child obediently stood up and bowed. "Thank you, uncle." The owner was very happy and hurried into the restaurant. When he came out, he had a big goose egg in his hand, which was obviously salty. He also placed it in front of the child. The child thanked the owner again and quickly peeled the goose egg. He used his chopsticks to dig out the oily yellow part and put it in his mother's bowl. Then, he tore more than half of the deep-fried dough sticks and put them in his father's bowl. He put the egg in front of the old man and prevented others from returning the food. He said, "I can read at home, so listen to me." As for the other adults, they didn't seem to be from the same family, so he didn't care. Li Bai and Wang Wei saw this and looked at each other for a moment. Then Li Bai said, "Add 2 steamed buns for each of you. Put it on us." Seeing that someone was willing to pay, the owner of the restaurant naturally wouldn't stop them. He took out the steamed buns and gave them to them one by one. Everyone quickly stood up and thanked Li Bai and Wang Wei. Li Bai and Wang Wei were not in a hurry to leave. They sat down and asked the owner to serve them some cold meat dishes with wine. They also used this as an excuse to drink 2 bowls of wine. They ate and drank while listening to others talk. As they listened, their expressions became serious. Li Bai, who had previously praised the county officials as capable officials, also stopped praising them. It turned out that apart from the county seat, all other places in Hongnong County had been washed away. In order to prevent the county seat from being washed away, the Honglu River had long been dug out. This was nothing to Wang Wei and Li Bai. It was very normal. In Zhang Xiaobao's book on how to resist disasters, it mentioned that if things didn't work out, the first thing to do was to rush to the villages to protect the cities. It wasn't that the villages weren't important. This rush referred to settling down the people in the villages. They only rushed for the land and houses in the villages, not the people. This was because if the cities were washed away, it would cost a lot of money to rebuild them. It was several times or even dozens or hundreds of times more than the villages. The problem didn't lie in this. It was about the property when the people were talking. As a place between Chang'an and Luoyang, the scale of the breeding industry in Hongnong was very large. It was close to the river. There were ponds for ducks and geese, groups of pigs, cows, and sheep, and countless chickens. Needless to say, the fish and shrimps couldn't be sold. Taking advantage of the convenience of the Yellow River, the salt transported from Jili province was mixed with the fish and shrimps and put into jars to make marinated sauce. From the clothes these people were wearing and the education of their children, it could be seen that the lives of the people in Hongnong were not bad. Since they were not bad, what about money? What about things? Could it be that when they were avoiding the flood, they didn't bring other animals and money with them? Li Bai and Wang Wei, who were surprised, continued to listen. After listening for about half an hour, they understood. Apart from the county seat, the people in the other places in Hongnong were all brought to the county seat by the county officials. Before the Honglu River and its tributaries reached the point where they were about to burst, they were dug out in advance. Because the materials used in the construction were all solid stones and cement, it was quite difficult to dig them out. The river was opened, and with the continuous heavy rain, the county officials made a lot of guarantees, so the people followed. As for the various kinds of things, household appliances and money, they were all made into booklets and said that they would be given them after the disaster. For those who didn't agree, they were either forced to carry out the order or left in the place where they were, regardless of the flood. Therefore, after several inspections and body searches, these people had no money on them. They could only wait for the county seat's yamen to help them. Although the county seat didn't give them food, Chong Pingsong didn't open the gate no matter what. He only distributed the people who were brought to the various restaurants and shops to eat. He didn't give the restaurants and shops cash, and he owed them money on credit. When these several things were put together, it gave people a very awkward feeling. Wang Wei was from the Ministry of Works, but he had worked in the local area before. He was in charge of the warehouse, and it was not far from here. He had also been taught by Xueqi. Seeing that something was wrong, he asked Li Bai, "Brother Tai Bai, what do you want to say?" Li Bai was from the Ministry of Revenue. Even if he didn't want to take the initiative to learn, he had to do the forms and listen to the reports. Under the influence of others, he had a little understanding of money. After hearing Wang Wei's question, he felt a little dry in his mouth. He drank a big mouthful of wine and took a deep breath. He said, "This means that someone is in urgent need of money and dared to go to the natural disaster. He or she took advantage of it. He or she is smart, but he didn't use it in the right place. He or she has evil intentions, so we were sent here. It seems that the emperor knows about it and doesn't trust the local officials anymore. He sent us 2 officials from the imperial court to deal with this person. Wang Wei was a little angry, but also a little proud. He thought that him and Li by coming here showed that the imperial court attached great importance to this matter and put the burden on them. Li Bai nodded his head vigorously. His eyes were full of determination and solemnity. Of course, they would never know that Li Longji sent them here to test them. One was to test their ability, and the other was to test whether or not they were honest. Li Longji really trusted the 9 children who were about to get off the train. If the 2 of them did well, then the 9 children were just here to play. If they didn't do well, then no matter how difficult the situation was, and no matter whether they were in cahoots, Xiaobei and the others would take care of it. The train stopped at Hongnong Station amidst the ear-piercing sound of brakes. Hundreds of people rushed out of the carriage. As soon as they reached the platform, they scattered in all directions and soon disappeared in the rain. The 5 people who had been at the platform for 3 days looked around in confusion. One of them said, "There are so many people today. They are in a hurry. They don't look like officials. Do you think there will be officials who didn't bring any attendance and directly entered the city to investigate?" The person next to him was also confused. After thinking carefully, he said with relief, "What are you afraid of? If there really is an official who went in alone, he won't be able to do anything. The city only allows people to enter and not leave. Look, what's that?" As the man spoke, he pointed at the carriages behind the bus that had just passed by. The bus in front had left, but the carriages behind were being dragged onto another track by a group of mules. The speed was very slow, and it was obvious that the things in the carriages were heavy. "Let's go and have a look." The person who spoke first rushed over. Because of the independence of the railway system, they couldn't get information from inside the railway. The 5 people went over and waited for a while. When all the carriages were in, the canvas covering the top was opened. There was an oilcloth inside. Looking carefully, they found that it was rice. Food. The person who spoke first spat out 2 words. He seemed very nervous. The other 4 people's expressions also changed. The second person who spoke looked around and said, "Quick, go back and report that food is here." Who is so powerful to know that the price of food in Hongnong County has increased? Chapter 9:16. Someone is spying on us. Xiaobei, who had just settled down, came over and reported to her. Oh. Xiaobei didn't like the heavy rain, so she nodded. It means that they are hiding something. The person who reported concluded. Xiaobei suddenly understood. Yes, they wouldn't send people to spy on us if they weren't hiding something. No wonder Uncle Emperor asked me to come and catch the ghost. Then, Miss Xiaobei, the next step? The person asked again. Next, you guys think about what to do next. Tell me when you've made up your mind. The unfamiliar environment made the smart Xiaobei feel very embarrassed. She couldn't think of a plan, so she could only play to her advantage as a leader and let her subordinates think of a solution. Of course, when the matter was settled, she would give credit to her subordinates. She would share all the credit and not take it for herself. The Zhang family and the Wang family disdained to steal the credit of their subordinates. As leaders, if their subordinates did a good job, it would be a reward for their leadership. Those who could follow Xiaobei and her 9 children were naturally not easy to deal with. As soon as Xiaobei finished speaking, the person who came said, "Miss Xiaobei, there are 4 aspects. First, catch the 5 people on the platform and torture them to find out the truth. This plan will easily alert the enemy, which is disadvantageous for spying on Li Bai and Wang Wei. Second, go directly to the Yamen of Hongnong County and question the local officials. Let the local officials explain themselves. No matter how they try to cover it, there will always be loopholes. Third, disguise as the people of Hongnong County and understand the general situation. Then, follow Li Bai and Wang Wei. Observe them and ask about the situation of the people. Fourth, enter the disaster area of the county and see the extent of the disaster with your own eyes. Ask the people who haven't left their homes what happened recently." Xiaobei blinked and thought. Just as she was about to make a decision, she stopped and said, "Wait a minute, find them and ask them." The 9 children quickly gathered together. Xiaobei spoke and repeated the 4 plans. After that he said, "Now, Let's vote by a show of hands. Which of the 4 plans of the think tank shall we choose? The first one, please raise your hand. All right, 3, the second one, please raise your hand. The fourth one has passed with 9 votes. I hereby announce that the 4th plan is to be carried out. After a democratic vote, the 9 children quietly left the platform and went to the countryside of Hongnong County. The 5 people who were keeping watch on the platform didn't know that they had been discovered. They were worried about the several carts of food that had been delivered. You can either destroy the railway and prevent the county magistrate from earning any more money if more grain is transported here. Or you can forbid them to unload the goods. One of the 5 gave an idea in a hurry. The other 4 listened to him and looked at him like he was an idiot. This was a train, not a carriage. There were no restrictions on the local authority, not to mention destroying the railway. The people who went back and forth to check could kill you at any time. Let's go and tell the county magistrate that we're in trouble. The other person ignored the heavy rain and hurried in the direction of the county yamen. Xiao Bei and the others didn't know how much trouble the 4 carts of grain would bring to others, but they didn't know the situation in the county. They brought the 4 carts of grain here because their elder brother was worried that it would be inconvenient to transport the grain when there was a disaster. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just 4 carts of grain, it would be more than 400 carts of grain. It was still raining. Li Bai and Wang Wei were also worried. The situation in the county was not optimistic. The 2 of them found the problem. Someone had embezzled the money and supplies in the disaster-stricken area, and then raised the price of daily necessities in the county. As long as one was not a fool, one could guess what the embezzled goods were for. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the rising price to put little by little in the county to exploit the original operators of the ready-made goods. How dare they? Aren't they afraid of being investigated? Li Bai was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted. Wang Wei quickly covered Li Bai's mouth and smiled apologetically at the people around him. He said to Li Bai, "Keep your voice down. What are you shouting for? What's the use of shouting? Investigate? Who's going to investigate? How are we going to investigate? I'll investigate. Start from the beginning." Li Bai was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. He had stayed in Jian and County with Xiao Bei and the 9 children, stayed in the capital, and stayed in Luzhou. All he saw was a scene of justice. This was especially so for Xiao Bei's 9 children. Their abilities were not particularly outstanding, but they were very serious. They also followed the people to work in the fields. It was because they were filled with a strong desire to run Jian and County well that the people risked their lives to do things. Xiao Bei could be said to be adorably stupid as a county magistrate, but she was willing to work hard and learn. She was willing to do things honestly. The most important thing was that her elder brother and sister were not afraid that their younger brother and sister would harm the local people. Even if the county with a population of hundreds of people didn't harvest anything, as the elder brother and sister, they could directly subsidize it. Li Bai felt the positive spirit of the county, so his heart was also full of a sense of justice. He believed that although the world was big, evil could not prevail over good. Wang Wei came to the capital from the local area. Back then, he met Xueqi and was shocked by the care of the foreign affairs staff of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Through chatting, he also learned how to be an official. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of things in the local area. There were a lot of sayings there. Hearing Li Bai's awe-inspiring words, he sighed and said, "You can't find out. If I were the local official here, I would let you investigate as much as you want. I would help to take care of the property and money of the people outside the city." Unfortunately, the flood came fiercely and all of it was washed away. Do you know if it was really washed away? Where was it washed away to? I also helped the people outside to enter the county. Even if I didn't contribute, I still worked hard. As for the price of daily necessities in the county, I also didn't want to. But the road is difficult to pass, and the goods from outside can't enter. What should I do? If you don't believe me, you can go and see. I emptied my family's warehouse just to help the people. Why didn't Chongpingcong open? It's not that I didn't want to open it, but Chongpingcong was also washed away. I admit that I didn't repair it well, but I can't spend a lot of money to repair Chongpingcong before the rain came, right? If it weren't for this unpredictable rain, how would I explain the money I spent? Wang Wei said in the tone of a local official. His excuses made Li Bai, who had never been an official in the local area, dumbfounded. After a while he said, "They can't be so shameless, right? How can they be shameless? We have been working hard to do things for the people. Compared to the safety of the people's lives, we don't care about our face. If possible, we would rather exchange our lives for the safety of the people. Wang Wei added another sentence. Li Bai gritted his teeth and asked, "Then what should we do? Don't we care?" Chapter 9:17. Li Bai understood that he was not as good as Wang Wei in dealing with people. If he were to face the local officials, he might fall out with them before they could even say anything. So he nodded to Wang Wei and said, "Be careful, Mao Jie. I'm afraid that they will be cornered and do something desperate." "Don't worry, Brother Tai Bai. I'm going to praise them. You have to be more careful when you investigate in secret. I'll give you the money here. Keep it separately. Recently, the price of food is very high. If there are bad people who want to rob you, you can give them a part of it. Those who want money will not harm their lives if they get the money. Don't resist. When we finish dealing with the local affairs, we will come back to deal with them," Wang Wei said to Li Bai solemnly. They planned to part ways here. Wang Wei just walked 2 steps and turned back to Li Bai and said, "Brother Tai Bai, take this. When you are hungry, take a bite." While talking, Wang Wei took out a flat thing and gave it to Li Bai. Li Bai took it in puzzlement and looked back at Wang Wei with a questioning look. This thing still had Wang Wei's body temperature. It was hot. "It's from the ministry. I was temporarily transferred to the Ministry of Works. It's a benefit for Lord Zhang's family," Wang Wei explained. "Benefit? Canned food?" Li Bai remembered something. Something like that. When other people were eating dry food, namely fried noodles and dry biscuits, the people in charge of foreign affairs of Zhang family and Wang family had canned food. Now, other people have canned food. They think that the skin of the canned food is too heavy and hard to heat, so they made aluminum foil and put things inside. There is a piece of diced meat, a small piece of fermented bean curd, a few strips of refined pickled vegetables, and a jelly-like thing to make soup. When you are hungry, find a clean water source, tear it open, and pour water into it. It will heat up by itself. Then you can put the thing to make soup into the water. After a while, you can eat it. I like diced meat, so I chose this one. There is also braised pork ribs. When we go back, I will make a few more for you to try." Wang Wei's gaze landed on the aluminum foil packaging as he explained seriously. Li Bai nodded and put the package into his arms. "Take care. Take care." Wang Wei also looked like a person who often broke up in a revolutionary life, but also like a person who had to part ways with 2 people. After Wang Wei turned around and strode away, Li Bai stayed in the same place for a while. Then, he took a deep breath, found another direction, and waded through the rain. After turning a corner, Li Bai took out the aluminum foil package from his chest and carefully touched it. He sighed and said, "No wonder no one in the inner courtyard could bribe the Zhang family and the Wang family. In order for the inner courtyard members to live a comfortable life outside, there is actually a special department in charge of food and drink." He then touched the aluminum foil packaging and found that there seemed to be some bumps on it. He looked at it from the side and saw the words printed on it. "Chew slowly and drink more soup. Your health is our happiness." The fragrance of sandalwood rose in spirals, and the sound of the zither was melodious. In Hongnong County, in a side room of the 3rd courtyard of the county yamen, there were 2 people sitting across from each other, playing chess. The die rolled a few times and stopped. A man in his 40s chuckled and said, "You fell into my Huaqing pool, right? Take off your clothes." The young woman opposite him said shyly, "Sir, I don't have 100 million. You're bullying me. I was also at the Huaqing pool just now. You said that women can't buy. If I buy, it will be you taking off your clothes. I won't let it go." Although she said that, her hands didn't listen. She took off her dress, revealing pink underwear. Her face was also the same color as her underwear. Beautiful, really beautiful. The clothing line of the Zhang family and the Wang family is indeed extraordinary. They can actually think of such beautiful clothes. "Baby, give me the die. Let me give you a good number." After admiring it for a while, the man took the die and casually threw it on the table. When the die stopped, the woman's eyes lit up. She carefully counted twice and said happily, "Sir, you're at my Xiaoyao residence at 9 o'clock. 5,000 coins. Sir, give me the money." As she spoke, The woman helped the man move a person to the first square in front. Okay, give me the money. The man casually took a bill from the side with the words, 5,000 coins, written on it and put it in the woman's hand. Baby, it's your turn. If you enter my place again, you'll have to take off another piece. Sir, you're so bad. You want me to take off my clothes? I'm so embarrassed. Sir, I'm going to throw it. The woman lightly bit her lips and was about to throw the die. Not good, sir, not good. Before the woman could throw the die, a series of shouts came from the distance. After a few breaths, the door was knocked open with a bang. When the person entered the room, he was first shocked by the woman in underwear. Then, he remembered what he was here for. Sir, not good. Food, there's food. The person didn't care about hiding his body while the woman was screaming. He lowered his head and said to the middle-aged man in the room, Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The man was obviously very unhappy. He frowned and scolded. He then gave the woman a look. The woman quickly shook her snow-white body and left. What's the matter? Tell me. The man's face was full of gloominess. He pushed the chessboard and asked. The person praised in his heart at the fastest speed. The county magistrate was really extraordinary. The lowest level of Monopoly game for children could be changed into a trading place for money. The woman seemed to be the proprietress of the Five Colors Tavern beside the main road outside the city. She was also bought by the county magistrate. As this thought flashed through his mind, the person continued to lower his head and said, Sir, just now, this lowly one discovered that there were 4 trainloads of grain being transported to the station. This lowly one was worried, so despite the thunderstorm outside, this lowly one informed Sir. As he spoke, he wiped his face. There was indeed a lot of water on his face. Not only was there water on his face, but his clothes were also soaked. His hair was in clumps, and raindrops were dripping down from above. Some even gathered into small streams. The man, who was the county magistrate of Hongnong County, frowned more deeply. He patted his leg with his hand and asked, Do you know who transported the food? Are they passing by or coming to this county? What did the people at the station say? I don't know. Sir, the station is self-contained and is not subject to local regulations. I went to ask, and they asked me if I wanted to break the rules or destroy the railway. Otherwise, they would want to destroy the railway. How would I dare to respond? If I were to reply with more anger, he would be able to shoot me directly. The person wiped his face again and raised his head to reply. The county magistrate pondered for a moment and asked, Are there many people following that train? Yes, there are hundreds of people, but they are not in a group. There are adults, old people, and children. There is even a pregnant woman who fell down. Oh, it's okay. There are only 4 trainloads, not many. Let's see if there are other trainloads behind to continue transporting food. The county magistrate did not find anything wrong. How many kilograms of food were 4 trainloads? A trainload of 20 tons of food, 80 tons of food, 125,000 kilograms. The population of this county has now reached 30,000 people. How many days can a person live with more than 4 kilograms of food? Could it be that speculators know that the price of food in this county has increased and want to sell it? Then, Sir, are we going to see who is unloading the food and transporting it to the county? The person asked. It's good to see. If they really want to transport it to the county, let me know. The county magistrate waved his hand and asked the person to leave. Yes, I understand. The person immediately stood up and was about to leave. The county magistrate suddenly said, Wait, it's raining heavily outside. Go to the back and drink a bowl of ginger water. Take care of your health. Someone, make a bowl of ginger water and add more red pond. Thank you, sir. The person gratefully left from the side door. Sir, I accidentally tore my clothes just now and changed into a new one. Do you think it's okay? After the person left, the woman came out from the back. She changed her pink underwear into a black one. Originally, it was just a hollowed-out underwear, but now, it had become a sexy underwear. The county magistrate's eyes lit up. Okay, this is it. Come. Continue playing. It's your turn. Although he said so, the county magistrate's thoughts faded. He felt that there was something wrong with what the person reported just now. As for what went wrong, He couldn't figure it out. The woman seemed to feel that the county magistrate was in a bad mood and was absent-minded. She thought about what she heard just now and said, "Sir, are you worried about 4 carriages of food? What does a woman know? 4 carriages of food is a lot? If you want to sell it in this county, you have to look at my face first." "Humph. Do you think that Hongnong County can escape from my control?" The county magistrate was really thinking about the carriages of food. His face was gloomy as he said that. The woman laughed a few times and said, "Sir, how would I know too much? I just accidentally overheard it. I was just thinking about it. If someone really transported 4 carriages of food, it would be very simple. I just have to give him a portion of the profits and let him stay in the county. I'm just afraid that." At this point, the woman stopped talking. "What are you afraid of? Tell me quickly. If you do well, I will give you all the money." The county magistrate said. "Really? Darren, this concubine doesn't want Darren's money. What's there to be afraid of? What I'm afraid of is that someone has inadvertently brought food with them and doesn't intend to sell it. It's just a matter of habit. For example, Zhang Xiaobei from the Zhang and Wang families. If she went out, she would probably bring food, medicine, and many people. If you really meet such powerful people, you won't be able to keep them. How could their families not know when they go out? Hee, I'm just saying. Which aristocratic family is willing to run around in the rain? Not to mention Zhang Xiaobei." The woman held the dice in her hand and kept glancing at the county magistrate. Her body was slightly swaying, and the skin under her sexy clothes could be seen from time to time. Unexpectedly, her words touched the county magistrate's heart. The county magistrate had been feeling uneasy. When he heard the woman's words, he opened his eyes in horror and said, "No, Zhang Xiaobei, 4 carriages of food. Hundreds of people got off? Old and young? And pregnant? Come on, investigate. Send people to check around the county. Don't let a single person go." After muttering a few words, the county magistrate shouted. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. If someone could see his back, they would see that his clothes were all wet in an instant. "Sir, why are you in such a hurry? Would Zhang Xiaobei come here for no reason?" The woman advised. You don't know. A few days ago, someone sent news that Xiaobei was in Wanyan County. How close is that to our county? A child can even go to Luoyang, let alone Wanyan County to Hongnong County. A child wouldn't care if it was fine. Zhang family and Wang family fit your description. As long as a child goes out, there will be a lot of supplies and people. What they are best at is disguise. There are old people, children, and pregnant women at the station. How can it be so coincidental? It's better to be safe than sorry. Go and investigate. You must find out. The more the county magistrate thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He ordered people to watch around the county. Then, Your Excellency, The woman regretted speaking so much. Go and have a rest. Take the money on the table. Sigh. The county magistrate's anger disappeared in an instant. He waved his hand and ignored the woman. Whether it was the woman's intuition or the county magistrate who was afraid of everything, they really guessed part of the truth. Xiaobei was here. But she was not passing by casually. She was here specifically for Hongnong. Naturally, the food was like the woman's analysis. As the elder brother, Zhang Xiaobao brought emergency food for his younger siblings. As for meat, there was no meat. Because if something really happened, it would be good enough to have food. Who would want to eat meat? Of course, there was no lack of meat for Xiaobei and her 9 children. When the county magistrate asked people to stop them, Xiaobei cleverly listened to other people's advice and went directly to the village outside the county. She wanted to see how bad the place Uncle Emperor asked them to come to was. It's been washed away. The autumn harvest is going to be washed away too? Damn the rain. Why does it have to rain now? Xiaobei, who was held in someone's arms and watched others move forward step by step with difficulty, pointed at the destroyed field and said. Xiaohai was also held by someone else. It was not that he was pretentious, but the ground was too muddy. The adults were wearing boots, so their calves could not be seen. If they really walked on the ground, they would be directly in the mud from the waist down. Hearing Little Bei's words, Little Hai looked at the water flowing down the edge of the umbrella and said, This shows that technology is not advanced. Didn't Big Brother and Big Sister mention it when they were telling stories? There's a place where technology is advanced. If you want to make it rain, you have to use a special object to hit the sky to form a rain cloud. Then, you hit something else, and the rain will fall. If you don't want to make it rain, you hit something else in the sky. Then the clouds that were about to rain will not rain and drift to other places. The people there don't believe in God and don't ask the Dragon King. I want to study mathematics well. Chapter 9:18. After parting ways with Li Bai, Wang Wei did not find an inn to rest. Braving the heavy rain, he passed by a grocery store and bought a bamboo hat at a high price. He covered his wet head with it to protect himself from the rain and prevent himself from getting sick. He walked along the street and entered the widest main road. Not long after, he saw the Hongnong County Yamen. There were 2 Yamen runners guarding the entrance. To be precise, they were enjoying themselves. A shed was set up at the entrance of the Yamen. It was large enough to protect the Yamen runners sitting in the middle from the wind and rain. Light smoke with the aroma of meat drifted out of the shed. When Wang Wei breathed in the strong scent of cumin, he wanted to have another meal even though he had just eaten not long ago. Wang Wei's appearance did not attract the attention of the 2 Yamen runners. They continued to roast the delicious food. The egg-sized pieces of beef were skewered and turned back and forth on the charcoal fire. The oil dripped down and made a sizzling sound. A little salt was sprinkled to make the oil evaporate faster. When the cold wind blew, it had a different taste. Good life. Good enjoyment. Standing at the entrance of the Yamen, Wang Wei praised softly. He continued, "Who said that torrential rain is difficult?" The light smoke drifted. Like blood, charcoal red and oil yellow. Don't forget that the immortal court is in the human world. Good poem. Come, make another one. I'll give you a skewer. A Yamen runner heard the voice and raised his head. He waved the unroasted skewer in his hand and praised. "Thank you. I'm not in a hurry to eat the meat. Are the officials in the county?" "I'm here because of the emperor's order to patrol this place." Wang Wei tried to resist the urge to take out the pistol he gave to the Yamen runner for self-defense and shoot him. His face was darker than the sky. While speaking, he walked into the shed and took out his identity document to show it to the 2 Yamen runners. The Yamen runner who spoke just now was stunned. He swallowed his saliva and nervously looked over. After a few glances, he confirmed that Wang Wei's identity was not fake. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah, I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for not welcoming you." The other Yamen runner beside him also had a good eye. He quickly handed Wang Wei a few skewers of freshly roasted meat and said shyly, "Sir, please have a taste. It's fresh and fragrant. I'll report it to you right away." Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wang Wei turned around and saw half of a child's head poking out from a corner not far away. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 2 bailiffs. The muscles on his cheekbones moved upwards, revealing an expression that was both sad and smiling at the same time. He silently took the meat skewers, pinched cumin from the seasoning box beside him, and slowly sprinkled it on the meat skewers. He took a bite first, then turned around and waved at the child hiding in the corner, raising the meat skewers. Unable to resist the temptation of the meat skewers, the child stepped out in a flash. His 2 little feet stepped on the water alternately, creating a trail of waves as he dashed over. He first turned his head to look at the bailiff left behind. Seeing that the bailiff didn't make a sound, nor did he stare at him, he raised his little face and asked, "For me? Let's eat together, okay?" Wang Wei handed over 2 skewers. "Okay." The child took it happily and opened his mouth to take a bite. Suddenly he spat, "Bah! Who roasted it? The inside isn't cooked, and the outside is burnt. Let me do it." The child didn't allow Wang Wei to explain. He snatched the remaining meat skewers from Wang Wei's hands, added his own, and put them back on the stove. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a small pair of scissors and quickly cut off the burnt meat. He smoothly flipped the meat skewers with one hand, and with the other hand, pinched the seasoning on the side and sprinkled it on the meat skewers from time to time. It didn't take long for the meat skewers to be cooked. Just by smelling them, Wang Wei found that they smelled much better than before. He looked at the child in surprise and asked, "Kid, how do you know how to barbecue?" "I opened a barbecue shop before I came to the county town. Let me tell you, it's not good to directly use fresh meat when barbecuing. There's blood that hasn't been cleaned, so you should first simmer it. Also, I don't know who cut this meat. It's too easy to break apart when you barbecue it. Moreover, the heat isn't uniform, so it'll get stuck in your teeth when you chew it. Today you treat me to it." After the child finished speaking, he blew 2 puffs of air to disperse the smoke. Looking at the color of the meat, he nodded with satisfaction and handed the meat skewers back to Wang Wei. Wang Wei's mood suddenly became much better. It wasn't because the child knew how to barbecue meat skewers, but because of the child's optimistic spirit. He opened his mouth and bit off a piece of meat. While chewing, he nodded, "Delicious, good skill. I never thought that barbecuing meat skewers would require so much knowledge. Do you like barbecuing meat skewers in your family?" The child replied with a sure expression and nodded. "Yes, my family loves to eat meat skewers. My father said that if he doesn't like to eat meat skewers, he should never sell them to others. Because he likes to eat meat, he studies it and is devout." Hearing the child's words, Wang Wei was stunned. He just felt that the child was pitiful, so he invited him to eat meat skewers once. He didn't expect to hear such words. No wonder the child didn't show that he cared too much. It turned out that he was rich. There was no doubt about this. If the child knew that he would never sell the meat skewers he didn't like to eat to others, how could the child's business be bad? Thinking of this, Wang Wei asked the child, "How is the family now?" "Not good." The child shook his head and said, "A lot of money is gone. The 300 cows and 500 sheep that we just bought last month are gone. The chickens, ducks, and pigs are also gone. The loss is even greater. The most important thing is that the county school is full. I can't squeeze in, so I missed a lot of classes." "Well, don't worry, everything will be fine. When the flood passes, your cows and sheep will be back." Wang Wei comforted. "No, this is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. The previous county magistrate of Honglu River had built a very strong river. How could it be washed away? In fact, we know that County Magistrate Yen was short of money, so he dug up the river and took away our money and livestock." "I heard that." "Little brat, shut up. If you talk nonsense again, I will kill you." Before the child could finish his words, the bailiff who stayed behind roared loudly with his eyes wide open. He began to roll up his sleeves, looking like he was going to beat the child. "Humph!" The child hid behind Wang Wei and poked his head out. "The king is the boat, the commoner is the water is the boat, 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 the water is the boat. You can seal my mouth, but how can you seal the hearts of the people in the world?" That's right, that's right." Wang Wei nodded repeatedly. A feeling of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rose in his heart. This was the result of the Chaoyang operation. The child he met at breakfast was polite, but now the child was telling the truth. It was all thanks to the Chaoyang operation. When he was a local official, he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County had started the Chaoyang operation. He thought that the 2 children were bored and would not do anything. Who knew that in the whole Tang Empire, as long as there were merchants, there would be a school for the Chaoyang operation. Their contributions were boundless. "Sir, don't listen to his nonsense. The county magistrate is devoted to the people." However, the rain this year was very heavy, and the county magistrate was powerless. He could not eat and drink every day. The bailiff hurriedly explained to Wang Wei, with a bitter expression on his face. Wang Wei was no longer a greenhorn. How could he not know the truth? The only thing he could do now was to meet with the officials in the Yamen and try to understand the situation as much as possible. He would cooperate with Li Bai to collect information outside and report it to the imperial court when the time came. No wonder His Majesty didn't send anyone to help us. Hongnong County is now under the control of the local officials. Even if 200 or 300 people come with us, it will be useless. How can we arrest them if we can't find any evidence? He thought. If we arrest them by force, we will be besieged by the local officials. Wang Wei thought that he understood the emperor's difficulties and sighed inwardly. He turned around, touched the child's head, and said against his will, "Go. I believe that County Magistrate Yen is worried about your problem and trying to find a solution. You should understand the difficulties of the local officials. The river must be not strong enough. Go back to your family. I think County Magistrate Yen will find a solution soon. Goa." How can it not be strong enough? I know. Go. No matter who built it, there will be times when they are careless. Everything will be fine. Wang Wei didn't let the child continue. He picked up a few skewers of barbecued meat and stuffed them into the child's hands. Then he pushed the child's shoulders and let him go. The child's eyes were full of confusion. Seeing this person who should be an official push him, he threw the skewers on the ground angrily. I knew it. None of the officials are good. I knew it. I knew it. Looking at the little figure running into the rain, Wang Wei pursed his lips tightly. I didn't know that Lord Wang was coming. I was late to welcome you. Please forgive me. At this moment, the door of the yamen creaked open and a thin person came out first. Don't catch a cold. Don't catch a cold. If you are seriously ill, you will get an injection. It hurts. I am drinking medicine now to prevent it. Under the heavy rain, Xiaobei drank a bowl of Isatis indigotica powder and smacked her lips. The others also drank the medicine given by the team doctor. They didn't drink the sweet medicine, so the doctor didn't have time to coax them. Xiaobei casually wiped her mouth with her sleeve and pointed forward. Forward. The team waited in the direction she pointed. After walking forward for about a quarter of an hour, a river appeared. Xiaobei looked at Sister Xiaozhu blankly. Xiaozhu looked around and said, This is a tributary of the Honglu water. This river is called the Hongyuan River, which is the main river of Hongyuan village. It seems that there must be something wrong with the Honglu water, which caused this place to be flooded. Xiaobei nodded. Since Sister Xiaozhu said that it was the Hongyuan River, it must be right. Sister Xiaozhu was not only good at drawing, but also very good at drawing maps. She had a strong sense of direction. At this time, the person in charge of observing nearby said, Xiaobei, there is a bridge in front. Unfortunately, it has been submerged by the water, leaving only a bridge deck half hidden under the water. We can cross it. Then let's find a high place to cross it. Xiaobei took the umbrella from the person next to her and held it. Under the protection of the others, she walked toward the bridge. Just as they stopped at a large slope beside the bridge, the water level of the river suddenly rose, and a flood peak came from upstream. If one looked carefully, they could see dead pigs and dogs with their big bellies floating in the water. There were also countless branches and grass. Not good, the bridge is going to be damaged. A big tree is being washed down. When Xiao Yuan looked with her binoculars, she saw a big tree crown floating in the river upstream. Presumably, there were roots hanging down from the tree. It was not completely horizontal and was slanting toward the bridge. Xiaobei and the others were shocked. That tree was as thick as two adults hugging it. For such a thick tree to be washed over by the water, one could imagine the consequences if it hit the bridge. Just like that, the crowd watched as the big tree crashed toward the submerged bridge. Boom, crack. Everyone felt the ground under their feet tremble. When they looked at the bridge again, their eyes were wide open. They saw that the tree that crashed into the bridge was broken at the waist where it came in contact with the bridge. The upper part of the tree, with white stubble, smashed into the bridge. Because of the tree's existence, the water did not directly pass through the bridge. The exposed part of the bridge had a big crack and a few small cracks. As for the smaller cracks, they did not know. But even so, the bridge was not destroyed. Ah, that works. Who built the bridge? It's flooded and hit by a big tree, but it can still hold on? Xiaobei's eyes were wide open as she stuck out her tongue. Two people in the group immediately jumped down, ignoring the water that was rushing towards them. They swam to the bridge where a pillar was exposed on the shore. They dived in and touched it. Then they held onto the bridge railing and shouted to Xiaobei. There are words on it. 18th year of Kaiyuan, Xia, built by the village school, Zhengzheng Construction Group. As they spoke, there was a hint of pride on their faces. Ha! Xiaobei waved her little fist excitedly. I knew it. The sturdiest part must be built by my family. Zhengzheng Construction, strong bones. The others were also proud. The person in charge was puzzled. Based on what you said, Honglu River's Water Conservancy project should also be built by our family's construction group. Usually, after finishing the local project, they use the profits to build the main body of the local school. Since that's the case, why did the dam burst? Yes. How can it be broken? Could it be that the construction team cut corners? I'll lend them some guts. Xiaobei was also puzzled. Something must have happened that outsiders do not know about. Let's wait until the investigation is over. Xiao Yuan chimed in. The group of people waited for half an hour on the slope. After the flood had passed, they continued to move forward. When they were crossing the bridge, they carefully looked at the place where the tree hit. There were 2 steel bars that were directly broken, and a few that were bent. The net made of iron wires that were as thick as a pinky finger was also broken. Inside the net, there were cobblestones and small pieces of cement scattered everywhere. The main body of the bridge had a big crack. The crack extended all the way to the middle of the bridge, but even so, the bridge was still horizontal on the river and did not collapse. Chapter 9:19. A bend is complete, a wrong is straight, a pit is full. A man does not compete, so no one in the world can compete with him. Xiaobei and the rest listened attentively. There are quite a few people. Xiaobei seemed very happy, but suddenly frowned and said, "What bend is complete? Who bend? If others bend, I'll be complete. A man does not compete, so no one in the world can compete with him. If we don't compete, this society won't develop. If we don't compete, won't we be bullied to death? If Zhengxing Construction Group doesn't compete, do you have a house to study in? It would have been destroyed by the water. Don't explain blindly. What nonsense is this? The teacher is just teaching the students. He didn't say that the students have to learn from any particular lesson. The water has been flowing for a few days now. What do they eat?" Xiao Yuan said to Xiaobei and started to worry about the people in the house. Xiaobei stuck out her tongue. "Only you know. What do they eat? Don't tell me they catch fish and eat grilled fish every day? Let's go and take a look." As she spoke, Xiaobei ran towards the house and accompanied her. The water went from her calves to her thighs, from her thighs to her waist to her breasts, and from her breasts. There was no change from her breasts. The only change was that Xiaobei took off her bag and held it with both hands. Xiao Yuan immediately ran after her. After a few steps she shouted, "Oh my God, puff, puff." The water went over Xiao Yuan's head. She swam up and spat twice. She shouted to Xiaobei in front of her. "Why didn't you tell me?" Xiaobei, who was in front of her, steadied herself as if she was stepping on solid ground. She turned around and laughed. "You have a bad idea. You stepped into a deep place. Follow me. Maybe the children in there are starving. You're the child. The children in there are probably older than you. Wait for me." Xiao Yuan took off her bag and held it above her head. Not much water went in just now. The others also jumped down and swam towards the house. Everyone in the group knew how to swim. This was the basic skill of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Everyone had to know how to swim. As for the reason, only Wang Wan knew. It was all thanks to Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather, who was washed away by the water when he saved him. If Zhang Xiaobao could swim at that time, it might have been a different outcome, and there might have been one less international swindler. The sound of reciting or reading aloud continued to come from the house. The water that came down from the upper reaches circled around the house and formed a whirlpool, spinning and appearing in front of everyone from time to time. Not only was Xiaobei not afraid, he even had the leisure to follow the whirlpool. Every time he was about to reach the center of the whirlpool, he would exert his strength and jump up to the spot where his thigh was exposed, avoiding the whirlpool. He controlled it very well and didn't get sucked in by the whirlpool and swim out from the bottom. This ability to swim was also related to talent. Not everyone had it. At least in the group, there were more than 10 people who stayed far away from the whirlpool when they saw it. They didn't dare to follow the whirlpool, afraid that they would be half dead when they were rescued. The first floor of the 3-story house was completely submerged in water. The water was only about 1 foot away from the window on the second floor. Xiaobei controlled his feet slightly so that his head could be facing the window on the second floor. Looking in from the outside, there were about 30 students sitting in the classroom on the second floor. A teacher, or rather, the school's headmaster, sat in front of the blackboard. He held a ruler in his hand and shook his head as he listened to the students reciting from the books below. Xiaobei couldn't tell the teacher's age. He only knew that the hair on his head was completely white, and there were many wrinkles on his face. The students were very focused, and no one saw so many people swimming in from afar. Xiaobei pressed her face against the glass of the window. She supported her bag on her head with one hand and used the other to knock on the glass a few times. In front of her was a female student in her teens. She was reading seriously when she suddenly heard the noise. She turned her head and was so scared that the book in her hand fell on the table. She opened her mouth and stopped for 2 or 3 seconds. Then, a sharp voice rushed out from her throat. "Ah, ghost." After shouting with all her strength, the female student's face turned pale. Her shout scared Xueqi and she almost sank. She made a face at her and said, "Why are you shouting? Are ghosts as cute as me? Open the window and let us in. What if we catch a cold in the rain?" While Xueqi was talking, the recitation in the room had stopped. The children and the teacher looked outside together. There were a lot of heads floating on the water. There were many bumps on the heads. "Don't be afraid. They are people." The teacher comforted the student and walked to the window in puzzlement. He opened the window and looked into the water. He did not know where the group of people came from. Xueqi moved her feet and came to the open window. She raised her bag and said, "Grandpa, help me. Hold my bag. I'll go in." The teacher took Xueqi's bag blankly. Xueqi used her arms to support her body and climbed to the window. She rolled in and wiped the water on her face. She complained, "It's raining so hard." Xiao Yuan was the second to jump in. The people behind him went in one by one. The people who went in first pulled them in, and they all went in together with their bags. Besides Xueqi and the other 9 people, there were 6 adults with the best skills in the classroom. The others went out through the main door and went to the corridor to rest. Until the window was closed again, the teacher standing by the window did not say a word. The 30 or so students were also shocked. "Grandpa, let's not go to class for now. Let's understand the situation. You sit, I'll just stand. It's all wet and empty. When I came here, I thought everyone was gone. I didn't expect there to be so many students. How many people are left in our school?" Xueqi pulled the teacher's chair over and asked the old man to sit down. She wiped the water off her hair and said with a natural expression. The teacher sat in a daze. When he heard Xueqi's voice, he broke out of his stupefied state and asked the question he should have asked first. "You, who are you?" "Who are you?" "Grandpa, I am Xueqi, the cutest child in the world." "Xueqi, Zhang Xueqi," Xueqi said boastfully. "Zhang, Xueqi, who are you?" The teacher still could not figure it out. "I am the cutest child, the darling of the Zhang family and the Wang family." "Aya, why didn't you, Grandpa, think of it?" Let me remind you. Do you know Zhengjing Construction Group? It's my family. I am Vangjing Construction Group? Unyielding? You are Zhang Xiaobao's younger sister? So it's you, Zhang Xiaobei?" The old master finally reacted. He pulled Xueqi into his arms and wiped the water off Xueqi's face with his veiny hands. As he wiped, he said, "Why didn't you stay in the capital? Why did you run around? If you catch a cold." Xueqi tried her best to avoid him. She tilted her head back and closed her eyes tightly. Her face was scrunched up. The smell of the chalk dust on the teacher's hand was too pungent. The teacher did not realize it until he thought that he had wiped Xueqi's face dry. Only then did he let Xueqi go. He reached out to pull Xiao Yuan, but Xiao Yuan dodged him. He reacted and squeezed out a smile on his wrinkled face. He looked at Xueqi carefully and asked, "Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" "Yes, I'm not hungry." "Grandpa, have you eaten? Have they eaten?" Xueqi rubbed her face with her small hands and pointed at the children in the classroom. "Yes, they have all eaten. Go, take a bath and change your clothes. Don't fall sick. Xiaojiu, go and bring a plate of fruit." The teacher happily and excitedly ordered a child. Fruit. Xueqi was shocked. The other 8 children were also puzzled. When they came, they had already thought about it. The children in the school had been hungry for a few days and needed to replenish their food. Who would have thought that the old man would ask them to take a bath and bring them fruit? Xiaojiu, who was ordered, happily agreed. She ran out of the classroom with her 2 little legs. It seemed that she was going to get the fruit. Xueqi shook her head and remembered the important matter. She quickly asked, "Grandpa, how many people are there in our school? Why did it flood the entire first floor?" "It was Uncle Emperor." "Oh, it was the current emperor who ordered us to patrol the place and ask about the suffering of the people. We also caught corrupt officials. If we can't stand it, We can kill them. When the teacher heard Xiao Bei's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly covered his eyes with his empty hand and cried bitterly. After sobbing a few times, he raised his head again and sighed. There are still 145 people in the academy, including the teachers. Now they are divided into 5 classes, and my class has the most people. It's flooded, it's flooded. Is it because they cut corners? Xiao Bei interrupted and asked. Oh, don't be afraid. No, it has nothing to do with your family's construction. The previous county magistrate built the embankment and it was very strong. It was so strong that this dog official wanted to make a hole. He actually spent 3 days and 3 nights digging and blasting. When the person digging the embankment, when the pickaxe fell on the embankment, a string of sparks flew out. Many people were injured by the flying stones. 3 days, a full 3 days, he finally made a hole in the embankment and flooded Hongnong County. The teacher gritted his teeth and jumped out word by word. His voice trembled along with his body. Xiao Bei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened her mouth in shock. Ah? Like this? I'm so angry. No, I'm going to kill people. If I don't kill people, I won't be able to sleep. Come with me. As she shouted, Xiao Bei was about to rush out of the window. The teacher quickly hugged Xiao Bei and didn't let her move. Xiao Bei, listen to this old man. You can't go. There are many people in the government. You can't go. Go tell your brother and let your sister bring people here. At this time, Xiao Jiu, who had just gone out to get the fruit, came in and advised, even if you want to go, you have to rest well first and eat the fruit. Chapter 9:20. Xiao Bei had eaten a lot of canned food, but he had never eaten in a school that had been flooded for more than half a month. The child called Xiao Jiu brought a can of peaches. The peeled peaches lay quietly on the plate, forming a strong contrast with the heavy rain outside. Xiao Bei did not struggle to get out of the window. He stood in front of the desk protected by the old master's arm and asked, Do we still eat canned fruits in our school? Yes, not only canned fruits, but we also have canned meat, canned fish, and canned vegetables. Otherwise, we would have starved to death. Xiao Bei, you must not fight with Yan Zheng. The old master pulled the tray of canned food closer to Xiao Bei and said with a kind face. What? Is he very powerful? Is he very arrogant? Is it possible that all the yamen runners in the county have the ability of the Golden Guards? And the same equipment as my protection team, carrying 2 pistols and a submachine gun? Then I will send a message immediately and ask my brother and sister to form an army and come here. Xiao Bei turned his head and said disdainfully. The old master shook his head. No, the yamen runners do not have that ability. They are the people who protect the emperor and do not have pistols or submachine guns. But they do have handguns, firecrackers, and iron beads. What if they get hurt? Our Xiao Bei is the cutest. Take a shower later, change your clothes, and eat your fill before we think of a solution, right? Yes. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly and smiled like a flower. Like I said, no matter how powerful he is, he can't compare to my family. That's true. The old master admitted. Where do the food you eat come from? Xiao Bei temporarily gave up the idea of immediately killing people and became curious again. Where else can it come from? It's all given by kind-hearted people. The old master sighed and said, Ever since the school was built, all the businessmen who participated in it put forward a special condition. That is, they will use the school's empty space as a warehouse, and the school will be responsible for the security. Why? Who was begging them for money? The Chaoyang operation is voluntary. Those who are not willing to pay are not allowed to recruit graduates from the Chaoyang operation to work for them in the future. Otherwise, they will be confiscated. Not only do they have to work as warehouses for them, but they also have to help them guard them. Merchants are really bad. Well, except for my brother. Xiao Bei indeed knew a lot. When he heard the old master's words, he was filled with righteous indignation. He briefly explained the rules of the game, causing Xiao Yuan and the others to nod and cooperate. Sigh. That's what I thought too. The old master's eyes widened a little when he saw Wei Wei. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became lighter, but the grooves on his forehead became more obvious. I only understood after I got the water. The merchants who paid for the school had put a lot of thought into it. There were merchants of medicinal herbs, merchants of clothing, merchants of canning factories, merchants of grain, and even a chain store that sold meat. They built a freezer in the basement of the school and delivered frozen meat every year when the weather was hot. Xiao Bei blinked as he listened. When he heard this, he asked, "Ah? There were so many merchants, and they were all here to take advantage of the school? Looks like I have to tell my brother that the school is a place to learn." The old master smoothed Xiao Bei's hair back and used a fork to pick up a piece of canned peaches. As he fed Xiao Bei, he said, "Yes, I used to think so too. But after the water was sent, I realized that I was wrong at the beginning. These merchants did use the empty space in the school as a warehouse, but every time they transported something to be sold, they would leave behind 1/3 of it. Before the new batch of goods arrived, the 1/3 they left behind wouldn't be touched. In other words, they had been stashing 333% of the capital of the school's warehouse in the school's warehouse. Xiao Hai suddenly interjected. When the old master looked over, he continued, they had already transferred a portion of their capital to the school's warehouse. They gave up a part of their working capital permanently. The bigger the warehouse is, the more they will lose. Every time the price of goods exceeds the cost price and the supply and demand relationship has not reached saturation and balance, they will lose a part of their working capital in the market. The shorter the cycle of supply and demand, the more they will lose. Xiao Bei was confused. He didn't understand what his brother, who was only a little older than him, was talking about. He asked in confusion, "What cost? How much did the canned food cost when it was manufactured?" "That's only a part of the cost. The canned food has a shelf life. Every day it's in storage will increase the cost. Of course, the cost of storage and safety are saved, but the cost of saving is only 2/3 of the total cost. The investment is not proportional to the output. I don't know how to explain it. I'll ask my brother when I get back. The exact calculation is 100%, but 1/3 of the total cost needs to be calculated again. That's a headache." Xiao Hai was also confused. If he really wanted to figure it out, he would need to include the actual price of goods and the price of futures. This was not something he could understand. It also involved the problem of the market saturation of certain goods, the supply and demand relationship, marketing methods, and so on. He had not learned probability, nor had he come into contact with fuzzy algorithms. He had only just learned the meaning of cost accounting. Xiao Bei was even more confused. What nonsense was this? What did brother Xiao Hai mean by saying so much to him? "What do you want to say?" Xiao Bei finally couldn't help but ask. "What I want to say is, what brother Xiao Hai wants to say is that kindness is like water. Water is good for all things and does not compete, explain, or hide. Just like what you heard when you came here, a man does not compete, so no one in the world can compete with him. What is good is good. Do not speak or argue." Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and bit the peach that Xiao Bei had not finished eating. He vaguely explained to Xiao Bei. After hearing the words of the 3 children, the old man was stunned. Today, he finally saw the legendary power of the education of the Zhang family and Wang family. When Xiao Bei saw the canned fruit, he didn't think about whether it was delicious or not, but where it came from. He asked about the life of the children in the school. That Xiao Hai said a lot of things that he didn't understand. Xiao Yuan, who was beside him, could actually understand the words in the book. It was said that the education of the Zhang family and Wang family in Xueqi County was extraordinary. He didn't believe it in the past, but after seeing it today, it was indeed amazing. As the old man thought about it, he was full of admiration. When he saw Xiao Bei look at him blankly, he explained, "Xiao Bei, it's actually saying that all the businessmen who participated in the warehouse wanted to help the school. They would rather earn less money so that the school would have something for the students to use when the disaster struck." I know. They are all good people, right? At least from the perspective of the school, they are good people, right? I understand. Sometimes I'm very stupid, but I'm still the cutest Xiao Bei, right? Xiao Bei thought hard and finally understood a part of it. The old man hugged Xiao Bei tightly and nodded. Yes. Xiao Bei is the cutest. Then go bathe and change your clothes. Yes. I'll go now. Grandpa, how long will the school's food last? If it really doesn't work, find some wood, line it up, and leave with me. We brought a lot of food and left it at the train station. Xiao Bei was about to leave when he thought about the food. A lot more. It's fine even if we are trapped for 3 to 5 months. There are more than 10,000 kilograms of people frozen in the cold storage. I'll get someone to make you braised pork later. Go and bathe. Don't catch a cold. The old man looked at Xiao Bei and the others with relief. Xiao Bei nodded hard. Okay, I'll go right away. Remember to make the braised pork thinner and thin slices of ginger. Don't fry the sugar. Achi! This big brother, greetings. Can you tell me where to go to the clinic? Achi in the county seat of Hongnong County, Li Bai, who was drenched by the rain, felt cold all over. According to the booklet sent by Dei Hospital, he should have a fever. There were many ways to deal with this situation. The simplest was to find a clinic. The second best was to find a safe place to take a hot bath and drink some ginger sugar water. If there were ice cubes, it would be better to apply it. Ever since Li Bai left his hometown, he had encountered such situations many times and survived them. But today, he was not going to endure it. He had money, and he wanted to get better treatment. Therefore, he decided to go to a medical center to have a look while he was still sober under the stimulation of the cold rain. The person who was stopped by him looked at him with pity and said, I advise you to find a place to rest. Drink a few bowls of hot water, sleep well, sweat, and maybe you won't feel so bad when you wake up. What about the clinic? Li Bai still did not give up. The clinic has no medicine. If you want to see a doctor, go to the county government office. All the medicine has been taken into the government office and the doctor has also been invited. The passerby said a few more words. Thank you. Li Bai had already heard it clearly and also thought of the cause and effect. The yamen took the people and medicine away, intending to collect more money. What he didn't understand was who had the guts to touch people in the medical field. The people stationed here should be people from the Dei Medical School. Their guts weren't small. After hesitating for a while, Li Bai gave up the idea of going to the county government office and staggered into a nearby inn. As soon as he opened the door before the shopkeeper inside said anything, he said, I want a good room, ginger sugar water, quilts and quilts. Chapter 9:21. Li Bai came to a room on the 3rd floor in a daze. The room was humid, but it was stronger than the heavy rain outside. There was a mat on the couch, a pillow and a blanket beside it. Sir, please lie down first. The ginger water will be here soon. The waiter helped Li Bai lie down and ran out quickly. After a while, he came back with a charcoal brazier in his hand. He opened half of the window furthest from the couch in case Li Bai was poisoned. Another waiter came in with the ginger soup. Li Bai felt very cold. He thanked the waiter with a blanket wrapped around him. He picked up the bowl and gulped it down. After drinking more than half of the red pond water, Li Bai finally felt better. He said to the waiter who looked at him with concern, Thank you. Please cook me a dish. It's salty and meaty. I'm afraid I can't survive without nutrition. The waiter looked embarrassed and said, Sir, salty is fine. We don't have any meat. If you came 2 hours earlier, you could have eaten the last bit. Why don't you wait until tomorrow? The government office will send the meat to our restaurant tomorrow. We will have it then. Oh, the meat is also monopolized. Well, if I don't die this time, someone will die. If we don't have meat, do we have water? Bring me a pot of water. Li Bai gritted his teeth and said. He suddenly remembered that he still had the food Brother Majia gave him when they parted. He could eat it. There was no shortage of water. The waiter ran out and came in with a pot of water after a while. At this time, Li Bai took out the aluminum foil package from his arms. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 waiters, he carefully tore a hole and asked the waiter to pour water into it. When the hole was full, he pinched it and tore the other hole. Then he put in the little thing that made the soup and asked the waiter to pour water into it. The 2 waiters had never seen this thing. Considering that the inn was not busy at the moment, they were not in a hurry to leave. They waited with Li Bai curiously. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Li Bai's hand was hot when he touched the package again. He blew on it and opened the whole package according to the lines on the package. The smell of spicy diced meat immediately filled the room. It smells good. The 2 waiters couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. They opened their eyes wide and wanted to see what was going on. Inside the large packaging, there were not only spicy diced meat, but also rice grains that were as translucent as white jade stretching out seductively. Li Bai took a few deep breaths, stared at the food for a few seconds, and muttered, "Damn it, didn't you say that the chili was just planted and that there was no more edible chili left? Wasn't it said that the super polished rice in the northern part of Hebei province was still in the breeding period? So there wasn't much for people to eat? They are actually in the bento boxes of the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If I hadn't met Brother Ma Jia, I wouldn't have known such a good thing until the spring festival. When I go back, I will find a way to get some." Guest, what are you eating? What is this? It smells so good. The red one and the rice, why haven't I seen it before? A shop assistant couldn't help but ask, his nose twitching uncontrollably. Li Bai continued to tear open the packaging to look for chopsticks as he said, "That's right. Have you seen the canned food before it came out? Do you know how it came out? Damn it, it is the food prepared by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Come, let me tell you, the red one is chili, and the jade-like rice is the super polished rice in Bohai province. After a few years, you may be able to eat it. Usually, I can't even eat it in the capital." While speaking, Li Bai had found the chopsticks, pulled them out, found a small piece of fermented bean curd, and was looking for the preserved vegetables. The two shop assistants swallowed their saliva and looked at it while smelling it. Li Bai, who was looking for the preserved vegetables, was suddenly stunned. Then he pulled out a small package in the big packaging, stared at the small words on it and read, "White tablets to relieve pain, yellow tablets to reduce fever, powder to stop bleeding, 1 tablet each time, twice a day. If conditions permit, go to the clinic quickly. Take care." There is medicine. Li Bai tore open the small package happily. There were 5 white and yellow tablets in it, and there was a smaller package inside. He pinched it and knew it was powder. "Gesta. Sir, is this medicine?" The shop assistant didn't know how to read and asked curiously. "Yes. Just eat it with the soup. As long as it's not a serious illness, you won't die in a short time." Li Bai happily pinched a yellow tablet and held it in his hand, laughing. The shop assistant also laughed. "Sir, why do people always say that being an official is good? You can actually carry such good things with you when you go out. There are vegetables, rice, and medicine. Go and get a small plate. I can't eat it alone. Let's all have a taste. It's enough." Li Bai was happy to see that there was medicine to eat, so he generously invited the 2 shop assistants. One of the shop assistants hesitated, but the other had already run out to get the plate. When the plate was brought back, Li Bai took out a quarter of the rice and spicy diced meat, leaving half for himself. He also took out the preserved vegetables and ate the medicine with the soup. The 2 shop assistants carefully chewed the rice grain by grain and slowly chewed the diced meat. They were so spicy that they were panting and sweating, but they refused to spit it out. Li Bai was also sweating, which was more effective than the ginger water. "Sir, I'm sorry for being nosy. What level do I have to be to eat this?" One of the shop assistants stopped eating after eating a third of the food in front of him. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked. Li Bai took a big gulp of the soup and panted twice. He smiled and said, "The current emperor can eat it, and it will definitely taste better than what we eat." The 2 shop assistants were choked by Li Bai's words and did not dare to say anything. The emperor was not someone they could talk about. There's also Chief Steward Gao Lishur, Master Gao. He can eat it as well. If he wants to eat it, someone will make it for him. The Minister of Works, Zhang Zhong, can eat it. He doesn't need to ask for it. Others will make it for him. Only 3 officials can eat it. Oh, there are also a few retired old men who are lucky enough to eat it. As for the rest, those princes, crown prince, grand tutor and so on, you can think of the big picture. Don't think about those below the 3rd rank. They can get a share, but if they eat it, it will be gone this year, unless they ask the emperor for it. Li Bai did not need to be asked. He continued to tell them what he knew. He was confused by the fever. No matter who he was talking to, he had forgotten all about their identities. After hearing Li Bai's words, the 2 shop assistants opened their mouths and widened their eyes. They were a little scared and a little excited, as if they were participating in a secret operation. One of the shop assistants was attracted by the smell of the spicy diced meat. He stood up cautiously and asked nervously, "Sir, you are? I'm not of such a high level. This food is eaten by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Xueqi County. Do you understand?" Li Bai knew that the shop assistant had misunderstood and explained. Yes, yes, we understand. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Xueqi County. Sir, you are working for them? The shop assistant nodded and looked at Li Bai enviously. It seemed that it was an honor to work for the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Bai was a little depressed. When he was talking about his position, the shop assistant was not envious. He said that he was working for the Zhang family and the Wang family. What was there to be envious of? There were many people working for the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Bai wanted to deny it and say that he was sent by the emperor. However, on second thought, he was indeed working for Zhang Xiaobao. Although he was now in the Ministry of Revenue, anyone who had reached a certain level of status knew where they belonged. It was impossible for him to deny it. Li Bai nodded and admitted to the shop assistant's words. The shop assistant immediately became cautious and gave the other shop assistant a look. The shop assistant stood at the door and did not close the door. He stuck his head out to keep a lookout. The shop assistant standing in front of Li Bai first ran to the window and closed it. After that, he came back and whispered to Li Bai. Hurry up and contact Zhang Xiaobao. Tell him that something big happened in Hongnong County. What is it? Li Bai's heart jumped. Boss, something big happened. I'll tell you. It's... The shop assistant muttered to Li Bai. The fog was thick. Smoke rose and filled the windows. Water dripped from the eaves of the pavilion. The desert cisterns rolled with oil. The cows and sheep were fat and thin. The rain was hazy, and the eyes were hazy. Lord Wang, it's been a long journey. Have a taste. Have a taste of the lamb shipped from the north. In a pavilion near the water in Hongnong County's Yamen, the county magistrate, Yan Zhang, sat eagerly to Wang Wei's left. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fat and lean meat and put it into the mandarin duck pot. He smiled and urged Wang Wei to eat. Wang Wei had changed his clothes and taken a shower. At this time, he looked at the hot pot in front of him. He did not know what was in the soup. It looked clear, but he knew that a lot of things were used to make the soup. The other side was spicy. The desert cistanch, the whip of some kind of tiger or deer, ginseng whiskers, chili, and other unknown things were rolling in the soup. Looking at the food on the table, there was a variety of beef and mutton. They were all the kind of meat with a marble pattern of fat and lean. A half-foot-long prawn was struggling in the water basin. A plate-sized river crab was waving its big pincers. An unknown species of shellfish was spitting water in a box in shallow water. There were also fungus, red mushrooms, reticulate mushrooms, and other things that he did not know the names of. They filled the table in front of him. They even occupied a table specially used for food. Touching the ivory chopsticks, jade-carved bowls and plates, and golden crab inlaid with jade, Wang Wei did not know what to say for a while. If he saw these things in the palace, Wang Wei would not think much of them. If he saw them in Zhang Xiaobao's house, Wang Wei would think that they were very ordinary, or even better than the ones in front of him. However, these things appeared on the table of a county magistrate. Yan Zheng, which aristocratic family are you from? Which big businessman are you the son-in-law of? Why have I never heard of you? How much do you earn a year? Where did you, a county magistrate, get the chili? Lord Wang. Lord Wang? County Magistrate Yan Zhang called out softly when he saw Wang Wei looking left and right without moving his chopsticks. Oh, eat. The crabs in autumn are fat. Haha, County Magistrate Yan, you are so lucky. This is... Wang Wei shook his head to wake himself up from his thoughts. He pointed at something he had never seen before with his chopsticks and asked. Yan Zhang looked over and introduced with a smile. Lord, this is oyster? It is delicious and slightly salty. It can be roasted, stewed, steamed, boiled, eaten raw, and used as medicine. It is a rare delicacy. It is not commonly seen in the mainland. It is also called oyster. Oh! Wang Wei suddenly understood what oyster was. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent a lot of oysters from Jili province to the capital. Almost every official was given one. It was just that they were dry without shells. They were said to be local specialties of Jili province and were not worth much. Some of them were wild and pearls could be found in them. They also said that before winter this year, a batch of fresh oysters would be sent back and processed so that the officials in the capital could taste the taste of oysters. Thinking of this, Wang Wei picked up an oyster from the shell and tossed it into the spicy side. After a while, he felt that it was almost cooked. He picked it up and put it into his mouth. It was fresh, indeed fresh. There was a special kind of freshness, just like the taste of the oyster sauce that Zhang Xiaobao and the others gave him in the spring. It was just that the oyster sauce lacked the softness of oysters. It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao gave him something real. He was a good person. When he went back, he might be able to eat fresh oysters. At that time, it would be much more comfortable to eat. Eating Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was called eating the rich. Eating Yan Zheng in front of him was like eating the fat of the people. Yan Zheng did not know what Wang Wei was thinking. He thought that Wang Wei was stunned by the taste of oysters. He also picked up an oyster, dipped it in the soy sauce on the plate, and ate it raw. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Lord Wang, what do you think?" "Very good," Wang Wei praised. Looking at Yan Zheng eating raw, he remembered that Zhang Xiaobao had mentioned something about eating raw. He cursed in his heart, "You'll die from eating too much." "Lord Wang, try the crab." Yan Zheng directly reached out and broke off a crab's pincer that was tied to the front of the pincer. He then took out the juicy translucent meat and dipped it in the pot with chopsticks. After a while, it turned completely white. He picked it out and put it into his mouth while saying, "This is autumn's hairy crab. Each one weighs more than a jean." Wang Wei nodded and picked up the cut meat roll. At this time, the meat roll had already loosened, and the thin meat was piled on the plate. When he picked it up, there was still some blood. He put it in the pot and took it out. He dipped it in some chives and ate it. It was tender and fresh. Good meat, good meat. It's so fresh, bloody and fresh. It's raining outside the pavilion. This is a rare scene. Lord Yan invited me to eat here. What a good mood. Raising a knife to cut the meat and frying it in boiling water, a line of red and white, a line of fresh. Cows and sheep galloped into a pagoda, dark clouds as a curtain of rain. Wang Wei chewed on a piece of chili skin, and bright red water dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Yan Zheng listened to Wang Wei's poem and felt awkward. Why did he hear the helplessness of the common people and the weeping of the heavens? When he looked at Wang Wei again, he was frightened and asked nervously, Lord Wang, why are you crying? Is your mouth broken?" Chapter 922. Wang Wei, who seemed to have made up his mind, became very happy when he ate the hot pot. He tasted all kinds of food that he had never seen before, and even asked someone to bring him some fresh oysters to roast over the charcoal fire after he rinsed them in the hot pot. He ordered someone to pry open the shell, picked up the meat side with the iron chopsticks and roasted it over the fire. Looking at the various seasonings on the table, Wang Wei secretly curled his lips at Yan Zheng. Wealth was not something that a small county magistrate could pretend to be. Do you think you can become rich just because you have shrimp, crab, whip, and fish? When did I have the honor to eat a banquet that Zhang Xiaobao invited? It was called a buffet. Not to mention the dazzling array of food, the various seasonings were also dazzling. Forget it. I'll just eat roasted oysters with soy sauce and minced garlic. Wang Wei ate 12 roasted oysters in a row. Of course, he didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao used a lot of seasonings for the banquets because Zhang Xiaobao used to sell that. Plus the food that they had eaten in other countries and Wang Wan's supplement, they could make hundreds of seasonings. Many things that were not used as seasonings now were also used as seasonings by them, such as red wine, cloves, fishbone powder, and so on. Seeing Wang Wei eat freely, the county magistrate Yan Zheng was also very happy. He asked the maid to sing in the pavilion. Taking advantage of the rain outside, it was really a special feeling. "Sir, if you think the oysters are still edible, you can load a cart with them when you go back to the capital. You can keep them in water and eat them as you want. It's very convenient." Seeing Wang Wei staring at the oysters and swallowing the minced garlic, Yan Zheng thought that Wang Wei liked to eat oysters the most, so he tried to give him a gift. Okay, it's early to have fun. Oysters are good." Wang Wei replied and stuffed another big mouthful of minced garlic into his mouth. It was not that he liked to eat garlic, as it was too spicy. He was worried that the food prepared by Yan Zheng was not clean, so he used garlic to sterilize it. He did not intend to die of illness on the spot. If someone had to die, it should be Yan Zheng. He understood that since the emperor had sent him and Li Bai here, he must have discovered the local situation. Yan Zheng, the county magistrate, could do whatever he wanted. As long as he and Li Bai reported what they had heard and seen to the emperor truthfully, Yan Zhang would have to die even if he had the ability to overturn the heavens. No matter how powerful he was, how could he withstand the attacks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were now in charge of the capital city? This was all that Wang Wei knew, but there were still many things that he didn't know. Li Longji couldn't wait for him to report to Li Bai. If it was in the past, Li Longji wouldn't have paid too much attention to this because it wasn't easy to transmit information. However, news traveled very quickly nowadays. Telegrams after telegrams made it difficult for Li Longji not to pay attention to the flood. Regardless of whether it was caused by the officials' negligence or inaction, everything that needed to be dealt with had to be dealt with. After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Wei was slightly tipsy. He narrowed his eyes and asked Yan Zhang, "County Magistrate Yan, do you have a quiet place?" "Yes, sir. Are you going to have a rest?" Sir, you can't miss out on something good when you come to Hong Nong. I'll take you to see some fun places." Seeing that Wang Wei was going to sleep, Yan Zhang hurriedly tried to persuade him and signaled with his eyes. Together with another young woman, they helped Wang Wei up and walked towards the backyard. Naturally, there were people holding up large umbrellas to block the view. In order to get more evidence, Wang Wei didn't refuse. He followed them through 2 courtyards and came to a large courtyard. Before he entered a room, Wang Wei heard a clattering sound coming from inside. This sound was very familiar. It was a mahjong game that was passed down from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He usually played it at home. It was a small game with a few copper coins as the foundation. It was quite an interesting game. Could it be that Yan Zhang was looking for him to gamble? Did he want to cheat him of all his money? Then there was no need to cheat. He had given most of his money to Li Bai. He only had 1 copper coins left. Yan Zhang didn't know what Wang Wei was thinking. He supported Wang Wei into a room. After passing the screen, there was a square table with crystal-clear mahjong tiles on it. Wang Wei glanced at it. It was really extravagant. It was made of ivory. Afraid that someone would cheat, only half of it was made of ivory. There was also a layer of purple bamboo behind it. The texture was basically the same and polished smooth. The room was filled with the smell of sandalwood. The back window was half open. It was a beautiful scene to listen to the rain. There was a high table beside the table. There were various seasonal fruits on the table. The wine in the glasses was purple and red. There were 4 people sitting around the table casually playing mahjong. They kept coming and going. From time to time, someone would stop and take a sip of the wine beside him. It was very relaxing. When Yan Zhang and the other 2 came in, the 4 people had already seen them. However, they didn't greet them. Instead, their eyes stayed on Wang Wei for a while. 5 pancakes. A person sitting on the south wind threw out a card. Before the next person took a card, the person opposite pushed the card away and said with a smile, "Thanks. I've waited 4 rounds for you." The person sitting on the south wind threw out 2 bamboo chips from the small box in front of him. He stood up and said, "I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore." County Magistrate Yan, what about you? Yan Zhang also laughed and said, "What's wrong? You don't have good luck. Did you lose all the money you asked for in October?" "It's still early. I'll go and have a look." The person sitting on the south wind shook his head indifferently and walked to a place with a hanging curtain. "Your Excellency Wang, you're here." Yan Zhang smiled and helped Wang Wei to the south wind. Wang Wei blushed and said, I only have a little money with me. I don't have any money." "How about? It doesn't matter. Your Excellency, just play. It's not money but goods. They are playing with goods that can arrive in Tang before the end of December this year. Even if they win, the goods don't belong to them. They still have to pay. To be precise, what they win is the opportunity and power to buy the goods." Yan Zhang took out a box from another place and opened it, revealing the bamboo chips inside. Wang Wei looked at them carefully and saw that there were some words like 100 gene of silver, 20 gene of sulfur, 30 sea cucumbers, and so on. After a little calculation he understood. However, there was still something he didn't understand. He asked, "Since we are spending money, why does it matter if we win or not?" "It's different. The goods from overseas have different prices. Those who want to buy have to set the price in advance. Those who buy at a high price will lose money when the goods arrive. Those who sell at a low price will lose money when the goods arrive. Those who sell at a low price will lose money when the goods arrive. Those who sell at a high price will lose money when the goods arrive. Do you understand? As Yan Zheng explained, he put all the chips in the box into the small drawer in front of Wang Wei and added, "Your Excellency, just play. If you win, it's on both of us. If you lose, it's on me. At worst, I won't buy it." Wang Wei was still a little confused. He couldn't understand. It was just a business. Why did they have to make a mess? They set the price in advance and bet on the right to buy the goods at the lowest price. Weren't they idle? Well, I'll go back and tell the emperor that Zhang Xiaobao is above the list of the richest people. Let's see if he can figure it out. Wang Wei calmed down and sat upright. He began to play dice with the other three people. This was also a step in the evidence. Yan Zheng stood behind Wang Wei and watched with a smile. He didn't say anything. When he saw Wang Wei winning again, the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. Wang Wei could win not because the other three people went easy on him. First, he played well and was good at calculation. Second, it might be related to luck. He was relaxed. Anyway, winning or losing had nothing to do with him. Just as County Magistrate Yen was feeling happy, a yamen runner hurried in from outside and whispered something in his ear. County Magistrate Yan's expression changed immediately. He said in surprise, "What? They really came here? Do you know where we are now? Oh, go out, go out." At this time, Yan Zheng remembered that he was still in the room. There were outsiders. He pulled the yamen runner and walked to another room. When he left, his face was obviously not as good as before. It was so pale that there was almost no blood in it. The person whose expression had also changed was Wang Wei. He was no longer as relaxed as before. Just now, he had only heard two words, Xiaobei. But these two words were enough to make some people's imaginations run wild. Wang Wei was one of those people. The two words Xiaobei were too shocking, especially the officials who worked in the capital. They all knew that it represented unscrupulous, it represented not being able to explain clearly, it represented not being able to cover up once caught. Most importantly, it represented a huge power. It could be turned into billions of dollars, and it could also be turned into rolling iron hooves. Therefore, Wang Wei's heart could not calm down. He recalled Yan Zheng's expression when he left and recalled the yamen runner's anxiety when he came in. A shocking guess appeared. Xiaobei was here? Zhang Xiaobei is here? It's really her. Are you sure? Yan Zheng asked the question that Wang Wei wanted to ask. All the pores on his body opened, his hair stood up, and goosebumps covered his whole body. It's confirmed. Our people in Wanyan County sent the news, but we don't know where she is. The food at the train station was brought by her. What should we do? The yamen runner who reported the news was also affected by Yan Zheng and said with a trembling voice, "How could it be? How could it be? Why is it her? Investigate for me. Find out where she is. Even if we have to send out all our men, we have to find her." Yan Zheng was finally unable to maintain his composure. The yamen runner nodded repeatedly and drew a line across his neck with his hand, saying, "Sir, when the time comes, right?" Bullshit. Do you think she came alone? Tell me when you find her. This official will go see her personally. I must calm her down. How could it be her who came? I have already blocked the news. Go quickly. Yan Zheng looked like he was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Tears were about to come out. This is the warehouse for the canned meat? It's arranged so neatly. Open this fish and let me see. Is it all fish head, fish tail, fish bones and fish belly? Xiaobei, who had taken a bath and changed into a new set of clothes, was visiting the various warehouses in the school. The first thing she came to was the canned meat. She pointed at a can of fish without a label and asked someone to open it. Tools for opening cans were placed at the side. There were quite a few of them. Someone took the tools and pressed on the can. The can was opened, revealing the contents inside. Xiaobei went to the nearest part and took a closer look. She nodded and said, It's really a can of fish head. Fat head fish. There's a part of the fish head and a lot of meat. It's done well. It's almost turned into fish glue. Put it in the pot and add some vegetables. It can be eaten as a fish head hot pot. It's not considered cutting corners. Open another one for me to see. The person beside her opened another can of fish. This time, Xueqi could see clearly without being too close. It's actually a can of black bean fish. Steam it in the pot and eat it with steamed buns. It's very good. Open a can of chicken. When the can of chicken was opened, Xueqi stretched out her hand. Chopsticks. Someone handed over the chopsticks. Xueqi used the chopsticks to stir the can of chicken twice. Then she identified it and said, braised chicken wings. Not bad. The bones are already crispy. Give me a can of braised pork. Let me see if it's full of bloody neck meat. Xueqi's words were firmly carried out. The can of pork was also opened. Xueqi was stunned when she saw what was inside. Then she said, why do merchants always lie? How is this braised pork? It's clearly sweet and sour pork ribs. Do you think I can't recognize it? I really can't recognize it. Xiao Yuan felt that everything was the same. He knew about pork ribs, but he didn't know what sweet and sour pork ribs were. Stand aside if you don't know. All right, let me summarize the canned meat warehouse. Xueqi was very happy to see that the cans were all good. She was better at speaking. She pulled Xiao Yuan to the side and began to report. Under the spiritual guidance of Uncle Emperor, the practical support of merchants from all over the country, and the serious supervision of the common people, our school's canned meat reserves have reached a satisfactory level. It has shocked all parties and made. All right, Xueqi. I beg you to do something serious. The school is still flooded. The dam built by our engineering team has been dug up. You still have the leisure to. Before Xueqi could finish her speech, Xiao Yuan interrupted her with a frown. All right. All right. I won't say any more. I'm just trying to boost morale. Seriously, our school is not collapsing. Can't I say a few words to boost morale? Let's go to the next warehouse. Xueqi was not angry. She walked to the next warehouse. The next warehouse was filled with wheat and rice. It was the kind that had not been shelled. This kind of food could be preserved for a long time. Then, she looked at a few other warehouses in succession. Each warehouse was very satisfactory. There was a lot of things in there and the quality was good. Especially the medicine warehouse. There was actually a lot of equipment in there. It was easy to put on an intravenous drip. It seems that merchants still have a conscience. Xueqi found a box of hawthorn pills. She popped one into her mouth and chewed it as a snack. Then she asked the teacher, Grandpa, do you know why that county magistrate wants to dig up the dam built by our family? Isn't it because he wants to flush out the entire Hongnong County? The teacher said angrily. Yes, because he wants to flush out the place. But why? There must be a reason. Is he sick? Is there something wrong with his brain? Xueqi still didn't understand and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 923. For money. Xueqi seemed to understand, but there were still some things he didn't understand. He asked again. Then, did someone give him money to rush into Hongnong County? Enemy? Who? His family must be exterminated. Old Master shook his head. No, it was when the flood happened that the people were sent to the county to hide. They said that the county was well built and spent a lot of money to protect the county and rush into the village. Most of the people should have entered the city. When they entered the city, all the property was taken care of by Yan Zheng's people, including the livestock, furniture, and discovered money. Our school originally wanted to retreat into the county, but we found that there were still many things in the warehouse. Moreover, the Hongyuan River had not been breached by the flood, so we were afraid that the children would be in danger. Moreover, this school was built by your family, Yan Zheng, so we boldly guarded the school building and waited for the flood to pass before finding a way out. When Old Master said this, his expression was one of helplessness and relief. He pointed to a teacher standing at the door of the warehouse and said, he went to the county and found that something was wrong. He came back and told us. At the same time, he brought a group of children from other schools. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the local school. 2 of the children were almost washed away by the flood. Sigh. The teacher introduced by Old Master nodded. He seemed to be afraid of Zhang Xiaobei's group and was somewhat reserved. He only smiled and didn't speak. He didn't have the seriousness of a teacher and looked more like a student who had just left an academy. He was indeed young. Xiaobei touched his head and ran his hand through his still wet hair. He said with a puzzled expression, "Is he crazy? Does he think he can hide it? Are the people in the world stupid? Even if the whole county doesn't say anything, our family's quality inspectors will go and investigate the breach. I want to see him. Let's send a message to the capital first. Otherwise, my brother and sister will be worried." Xiao Hai's expression was ugly. Although he was young, he usually heard his brother and sister talk about such things. He knew that harming the people was a serious crime, so serious that people would die. "Okay, let's ask first. Adjust the frequency. Don't let Hongnong County receive the signal," Xiao Yuan suggested. Soon, the message was turned into a signal and sent out by Xiaobei's people. It was relayed all the way to the capital. It was also raining in the capital, but the rain was relatively light. It fell sparsely on the surface of Xueqi, forming circles of ripples that spread out in all directions. Li Longji was lying under a large umbrella, watching the rainy scenery of the hibiscus garden while watching Zhang Xiaobao busy cooking. This was the only time he could bully Zhang Xiaobao. In other aspects, he was always at a disadvantage. He didn't dare and didn't want to do something like a monarch killing his subject to Zhang Xiaobao. Firstly, he was afraid that the Zhang family and the Wang family would rebel. Who knew how many die-hard loyalists they had in various places? Secondly, and most importantly, he was still waiting for the Zhang family and the Wang family to lead the craftsmen to create something that could cover the sky and intercept firepower. Thirdly, he did not want to make too many people happy. Yes, Li Longji believed that if the news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wand dying was spread out, there would be a lot of people beating drums and celebrating. It was even possible that they would set off firecrackers continuously for a month or even a year. Therefore, making them cook was the best way to take revenge. This was a problem left behind by history. Who told them to make this habit after they cooked for Gao Li Shi? Moreover, many dishes were not only delicious, but also beneficial to the people. For example, pig offal. Normally, people would not eat it, nor would they raise it, especially cannibalism. The reason was actually very simple. According to the conclusion of the Academy of Moral and Arts, if the handling of pigs and eating pork was not done well, it would spread diseases and cause large numbers of people to die. Therefore, many people did not eat it, and cannibalism was directly prohibited. For such dishes as the emperor, he had to make a demonstration by eating them. The spicy fried intestines he made a few days ago were still very fragrant. Li Longji thought contentedly. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao busy there, his mood was very good. What Zhang Xiaobao prepared today was the drunken fish that he had made a few days ago, as well as the freshly made drunken shrimp. Now, he was going to make fish slices, which was also sashimi. He used a small knife that he usually carried on his body for self-defense to cut the fish slices. Each slice was as thin as paper. After he finished cutting a plate, he used a jade plate to carry it to the table. It was similar to the golden plate of carp. However, the golden plate was too vulgar, so he used jade. Wang Wan was also busy arranging the seasonings. While she was busy, she muttered in a voice that she could hear, "Prodigal grassland people, all the good traditional things have been destroyed by you guys. When you talk about good things, if it's not Japanese, it's Korean. Let's see how you guys are going to fight this time. What are you going to fight with?" "Cuckoo, what are you talking about?" Li Longji saw Wang Wan's mouth moving and asked. "I'm saying that there are still a few dishes missing, so we have to make it too. In the end, we have to boil a seafood soup, or fathead fish soup is also fine. Shark fin is too vulgar, so we didn't make it." Wang Wan replied very naturally. Li Longji knew the taste of shark fin. He wanted to say that it was not bad, but when he saw that there were still many dishes, he continued to remain silent. Zhang Xiaobao made a few more dishes in succession. There were fried fish maw, fried fish skin, boiled fish eyes, dry fried squid, vermicelli seaweed, oysters with green garlic, sea cucumber soup, and so on. Fortunately, he had come into contact with many dishes in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make so many dishes. It was also the first time Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao making these aquatic products. He frowned slightly and looked at Wang Wan and asked, "This? Xiaobao seems to be too familiar with cooking, isn't it?" "Yes, Xiaobao likes to ponder. It's delicious. When the winter sky river freezes, I'll let Xiaobao make an all-fish banquet for it to be delicious. Wang Wan could only explain like this. When I go back, I'll let the people in the imperial kitchen think about it. Why are there so few new dishes for me to eat? Li Longji actually wanted to ask where Zhang Xiaobao got the time to study how to cook. Did he not sleep? He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He was a genius, so naturally, he had the ability to be a genius. The palace maids waiting on the side knew what was going on. It wasn't that the people in the imperial kitchen didn't have the ability, but they were afraid that the emperor wouldn't be used to the new dishes and would punish them. Even if they weren't used to the dishes made by Zhang Xiaobao, they had to endure it. At worst, they wouldn't eat it. The dishes that needed to be cooked were finally done and placed on the table. First, the sashimi was pushed in front of Li Longji. The sashimi had the shortest preservation time and was the last to be cooked. It had to be eaten immediately to taste good. Zhang Xiaobao also breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the chopsticks and prepared to taste the fresh and smooth sashimi. However, when he dipped the chopsticks in wasabi and salt, without waiting for the rolls, the eunuch Luo Bin hurriedly ran in. He anxiously looked at the emperor who was eating and gathered his courage to say. Chapter 924. Oh, there really is a problem. Li Longji didn't read the contents of the telegram. He was convinced by Luo Bin's words. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just sat down and were about to eat sashimi. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, but still stuffed the sashimi into his mouth. He chewed hard and swallowed before saying, "Could it be that Xiaobei saw wrongly? Is there something else going on? Could it be that Yan Zheng's crime is even worse, and Xiaobei didn't find out?" Li Longji frowned. Xiaobao means that Xiaobei is wrong. Yan Zheng might not have committed such a serious crime. He might have offended Xiaobei. Otherwise, how would a county head dare to destroy the embankment and take the people's money? Wang Wan explained. Li Longji waved his hand and said, "How is that possible? My Xiaobei can't be wrong. If he says that someone is guilty, then that person must be guilty. I have long suspected that there was something wrong with Hong Nong. Who knew that he would be so daring? How did he become your Xiaobei?" Zhang Xiaobao cursed silently, but he also knew that the possibility of Xiaobei lying was very small. Other than Xiaobei and the other 9 people, there were also many adults who would not allow Xiaobei to fool around. Once it was confirmed, Yan Zheng's family would be exterminated. Wang Wan looked over and met Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. The two of them nodded at the same time. "Your Majesty, I think it's better for Wan Wan and I to make a trip there personally. If Xiaobei's actions aren't steady, I'm afraid he'll get into big trouble." Saying this, Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating and stood up to leave. Wang Wan followed behind. Li Longji was stunned for a moment and asked, "Then, what about the fall examination?" "Next year, the two of us will take the spring examination." Zhang Xiaobao was actually afraid that the bold Yan Zhang would do something even more daring and put his younger siblings in danger. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's figures disappear from his sight, Li Longji pondered for a moment. He then picked up his chopsticks again and ordered, "Pass down the decree. This year's autumn exam will be delayed by a month. All students who apply for the exam can go to the Imperial College and obtain a certificate for food and lodging. They can eat and drink at Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's businesses." "Yes, that's it. Thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Lishur thanked him from the side. As for the expenses of the students, since his godson could treat all the people of Chang and to food and drink for 10 days, he naturally wouldn't care about the expenses of the students. "Xiaobao, are you really going to Hong Nong?" Wang Wan, who had followed Zhang Xiaobao out, asked for confirmation. "Let's go. I suspect that there's more to this matter than meets the eye." Zhang Xiaobao's brows furrowed in worry as he quickened his pace. "What do you mean?" Wang Wan didn't bother to open her umbrella. She wiped the rain from her forehead and asked, "Do you still remember 10 years before we came? The mayor of a city blew up the dam and flooded 3 counties with the excuse that the dam was rusty due to the strong flood?" Zhang Xiaobao reminded her. Wang Wan rolled her eyes and tried to recall. She said, at that time, he wanted to destroy a group of buildings. Even if he didn't release the water, the buildings wouldn't be able to withstand the heavy rain. The quality of the buildings was too poor. He was too involved in it. Could it be that Yan Zhang from Hong Nong also intervened in the local construction? It's impossible. The quality of the construction projects nowadays can still be guaranteed. People aren't that bad. Maybe he wanted to cover up other facts. Zhang Xiaobao hurried to the carriage that had picked him up. He unloaded 2 horses from the shaft of the carriage and gave one to Wang Wan. He rode the other one himself and galloped towards the train station. It was still raining. Flashes of lightning lit up the dark night sky. In an inn in Hongnong County, Li Bai, who was covered in layers of clothes and sweating, felt much more comfortable. Pretending to be a man sent by Zhang family and Wang family, Li Bai was eagerly taken care of by the waiter of the inn. He was not only given a bigger room and a new bedding, but also 2 lampstands, which lit up the room. Li Bai drank bowl after bowl of ginger sugar water. When he was hungry, he didn't eat but drank soup. The bedding wrapped around him was changed every time it got wet. Although there was no electric light in the room, it was still better than other places. Seeing the waiter being so attentive, Li Bai was so moved that he wanted to tell his real identity several times. However, he was afraid that the waiter would suddenly change his attitude, so he had to apologize secretly. "Your Excellency, are you cold?" A waiter who was waiting to serve Li Bai in the room sat in front of the lamp for a while and asked Li Bai. "No, I'm hot." Li Bai maintained his sitting posture, with his eyes still looking out of the half-open window. Then he asked, "Do you think Ma San is lost? He has been gone for an hour. He hasn't come back yet." "Your Excellency, don't worry. Maybe it's because the water outside is too strong. Ma San ran out to hide from the water. He will be back soon." The waiter comforted him. "That's good. That's good. Don't have any conflicts with the people in the yamen," Li Bai said, but he was still worried. Since he was mistaken by the waiter as a man from Zhang family and Wang family, Li Bai heard a lot of unbelievable things from the waiter. First of all, he knew that the flood in Hongnong County was caused by someone. There were many people sent by the yamen to guard around Hongnong County, especially the railway station. No one was allowed to leave. This was a serious crime. Yan Zhang, the county magistrate, dared to do it. Second, before the flood, there was a popular game in Hongnong County. It was not a lottery controlled by the state, but something called goods tickets. Money was used to buy tickets for various goods. When buying tickets, the prices would fluctuate. Every 10 days, the yamen would announce the prices of various goods. Some prices would rise, while others would fall. Those who held tickets for goods that had risen in price would naturally make a profit if they sold the tickets. Otherwise, they would lose money. Interestingly, the price fluctuation of goods tickets did not affect the prices of various materials in the county. If people who bought the tickets did not sell them, there would be goods delivered. After several times, more and more people bought the tickets. The reason was that the price of the tickets was very low the first few times. Even if the price of the goods went down, as long as they did not sell the tickets, the price of the goods would be lower than the normal price of the goods in the county. It was very cost-effective. But recently, the price of many things in the county had gone up. The price of the tickets had also gone up. The increase was not small, and it had far exceeded the normal price. Li Bai did not know what was going on for a while. He only felt that it was abnormal. He was worried that Wang Wei would not be safe in the yamen, so he asked a waiter to check and try to find out some information. He waited anxiously for another quarter of an hour. When Li Bai was about to ask another waiter to help him, Ma San, who went to inquire, finally came back with rain all over his body. "How is it?" Li Bai asked nervously when he saw Ma San. Chapter 925. Throw the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the child. Everyone, don't tell him. The crisp sound made it hard for Yan Zhang and the others to believe that this was a school that had been flooded for many days. They didn't feel any helplessness or confusion from the song, nor did they feel any fear or sadness. Of course, they didn't feel any strength, unyielding spirit, struggle, or faith from the song either. The only feeling it gave them was happiness. A very simple happiness, unrestrained, brilliant, and innocent. It was as if the song was supposed to be like this and shouldn't be mixed with more emotions. About half a li away from Yan Zheng's group, a few figures appeared. It was Wang Wei and the others who had tried to catch up last night. They also heard the song, and Wang Wei's mood became very good. He even had the mood to talk to the yeoman servant who had accompanied him. Did you hear that? Singing is power. The power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. True power shouldn't give people the feeling of being strong, but the warmth of a family. Zhang Xiaobei is here, so the child has become a real child. Your master doesn't understand that some power can't be resisted because the opponent of this power is the heavens and the earth. After saying this, Wang Wei recited with great interest. The light is slanted and the water is green. The waves are floating and the clouds are white. The servant looked up. The sky was still cloudy and the rain was still falling. He didn't understand where Wang Wei had seen the floating clouds. He was about to refute when he was suddenly shocked and asked, "How did you know Zhang Xiaobei was here?" "I'm stupid. I don't know anything. You can lie to me however you want, right?" When Wang Wei saw the flag that had been forcibly unfurled on the school building, he was no longer worried that Yan Zheng's group would harm him. On the large flag, there were 9 rice seedlings holding hands around a bonfire. The stars in the sky were bigger than the moon, and each rice seedling's head was illuminated by a big star. Wang Wei didn't need to say much about such a classic flag. He knew who it belonged to. At this time, Yan Zheng and the others were standing at the place where Xiaobei had started to enter the water. The water that had gathered from all over didn't become smaller, and was still swirling in the direction of the river. Unlike Xiaobei, Yan Zheng didn't know how to swim. Looking at the first 3 floors that were flooded, he hesitated and didn't know how to get across. "Sir, shall we have someone bring you across?" The person beside Yan Zheng spoke up and waved his hand. 2 people came over from behind. From the looks of it, they were good swimmers. Fine. Yan Zheng clenched his teeth and decided. However, as soon as he finished speaking, before the 2 men could bring him over, there was already a sound coming from the opposite building. It should be a simple loudspeaker. "Yan Zheng, stand there and don't move. If you move, I'll beat you to death. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you barged in." It was Zhang Xiaobei's voice. She had just been playing handkerchief with the children in the school. The person in charge of observing the surroundings discovered Yan Zheng's group. He found someone to confirm their identity through binoculars and quickly reported to Xiaobei. Xiaobei hated Yan Zheng so much that he could not express it with words. He did not expect that before he could find the time to enter the city to capture Yan Zheng would personally come to the academy. Haha, if he did not teach him a lesson now, when would he? After Yan Zheng heard the commotion, he couldn't help but shiver. He didn't dare to make any other movements. He stood there obediently, motionless. But in his heart, he kept thinking about how to deceive Zhang Xiaobei and the others. He didn't want to come over. Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? However, there were many things in the county that had not been transported to the designated location. He couldn't afford to lose them. He planned to delay for a few days. He would first deceive Zhang Xiaobei and the others and then wait for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, even if he immediately fled from the county, he was worried that Xiaobei would catch him. He didn't think that he could escape Zhang Xiaobei's pursuit within a day. Yes, he was worried that Zhang Xiaobei would immediately send people to the county to capture him after hearing what others said when she arrived at the academy. He had to take the risk and make use of the time difference. "Go, capture all of them for me." "No, capture the few leaders. Tie up the rest and throw them there. Send someone to guard them. Humph, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye." Upstairs, Zhang Xiaobei waved her small hand. Immediately, 30 people jumped into the water and swam towards Yan Zheng. The next thing was easy. Yan Zheng and a few important people were brought to the academy. The others took off their belts and shoes and asked the protection team to tie them up. Then, they threw them on the ground and didn't dare to move. As soon as the protection team finished tying up the people, Wang Wei had already left his team and ran towards the academy. He shouted as he ran, "Hey, here. Catch them. Catch them all. None of them are good." The person who led Wang Wei here was dumbfounded. What happened in front of him was different from what he had expected. It should be that when he and the others arrived, the county magistrate and Zhang Xiaobei were talking and laughing. Zhang Xiaobei listened to the county magistrate's report on how to deal with the disaster in time and looked happy. Why did they catch people as soon as they arrived? No, there was also the damn Wang Wei. They should really throw him into the water and drown him on the way. What was he shouting for? The person who led Wang Wei here complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to move his feet. He admitted that he couldn't run faster than a bullet. He also didn't think that he was better in the water than the protection team. He jumped into the turbulence next to him and escaped. Soon, he and the people around him were also caught. Yan Zhang was already drenched from head to toe as he faced Zhang Xiaobei. He was coughing non-stop. While he was being swam over, he was pushed into the water several times and choked half to death. He realized that the murky water was not tasty at all. I greet Inspector Zhang. Yan Zhang coughed hard and felt much better. He then said to Zhang Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobei put his hands behind his back and paced in front of Yan Zhang. He walked over and suddenly stopped. He stared at Yan Zhang's eyes and said, "You have guts. I admire you. I really admire you. Tell me, in the Tang Empire where the communication is so advanced, in a place so close to Luoyang and the capital, what were you thinking when you gave the order to put thousands of people in the water?" Originally, it was very strange for a child to talk to an adult in a condescending tone. However, Yan Zhang and the people around him didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that everything should be like this. The water on Yan Zhang's forehead hadn't finished flowing. When he heard Zhang Xiaobei's words, he began to sweat again. He felt his throat go dry and forcefully swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva before opening his mouth to explain. "Inspector Zhang, please listen to this official's explanation. This official has never forgotten the people under my rule. This official came today because I heard that Milord was here and had an important matter to discuss. I hope that Milord can extend a helping hand and transfer supplies to this county. This official will immediately return to the county to direct the disaster relief. Milord, please give this official half a month. No, 10 days. As long as you give this official 10 days, this official will be able to complete the disaster relief." Zhang Xiaobei didn't immediately respond. Instead, she silently looked out the window at the flowing water. This surprised Xiao Yuan. When did Zhang Xiaobei know how to pretend to be deep and profound? Yan Zhang's eyes didn't leave Zhang Xiaobei for even a moment. He was trying to figure out the thoughts of this little girl in front of him. He was still sweating. Not only was his mind uneasy, but the people who had been caught were also extremely nervous. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobei looked away and raised her head to look at Yan Zhang. She felt uncomfortable and stepped on the stool to stand on the table. Only when she was a head taller than Yan Zhang was she satisfied. She said, 10 days? Is 10 days enough? Yan Zhang nodded. Before he could make a promise, Xiaobei continued. Do you think you can escape from my family's pursuit in 10 days? I don't understand. Where can you run to in 10 days? Or change your face and hide your surname. Change your face and hide your surname. Xiao Yuan corrected him. Understand. Lord Yan. Tell me, where can you run to in 10 days? Xiaobei glared at Xiao Yuan and then turned to Yan Zhang. Yan Zhang cursed in his heart. Why is this little brat so smart? How does she know that I'm going to run? However, he said, Lord Zhang, this official will not run. This official will face the flood together with the people of Hong Nong. I swear that I will not retreat even if I die. Xiaobei looked surprised. She maintained her balance and moved her face closer to Yan Zhang. She asked as if she was asking, Then Lord Yan, can you explain to this official? Why are you digging the riverbank? This official. Lord, please listen to this official's explanation. Yan Zhang took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He said, at first, this official did not want to destroy the riverbank to release the flood. However, there are many shops in Hong Nong City and countless valuable items. Also, there are few people and sparse houses in Hong Nong City. I was afraid that the flood would destroy the county. Therefore, I endured the pain of digging the riverbank to protect the county. This was a helpless action. What nonsense is this? Be more straightforward. It's hard for me to listen. Xiaobei put her hands on her waist. When Yan Zhang saw that there was hope, he coughed lightly and said, When the flood came, I thought of the emperor's heavy responsibility and grace. I thought of my mother's earnest exhortations when I took up the post. I thought of the people's longing gazes and the trust of my colleagues. Therefore, this official did not retreat. According to the flood relief plan of the county, I strictly requested the people in the yamen to cooperate. First, find the disaster in time and report it to the relevant departments in the yamen. It was accurate, timely, and rigorous. Second, combined with the geographical advantage of the county, we took measures such as leakage, dredging, guidance, and assisting in the defense. A series of defense work was completed in the shortest time. Third, we started the emergency disaster response system. We made a comprehensive layout, focused on control, reasonably allocated manpower, material resources, and other resources. We faced the difficulties and were not afraid of difficulties and risks. This showed the organizational ability of the yamen. Fourthly, he called on all officials with official positions to show their own qualities at the moment of disaster. This played a very good role in leading the people in the county to gather around the officials and fight the flood with one heart. Not only did the officials in the yamen do not disappoint the emperor, but even the village heads in the villages also guarded the front line of fighting the flood. Fifth, we arranged for experienced people to observe the weather. After knowing that there will be rain in a short period of time, they showed their subjective initiative. "You fucking shut up." Before Yan Zheng continued, Xiaobei scolded and even said the word mother. Yan Zheng was startled. He didn't know what words had offended Xiaobei, but he obediently stopped talking. Xiaobei took a few deep breaths, then pursed his lips and glared at Yan Zheng. He bared his teeth and said angrily, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless to the point of being arrogant. According to what you said, I should praise you, shouldn't I?" I wouldn't dare. What this official did was what a county head should do. If there are some shortcomings, I should be criticized. Yan Zheng quickly followed up. Wei Wei's lips curled up as if he was accepting a compliment. Xiao Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. He nudged Xiaobei's leg and said, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him and be done with it." Yan Zheng's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to defend himself, Xiaobei laughed and waved his hand at Xiao Yuan. He said, "Am I the kind of person who kills without teaching?" When Yan Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, Xiaobei continued, "Death is a kind of relief for him. If you kill him, can the people who drowned in the flood come back to life? If you kill him, who will bear the loss of the people of Hongnong County? A person who has a cow at home doesn't feel happy about killing someone, but sad about losing the cow. He went easy on the flood to wash the cow away. If I kill him, will that be considered as giving them an explanation? What about the cow? They don't care if he lives or dies. They only want the cow. If I kill him to bear the loss of the people, then it's our incompetence. I want him to live. I want him to know that sometimes, death is also a blessing. Tie him up tightly and knock out his teeth. Set up a platform at the south gate of Hongnong County and cover it with a canopy. Tie him up there and let the hospital inject him with glucose. I won't allow him to die. I want to torture him bit by bit. I want him to be exposed to the sun. I want him to be spurned by thousands of people. I want ants to bite him and leeches to sting him. I want him to freeze in the winter. I want a medical team to ensure that he doesn't die. In the future, when a local official is appointed, he will be the first to admire him." As soon as Xiaobei finished speaking, the members of the protection team took action. First, one of them removed Yan Zheng's chin. Then, someone took out a pair of pliers from his backpack and stuck them into Yan Zheng's mouth. Then they started to pull out his teeth one by one. Yan Zheng was already dumbfounded when Xiaobei spoke. He didn't expect this cute and well-behaved girl in front of him to come up with such a ruthless method. At first, he thought that she was joking. It wasn't until his first tooth was pulled out and the pain that spread throughout his head that he understood that she was serious. Ah! Yan Zheng shook his head vigorously and let out an inhuman scream from his throat. Tears, snot, saliva, and blood flowed down together. Xiaobei was so scared that she stepped back and waved her hands repeatedly. "Take him away. Take him away. Don't let him die from the pain. If it really doesn't work, pull out 2 teeth today and 2 more tomorrow. Feed him porridge first. If he doesn't eat, then inject him with glucose." The members of the protection team immediately dragged Yan Zheng away like they were dragging a dead dog. They didn't know which room to carry out the torture. The classroom suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiaobei patted her chest, let out a long breath and said, "The world is quiet now." Wang Wei, who had just been sent to the window, happened to hear Xiaobei's last words. When he saw such a scene, He trembled in fear and let go of his hand. With a splash, he fell into the water again. He was pulled up again and flipped into the classroom. However, he didn't say a word. He just stared at Xiao Bei with a pale face. In an instant, he understood why so many officials were afraid of being caught by Xiao Bei. She was really ruthless. It seemed that she had inherited devilish Cuckoo's personality, and even went one step further. She was green and she was water. She took it from blue and turned it into blue. She was colder than water. Wang Wei took a few deep breaths before he felt better. He muttered, "Killing someone is just a matter of time. Why don't we just give him a quick death? We haven't even sentenced him yet. Why do we have to act first?" Although his voice was soft, it couldn't beat the silence in the room. Xiao Bei heard him clearly. She turned her head and looked at Wang Wei with dissatisfaction. "What sentence? What law? What joint trial? There's no need for any of that. Just because I'm here. Uncle Emperor asked me to be a knife, so I cut him piece by piece. I gave him a quick death. Who gives a quick death to a drowned person who can't breathe and suffocate to death? Who gives a quick death to a sick person who can't be treated? Isn't it? Support me." Xiao Bei's last words were directed at the other 8 people. The 8 children nodded immediately. Xiao Yuan praised, "That's right. Death is not the goal. The goal is to intimidate other officials and not let the people under their rule die easily. Buddha is merciful. There are still 16 arhats and second venerables. Who are you?" After Xiao Yuan supported Xiao Bei, she asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei was blocked and couldn't say anything else. He wrung the water from his clothes and said, "I was temporarily transferred to the Ministry of Works. This time, I was patrolling Hongnong with Li Bai and Li Tai Bai of the Ministry of Revenue. I was collecting evidence. I didn't expect the county magistrate of Hongnong to be arrested for no reason and lynched by you. What are you talking about? What do you mean by no reason? We are here for no reason. Are you going to exonerate the sinner Yan Zheng?" Xiao Yuan questioned Wang Wei in a righteous manner. Wang Wei was just about to reiterate his reasoning when he suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but shake his head and say, "No, I'm saying that if his crime is confirmed, it will be a crime worthy of the extermination of his family. I hope that you can quickly go to the county and arrest his family." Wang Wei suddenly thought of why Zhang Xiaobei and the other 8 people had come at such a timely time. He didn't think that the emperor was worried about him and Li Bai, but he guessed that the matter of Hongnong was so serious that it was not something he should care about. Moreover, it was very urgent. Otherwise, why would the emperor send the 9 children when there were so many officials in the imperial court and this place was so close to Luoyang? The 9 children didn't just represent the children themselves. They represented the Zhang family and the Wang family. If the matter was small, why would they be sent? In addition, they were sometimes unreasonable. He couldn't be unlucky. Xiao Bei jumped from the table into the arms of a member of the protection team. His little face fell. He sighed like an adult and said, "No need to catch them. They ran away. They all ran away. Hongnong County has a roast duck restaurant opened by my family. Yesterday, I found an opportunity to sneak out and send a telegram to my brother. My brother just called. He said that he will come in person and is already on the way. He wants us to meet Yan Zheng. No matter how he quibbles, we have to catch him first. Yan Zheng just told me that he would be given 10 days. Do you think I'm stupid enough to give him time to run away? How does your family's farmer know?" When Wang Wei heard that even Zhang Xiaobao had come, he didn't dare to stop Xiao Bei from dealing with Yan Zheng. However, he couldn't understand how a farmer could know the news. "Do you want to share my family's information system?" Xiao Hai stared at him. No, what should we do now?" Wang Wei repeatedly denied. Chapter 926. Went out? Who went out? Is there anyone in custody? Where did they go? Li Bai asked several times and stared at Ma San, who just came back worriedly. He was afraid to hear some answers he didn't want to hear from him. Ma San was like a newcomer who had just joined a gang. He was worried, scared, excited, and had a sense of mission. He understood what the officials sent by the Zhang and Wang families wanted to know, so he hurriedly replied, "Sir, you don't have to worry. I didn't see anyone being detained. Those who came out were all people from the yamen. It seems like they were heading out of the county town. I didn't reveal your whereabouts, so they won't come to arrest you. Out of the county? What's out of the county? Li Bai seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice could be heard by the two guys. Ma San shook his head hard. Your Honor, I don't know. Maybe someone's wealth was found and they went to take care of it. Li Bai knew what Ma San meant. He said to take care of it, but in fact, he meant to rob it. He didn't know what Yan Zhang, the county magistrate of Hongnong, was thinking. He dared to harm people at the risk of his family being exterminated. Was he sick? After hesitating for a while, Li Bai gritted his teeth and asked the two guys, Do you dare to go with me to have a look? Your Honor, you want to go? No, you can't. Your Honor, you haven't recovered from your illness. If you go out and get wet, maybe. Right. The two guys saw that Li Bai wanted to go in person, so they stopped him immediately. Ma San, who was speaking, wiped the raindrops from his hair and face and volunteered. Your Honor, you stay in the inn and I will go with you to have a look. I won't be too close and will stay far behind. I'm not afraid of being discovered. When I get the news, I'll come back and tell you immediately. The other guy immediately said, Your Honor, how about this? I'll find some companions and pass on the message along the way. It won't delay your business. Li Bai also didn't want to go. He knew that with his illness, if he went out and got wet again, he might be able to enjoy the treatment of a slightly better feng shui place. Seeing how serious the waiter was, Li Bai thought for a bit and nodded. He reached into his pocket and said, That's good. Thank you for your hard work. I still have some money here. Use it to buy some meat and make some hot soup. By the time he finished speaking, Li Bai already had 1 luo in his hand. Some were his own, and some were given to him by Wang Wei. He didn't even count them. He just stuffed them all into the hands of the staff and solemnly said, Thank you. Whether this matter succeeds or not depends on you. Please be careful. The shop assistant who was stuffed with money immediately became solemn, as if he had received a mission that could save the immortal world and the infernal realm at the same time, and he was ready to change the sun, moon, and stars. Go ahead, Li Bai urged. All right. The two waiters answered at the same time and came to the door. Ma San leaned out half of his head to observe. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor, he made a gesture to communicate with the waiters in code and rushed out first. The waiters behind him also left the ground and walked out on the front part of their feet, trying not to make any noise. Li Bai looked at the door and shook his head helplessly. It's not like I'm asking you to rebel. Is there a need for this? It really can't compare to the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and the Wang family. 4. I win. The sound of mahjong still rang in the yamen of Hongnong County. Wang Wei had something on his mind and lost several rounds in a row. He was not in the mood to continue playing. He threw away the tiles in his hand and said, I don't want to play anymore. Come here. Immediately, a servant who was specially waiting for orders came from outside the screen. He bent down and asked in a low voice, Your Excellency, what can I do for you? Where's your county magistrate? Wang Wei asked directly without beating around the bush. I don't know. Maybe he's busy with the affairs in the county. He's been busy with the affairs in the nearest county, and hasn't had a good rest for many days. Alas! The servant replied with a distressed look. That kind of sad expression was just right. Wang Wei didn't believe the servant's words. Hearing the servant's words, he said, I've stayed in the county for some time and know a little about the local affairs. Why don't you take me there? Maybe I can help. What do you think? Well, the servant looked embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and said, Your Excellency, you've come a long way. If you get sick because of this, I can't bear the responsibility. Why don't you go to bed early and make plans tomorrow morning? It doesn't matter. Take me there now. Otherwise, I'll go back to the capital immediately. If I can't help, there's no point in staying here. Wang Wei insisted. The servant lowered his head and pondered for a while. When Wang Wei was about to leave, he said, Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Please come with me. Under the servant's guidance, Wang Wei followed him all the way to another courtyard. The servant walked a few steps and entered a room with a light on. Before Wang Wei followed, he immediately came out and said to Wang Wei, Your Excellency, I just got the news that my master has just left. It seems that there's a serious flood in the county. Your Excellency, why don't you? What? Another flood? Come with me quickly. I know a lot about flood control. Wang Wei didn't wait for the servant to finish his sentence and nervously interrupted. If it was when he had just entered, he would not have dared to do this for fear of being killed. However, now that he had thought it through, it must be Zhang Xiaobei who had come. Otherwise, Yan Zhang would not have been so afraid. With Zhang Xiaobei around, his threat to Yan Zhang would be put aside. The servant probably thought the same. He hesitated for a while and nodded. He found another 2 people to hold an umbrella and accompany Wang Wei out of the county. At this time, Yan Zhang was also in the rain. Someone held an umbrella for him. There was still a lot of water on his face. It wasn't rain but sweat. After confirming that Zhang Xiaobei really came to the county and guessing where she might be, Yan Zhang regretted that he didn't bring the group of burdensome children to the county. Although there was no food there, what if they didn't all starve to death and some survived? He didn't know that the school was a warehouse for merchants for free and that there was a lot of food in the warehouse. Master, why don't we get on the carriage? The people carrying you must be careful. The people next to him saw that the county magistrate was having a hard time and tried to persuade him. It was not safe to ride a horse at night. The main reason was that Yan Zhang's horsemanship was too bad. When he was being carried, the people carrying him accidentally stepped on air and threw Yan Zhang off the carriage. Yan Zhang, who was obviously weaker than the bailiffs, nodded helplessly. Be careful. Don't fall again. In the county town, the roads were still passable. However, once they left the city and walked for a long distance, Yan Zhang and his group felt the power of the flood. Night was different from day. There were no stars in the sky, let alone the moon. Other than the dim light from the lanterns covered with oil paper, the only light was the occasional flash of lightning. After every flash of lightning, there would be rolling thunder. Even though they were mentally prepared for the thunder, they would still be shocked. The cracking sound seemed to come directly from their chests. As Yan Zhang followed the group, he cursed in a low voice. He cursed the bad weather and Zhang Xiaobei for running so far away. As they walked, many people had already forgotten about their fatigue, or rather, they were overdrawing their body's potential. The dark night, the cold rain, and the occasional thigh-high water made it so that they could only move mechanically. The sound of splashing water, thunder, and panting mixed together. As they walked, Yan Zhang and the others finally arrived at a place where the sky was no longer so dark and there was a little bit of light. The group stopped. There was a river in front of them that blocked their path. Master, we have to take a detour. There's a bridge in the distance. It might have been washed away by the water. If we walk for 2 li, there's another bridge over there. The person beside Yan Zhang saw that the original bridge was gone and immediately thought of another place. That bridge won't be washed away? Yan Zhang endured the uncomfortable feeling of being wet and asked. I don't think so. That bridge was built by someone from Zhangzheng Construction. This river is called the Hongyuan River. Once you cross the river, you'll reach the academy in less than 2 hours, the servant explained as he pointed in the direction of the bridge. Yan Zhang snorted to show his agreement. He really didn't want to talk about Zhangzheng's builders. He felt very uncomfortable when others talked about it. The team followed the order and went around it. After walking for a while, the sky became brighter. Sure enough, they saw a bridge. It was a bridge that made people speechless. There was a big crack on the bridge, and there was a big tree that had lived for an unknown number of years. Beside the big crack on the bridge, there were countless broken places. Even the pier of the bridge was separated from the soil beside it, and there was a big crack on it. There was no need for others to explain why this happened. Anyone who saw this scene understood what was going on. Master? The person beside Yan Zhang asked tentatively. I'll go down and walk. Yan Zhang could see that the carriage couldn't pass. They had to get down and walk. The trees in front of them were too much of a hindrance. Everyone walked step by step on the bridge. For some reason, when Yan Zhang walked on the bridge, he was not worried at all that this seemingly collapsing bridge would suddenly collapse. He knew that this was the confidence that Zhangzheng Construction Group gave him. Or rather, the confidence that Zhang Xiaobei's family gave him when he was about to meet them but did not want to meet them the most. He had to admit it even if he did not want to. This feeling made Yan Zhang very uncomfortable, but he had to face it. Chapter 927. I'm actually a very cute child. After a short silence, Xiaobei explained to the other frightened children in the classroom. However, the children were shocked by Yan Zheng's scream and the fact that his mouth was full of blood when his teeth were pulled out. They had yet to recover from their shock, and all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them didn't even dare to look at Xiaobei. Old Master, who had been following Xiaobei around, sighed and said to Xiaobei, I'll take them to rest and talk to them. After today, I'll come and play with you again. Yes. Okay, Grandpa. Tell them that it's better for one family to cry than to cry all the way. The people aren't afraid of death, so why should they be afraid of death? I guess some officials aren't afraid of death either, so I won't let them die. I want them to live and treat death as a pursuit of happiness. Xiaobei was a little sad and felt that he wasn't understood, but he still spoke reasonably. At this time, Xiao Hai touched his sister's head and said, Don't ask about separation. We're not on the same path, and it's hard to meet in parallel. They're still young and don't understand. They'll probably understand after they're in their first year. Yes, they're all children. Xiaobei agreed. Wang Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was the younger one? He didn't know how the Zhang family and Wang family educated their children, but the 9 children were actually more sensible than the children in the palace. I don't know when this rainy weather will change. The people in the county are having a hard time. Wang Wei thought about his worries and looked at the rain outside that hadn't stopped. As soon as he spoke, Xiaobei's attention was diverted. He suddenly asked Wang Wei, You came from the county? Did you receive any benefits from Yan Zheng? Wang Wei was shocked. He swallowed hard and said with palpitations, No. Yes. Does eating count as a benefit? At this moment, Wang Wei's heart was in turmoil. He was afraid that Xiaobei would once again display her unreasonable style and deal with him. Not to mention pulling out a mouthful of teeth. Even pulling out a tooth would be painful. Xiaobei's eyes turned. Only eating? You didn't agree to help Yan Zhang exonerate? You didn't confiscate any other money? I'll have someone ask. Let me know that you lied to me, humph. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I'm here with Tai Bai to investigate this place. Wang Wei hurriedly explained. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Bai was still suffering somewhere. He opened his mouth and said, This humble official has a presumptuous request. Should I say it? Since you don't want to, it's better if you don't invite him. Xiao Yuan curled his lips. Li Bai from the Ministry of Revenue also came with me. He's sick and should be recuperating somewhere in the county. Wang Wei sighed at the intelligence of the little guys and said. Xiaobei's jaw dropped. Him. I know him. He's very interesting. Why is he sick? I understand. It must be because they didn't take precautions. I'll ask someone. They used to work for me. I'll also ask someone to move the food from the station to the county. The other 8 children nodded in agreement. Zhang Chong pondered for a while before reminding Xiaobei. What about Hongnong County? Have you been waiting for Big Brother and Big Sister to come? Hearing this, Xiaobei looked at Wang Wei and asked, What do you think we should do? Severely punish without leniency. Give the people in the county an explanation. Wang Wei suggested in a firm tone. What explanation? The property is gone and people are dead. Punish the officials severely and give them an explanation? If this is considered an explanation, then it won't take long for Tang Empire to give an explanation as well. Xiaobei said with a double meaning. Wang Wei was speechless. This was all he could think of. He looked at the 9 children and guessed if they had a better idea. Xiaobei didn't care about Wang Wei anymore. He gathered together with Xiao Hai, Xiao Yuan, and the others and whispered softly. It took them 15 minutes to reach an agreement and give orders to their subordinates. Get someone to go to the county and get the account book. Didn't the people record the account book when they moved to the county? See if we can still find it. Then, mobilize people and go door to door in the county to inquire about the original property of their family. Take supplies from the surrounding businesses and compensate the people of Hongnong County after verification. Xiaobei said the opinions of the 9 people. Wang Wei was shocked again and asked, You want to use your family's money to compensate the people of Hongnong County? Why should it be my family? It was done by Uncle Emperor's officials. Uncle Emperor should be responsible for it. I just want to pay in advance because my family is the fastest at distributing supplies, right? Xiao Bei asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded and asked, what about the dead people? They can't come back to life. We have to pay more. If the whole family is dead, there's nothing I can do. When Xiao Bei mentioned the dead people, his little face drooped, looking very sad. Wang Wei also took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and shook his head helplessly. After a few moments of silence, Xiao Bei gritted his teeth and said, as for the governor of Hongnong and Guo province, I'll persuade Uncle Emperor to issue an edict of self-punishment first. Then, we'll punish the officials of Guo province. I don't believe that they don't know anything about the situation. Hearing what Xiao Bei said, Wang Wei felt a chill all over his body. He really didn't know what His Majesty was thinking. He gave a group of children so much power, but they didn't know how to be tactful. They just focused on one thing and didn't let go. If His Majesty issued an edict of self-punishment first, then the officials of Guo province wouldn't be able to think it through. Many of them would be beheaded, let alone those who lost their official position. Go ahead and make a fuss. Make a big fuss. Wang Wei knew that he couldn't stop it, so he finally decided not to get involved. It was up to him whether he wanted to get involved or not. As soon as he had this idea, Xiao Bei had another idea. You're Wang Wei, right? It just so happens that I don't have enough people. You can help me count the numbers. It's best if you can find someone to help you do it after you get to the county. Go from house to house and ask. Don't miss anyone. Otherwise, yes, sir. Wang Wei didn't need Xiao Bei to say what else he would do. He agreed immediately. He was afraid of Xiao Bei. However, as soon as he agreed, he felt that something was wrong. He asked in a low voice, you brought 600 to 700 people. In addition to the protection team, there should be many people from the inner yard, right? Based on the abilities of the inner yard of your two families, it shouldn't be difficult for the people you brought to handle the government affairs of a province, right? What did you say? Louder, Xiao Bei asked with a stern face. No, nothing. Wang Wei didn't dare to say anything else. Suddenly, he couldn't stay here any longer. After all, Li Bai was still sick. He didn't know how his condition was. He said anxiously, why don't I go back to work? Go. I'll arrange for 20 people to follow you. Take over the county affairs first. If you encounter any obstructions, shoot them on the spot. From now on, Hongnong will be under military control. Xiao Bei waved his hand boldly. When Wang Wei was carried back, Xiao Yuan suggested, we should send a message to our people in the county. Let them stir things up and let the people in the county know that we are here. Otherwise, if Wang Wei goes there, he will definitely encounter a lot of resistance. Many people will die. What if someone runs away? Xiao Bei asked. Where would they run to? If they run, send out wanted posters. Catch them everywhere and torture them to death. Good idea. Let's do that. Torture. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up as he agreed. Wang Wei didn't know what kind of conspiracy was in the school. He was already rushing with all his might. Even so, he still needed someone to help him. He alternated between running by himself and being carried by others. He finally experienced the fighting strength of the seedling protection team. He also understood what it meant to march forcefully. The team headed towards the county in a straight line. They ran when they encountered shallow water and swam when they encountered deep water. Wang Wei estimated that at this speed, the time it would take to reach the county should be a quarter of the time it would take for them to take a detour. It might even be shorter. After swimming for 3 li, Wang Wei lay on the wet grass like a dead dog, panting heavily. He didn't have any strength left in his body. Furthermore, he was being carried by others. He only felt cold and sore all over. Moreover, he was hungry, but he didn't want to eat anything. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Here, drink this. Just when Wang Wei didn't know how to endure the discomfort in his body, someone beside him handed him a water bottle. Wang Wei thought it was water, so he took it and drank it. As soon as he drank it, he almost spat it out. He scrunched up his face and asked, "What did you give me to drink?" "Salt, glucose, and something called caffeine extracted from tea leaves." It was later changed to tea and taurine. The person in the seedling protection team briefly explained. Wang Wei was confused. Why didn't I know there was such a thing? Your rank is not high enough. Other than the emperor and some people, there's only the Zhang family and Wang family have it. I understand. If there's anything good, you can get it first. I'll wait for you to work hard. As soon as Wang Wei heard this, he understood. Whenever Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted someone to make something good, they would first give it to their own family to enjoy. They said that it was an experiment, and then they would give it to the emperor and the princes. The members of the protection team responded and stuffed another piece of beef jerky into Wang Wei's mouth. They said, chew slowly. Chew it into pieces before swallowing. Your physique is far inferior. You're not even as good as Xiao Bei. I'm not as good as him? Wang Wei was not convinced. Not to mention one, even if all 9 of them were tied together, it would be very easy for me to deal with them. If all 9 of them work together, they can bite you to death. Don't think that you can defeat a child at once. You have to touch their body first. You will die faster if you use cold weapons. If it's in the water, I will also die in their hands. You really can't compare to Xiao Bei's. The young master said that she is the most talented in swimming. She can easily swim 2 miles with her hands and feet tied behind her back. Her endurance is also better than yours, and she recovers faster than you. As long as she has enough food, she can recover a lot of strength in a quarter of an hour. She can recover more than half of her strength in an hour. The people in the seedling protection team were also eating, so they had time to chat with Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not believe that 9 children could bite him to death, but he admitted that children recovered quickly. This was because he had only heard of adults who were tired on the first day, rested for a night, and felt sore the next day. He had never heard of a child who ran and played crazily on the first day and felt sore the next day. Usually, they could continue to run crazily. As for Xiao Bei's swimming ability, Wang Wei was not sure. It was scary enough that she could not drown with her hands and feet tied, let alone swim so far. Without giving Wang Wei too much time to rest, the team continued to set off after eating 3 pieces of beef jerky. Wang Wei could only encourage himself by saying that he could see Li Bai as soon as possible and let him be safe. Otherwise, he would not be able to persist. Li Bai was also worried about Wang Wei at this time. He had sent out his men. He was afraid that Yan Zhang would do something desperate and kill Wang Wei. The only hope was that Wang Wei was smart enough to mention that he came with him before he was killed. Moreover, he was staying outside and could return to the capital to meet the emperor at any time. In that case, Yan Zhang would have to catch him first before he could kill him. Brother Majia, please take care. When we came, we talked and laughed, and taught Du Kong how to snuggle up with Chong Yi. If I return drunk for 1,000 years, I will only remember yesterday with tears in my eyes. If you die, I will beg Zhang Xiaobao. I am an official arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. I will beg him to avenge you. If he doesn't agree, I will kneel in front of his house until I die. In the inn, Li Bai looked at the food on the table in front of him, but he had no appetite at all. Even though he was under the guise of the Zhang family and the Wang family, and the food was obviously better after he took out the money, he still could not eat. It was not easy for him to meet someone he could talk to. Both of them knew how to write poems, had ambitions, and understood that if Wang Wei really did not come back, wouldn't he lose a confidant? At this moment, Li Bai regretted it the most. He took a bite of the braised meat on the table. It was obviously salty, but he could not feel the slightest taste. It was as if he was chewing wax. He looked at the rain outside the window and said to himself with annoyance, if I had known this would happen, I would have sincerely sought refuge with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why did I have to be so virtuous? Why did I have to wait for the emperor to value me personally? If I was really a member of the Zhang family and the Wang family, even if I went to the Yamen to question them immediately, what would they dare to do to me? They would not dare to touch me even if they were given 100 guts. Thinking of this, Li Bai ate more and more slowly. He only ate a few mouthfuls of food, but drank a lot of wine. He drank so much that he felt dizzy and did not feel hungry. He threw the chopsticks away and stared at the rain outside with half-closed eyes. His thoughts drifted away for a while. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Good news! Your Excellency! Good news! When Li Bai was in a daze, Ma San, who went to inquire about the news, came back. He did not continue to be careful and shouted in the corridor. With a bang, the door was knocked open. Ma San stood at the door with a silly smile all over his body. Li Bai looked at him in surprise and was confused. What's the matter? Caught. Ma San grinned and spat out 2 words. Then he picked up the wine on the table and drank 2 mouthfuls. He continued, ha ha ha, Your Excellency, County Magistrate Yen Zhang was caught. Zhang Xiaobei came. She really came. Yen Zhang was caught when he went there. It was said that he was beaten beyond recognition. Who did you hear that from? Li Bai suddenly felt that the sky was clear and the clouds were gone. It was just because of the 3 words, Zhang Xiaobei. He knew what these 3 words represented too well. She was the youngest child of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Just like her name, Baby. This was a name that people loved and feared. Chapter 928. Ma San was happy. He thought that since Li Bai had found the organization, they could also get close to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Bai was both happy and annoyed. Zhang Xiaobei was here, and Yen Zhang was arrested. Wang Wei would naturally be fine, but he did not complete the task assigned by the emperor. Could it be that his purpose of coming here was to run hundreds of miles and then get sick? To feel the feeling of being sick in a foreign place? No, he had to do something. He couldn't just wait. Zhang Xiaobao didn't like incompetent people. Yes, he had to cooperate with him. After this incident, Li Bai decided to tie himself to the chariot of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He thought hard and said to Ma San, my wife Xiaobei is coming. You go to other inns and restaurants and tell them that the Zhang family and the Wang family of Xueqi County asked you to block all entrances and exits of Hongnong County. Okay. Ma San agreed happily, but he was puzzled why. There are other fish in the county that haven't been caught yet. If we don't block them first, we have to arrange people to chase after them when Xiaobei comes. It's troublesome. You have to do it well. Li Bai patted Ma San's shoulder seriously. Ma San tried to straighten his back and said solemnly, Don't worry. I will do it well and won't let any bad guys go. But, what if they don't believe me? Li Bai frowned slightly and thought for a moment. He took out his official seal and the documents to prove his identity from his leather bag and slowly gave them to Ma San, saying, Use this as a letter and tell them my identity. I'm an official sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family to take the lead. Ma San took the documents with firm eyes and promised solemnly, Your Excellency, please rest assured. I'll take the documents with me. Okay. Let's return Hongnong County to a clear sky. Li Bai patted Ma San's shoulder again. Ma San left with a courageous momentum and a heart full of justice and evil. Li Bai watched Ma San go out and listened to the footsteps getting lighter and lighter until they disappeared. He grabbed the wine pot and poured it into his mouth. At the same time, he found that he was hungry. Seeing all kinds of delicacies on the table, he picked up the chopsticks and ate crazily. Outside the window, lightning still flashed and thunder was still rolling. Along with the rolling thunder was the rumbling of the train. The train from Chang'an to Luoyang left 2 hours early. Those who came early made it, while those who came late cursed as they waited for the next train. Some well-informed people did their best to investigate and finally found out why the train, which had always been on time, left 2 hours earlier, was temporarily requisitioned by the Dei Medical School and the School of Between the Clouds and the Water. Moreover, the next train would depart 1 hour later, leaving only 1 carriage for other people, and the rest would be requisitioned. When the people who were cursing heard the news, they shut up almost at the same time. They dared to offend the medical school of Between the Clouds and the Water. At worst, they would not go to eat, but they did not dare to offend the medical school of Dei. They were afraid that if they fell ill in the future, they would not treat them, even though they had both medical skills and medical ethics. While they were waiting, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard from the west of the capital. As the sound got closer, everyone realized that it was a group of cavalry coming from that direction. At first glance, there were no less than 2,000 people, and the number of horses they sat on was dazzling. A large flag was erected in front of the cavalry. The flag, which was soaked by the rain, was still fluttering in the wind. There was a picture of a rice seedling riding a horse on it. On the upper right corner of the flag was the word fan, and on the upper left corner was the word tie. Other than the sound of the horse's hooves, no other sound could be heard. They whistled and flashed into the distance like the wind. Fan Metro Cavalry Camp. There are at least 2 camps, right? No wonder there are so many horses. 3 for each person. This is the army that Zhang Xiaobao gave to Demonis Cuckoo. What happened? What happened? Our Tang's most powerful iron cavalry camp has actually been mobilized. Among the people waiting at the train station, one of them had seen the battle between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. While he was deeply shocked, he also firmly remembered that Demonis Cuckoo had at least 8 iron cavalry camps and a special force under her command. Now that 2 camps of iron cavalry had been mobilized, it would be a lie to say that they weren't curious. Of course, they were only curious and not afraid. No matter where the battle was, they believed that Cuckoo would be able to handle it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized just 2 camps. As long as it wasn't an attack on the capital or a rebellion, they didn't have to worry. Another person dressed like a scholar nodded in agreement. Yes, something must have happened somewhere. The last train was mobilized from the medical academy and between the clouds and the water. This time, it's the Iron Cavalry. The medical academy will naturally train the current battlefield doctors. Between the clouds and the water is a chain restaurant of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, and is in charge of logistics. I wonder who's the unlucky one? Maybe Cuckoo and Xiaobao have already gone there. I wonder who's so powerful that the 2 of them have to take action personally. Oh, I just remembered. What's going to happen to this year's autumn examinations? For a moment, the people waiting at the train station and the passers-by began to discuss, each looking for evidence to prove their point. It was very lively. There was also a group of people strolling on the platform of the train station. After entering the platform, because there was shelter, the servants put away their foldable umbrellas and handed the leader of the group a foldable fan that Wang Wan had invented. The fan moved up and down as the person fanned it, and the surface of the fan looked like it was painted, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Cuckoo's Iron Cavalry has been mobilized? Do you know where they're heading? The person fanning the fan heard the voices of others and asked the person beside him. Your Highness, I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. At most, it's just a battle. Since Deputy Military Governor Wang has gone there personally, he should be able to return victorious in a few days. Oh, the person who went to investigate has come back. I'll ask him. The person replied and took a letter from the person who had hurried over. After a while, he replied to the person fanning the fan. Your Highness, it's not a big deal. The tractor cannons haven't been mobilized, and the Air Force hasn't been mobilized. The gunships stationed in the capital are still docked at the harbor. The logistics camp in the capital also hasn't made any preparations. The capital is fine. Of course I know that the capital is fine. Let me ask you, in this big world, who can attack the capital? The gunships in the river haven't been mobilized, but what about the ones in the sea? The artillery and air force around the capital haven't been mobilized, but what about the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office? If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are going out together, why would they need to mobilize the logistics in the capital? The person fanning the fan asked several questions in a row. The person who reported was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while he said, Your Highness, even if they're mobilized, I'm not worried. The Tang Empire's strong army, under the leadership of Cuckoo, what's there to be afraid of? Yes, I also know that, but a little girl can give the Tang Empire so much confidence. It would be a lie to say that I'm not worried. Listen to the people around us. They only talk about who is unlucky. No one said that the Tang Empire will lose a battle. She fought a battle and used tactics to flatten the Commander-in-Chief's office and the Protectorate General's office in the north of Hebei province. Is she really invincible? The person fanning the fan was still dissatisfied. Yes, they all have confidence. But Cuckoo has always won against other generals in the sand table. The person explained. It's just an armchair strategist. The person wanted to say that it was not an armchair strategist. The sand table deduction took into account the terrain, weather, and other factors. If she could win in the sand table, it wouldn't be bad in reality. Thinking like this, the person didn't dare to say it out loud. He had to mention his matter. Your Highness, Concubine Li asked me to tell Your Highness to visit Empress Wang more often. Concubine Li said that the Empress is kind and asked Your Highness to listen to her more. She said that with the Empress around, Your Highness' position as the Crown Prince will be stable. I know. But the Empress also has her own children and has a good relationship with Cuckoo. Why don't you find time to visit Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Also, you have to visit Master Gao often. And Li Sun. He's not in his own place. He's gone to Bohai Sea. You have to find time to write to him. As the person called the Crown Prince spoke, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He was afraid. He was afraid of Empress Wang's son, Li Sun, and he was also afraid of his cousin, Li Sun. He knew that although he was the Crown Prince, it was only because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said a few words. It could no longer be described as doting. He personally sent food to his father, but it had to be tested before he could eat it. His father actually ate the food that Zhang Xiaobao personally sent. Wasn't he afraid of being poisoned? Fortunately, the two of them didn't care about the position. They were only helping Empress Wang in the palace. Otherwise, wouldn't the Tang Empire be in chaos? The two of them were also good to him. Every time they sent something, he would receive more than the others. They were very strict with the rules. As for Li Sun, he couldn't compare. They had a private relationship and had been in contact with each other before they became successful. Your Highness, it seems that Xueqi and Hong Wan are going to have children. I heard that the eggs have been laid. Why don't we collect some useful things and send them over? The baby eagles are coming out? That's good. Maybe we can ask for one when the time comes. Xueqi is not ordinary. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a person with wings. Eagles eat meat, right? Then buy 2 cows or deer. We'll kill them and feed them when the time comes. Your Highness, this humble subject has an idea. Let people catch grasshoppers and find a warm place to raise them. When the time comes, we'll feed them to Ing. The chicken will grow strong after eating grasshoppers. Okay, you arrange this. The person called the Crown Prince made a decision. On the train from Chang'an to Luoyang, there were also people talking about Xueqi and Hong Wan. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through a report that had just been sent over from the seaside in Hunan province. Wang Wan sat across from Zhang Xiaobao. She held a cup of coffee in her hand and sipped it from time to time. This coffee was not obtained from North America. It was obtained from the mainland. Some businessmen in the past brought back foreign students and gave it to Li Longji as a rare gift. When Wang Wan saw it, she wanted to grind it into powder and drink it with water. She also asked people to take other coffee beans to Luzhou to try planting them. She also asked other businessmen to bring back more coffee beans. If anyone brought back seeds that could grow into trees, she would let Zhang Xiaobao reward them. It's autumn on the other side of the sea, right? Wang Wan took another sip of coffee and asked. Yes, it's spring in South America, Zhang Xiaobao replied. You didn't ask about South America. Since it's autumn, there should be other eagles laying eggs, right? How does our Xueqi, Hong Wan compare to them? Wang Wan looked at the report in Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Her question had nothing to do with the report. It's normal. Different eagles lay eggs at different times. I think the baby eagles will be born after we're done with this matter. Our eagles can lay 11 eggs, 1 for each child. There are still 2 left. This is also a sum of money. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the report and said something important. Yes, Xueqi and Hong Wan's children were more important than the report. Wang Wan put down her cup in dissatisfaction and said, You still want to sell it? I'll rent it. I think you're also a pig. Do you care about that little bit of money? I wonder if Xiaobei, Xiao Yuan, and the others are sick? That Yan Zheng's family was wiped out. Corruption and bribery are serious enough, but he dared to let the Honglu River breach just to plunder the wealth of the people in the county. Haven't I killed enough people because of the breach of the Yangtze River? We joined hands and lost hundreds of thousands of lives, but we still couldn't deter the officials. Wang Wan had a pained expression when she talked about Hongnon County. The flood had not only washed away the lives and property of the people, but also the loyalty of the people to the great Tang. How much money could the families of the people who had died be able to erase the painful memories in their hearts? If one of the children who lost their families was like Zhang Xiaobao, the consequences were unimaginable. He even dared to assassinate the prime minister of a country. What else couldn't he do? Zhang Xiaobao's face was also full of grief and indignation. He threw the report in his hand on the table between them and said, I think Xiaobao did a good job. He didn't let Yan Zheng die. He put him outside the south gate of Hongnong County and let him live a painful life. This is more of a deterrent than a dead person. What about his family? They actually went to Japan. Damn the Japanese, they tricked us. They came up with a fake futures contract, and they even need to get the certificate of purchase first. Did they want to buy the stock together with the stock, right? Don't you think the Japanese are so smart? You just took the lead, and the stock market is not ready yet, and they can think of such a trick. What's more infuriating is that many officials are personally involved. Why don't our businessmen understand? Wang Wan said gloomily as she pulled the stack of reports. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed the cup in Wang Wan's hand and took a sip. He said, "Good, the coffee is good. It tastes the same when it's cold and when it's hot. It's good coffee. I never thought that the Japanese are stupid. Of course, our businessmen are also very smart. It's just that our businessmen know the harm to the Tang Empire by doing what the Japanese are doing, so they don't dare to do it. The Japanese are not fighting in their own country. They don't know how to care for the people. After I deal with them, our businessmen will also do it in Japan. The businessmen of the Tang Empire won't let others hit them on the left side of their face, and then let others hit them on the right side." "What are you going to do? You even mobilized 2 battalions of soldiers." Wang Wan grabbed the coffee back. "Kill." Zhang Xiaobao spat out a word. "Really kill? Not using economic means to solve it? Don't you like economic matters? Do you use economic means?" Wang Wan asked as she turned the cup in her hand. Chapter 929. Then, how are we going to treat Yan Zheng's family? Wang Wan pushed the cup with 1/5 of the coffee to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the cup and waved for the train attendant to add more water. The attendant was not far away. It was not that she was willing to stay in the same place, but she did not dare to let herself out of the sight of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Their identities were too prominent. The cup was filled to 80% full. The attendant did not say anything more and returned with a smile. "Look, our Tang dynasty is still better. At least the cup is not filled to the brim. It is more convenient for people to hold it up to drink. Unlike our time, when we ordered a cup of draft beer, the cup was filled to the brim. The standard was also high and there was no foam at all. I had to bend over to drink it." Zhang Xiaobao praised and took out the coffee bottle from Wang Wan's bag. He poured the coffee into the cup and threw in 4 pieces of sugar. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao for a full 5 seconds. "It's better for you to drink sugar water. My cup is a coffee cup, not a teapot." Luckily, someone added 80% of the water. If it was 90%, you wouldn't even be able to throw in the sugar. You are talking about before you went abroad, right? When you were eating snacks at the roadside stalls, people would want to give you 50 to 60% beer and 40% foam. But can you drink that kind of foam? Are you willing to spend the price of a cup to buy half a cup of wine? No one is like you. That's called being practical, okay? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have understood something and said, "When there are more types of coffee in the future, there will be no need to extract caffeine from tea leaves. Extracting caffeine from tea leaves is a stupid thing to do. Extracting caffeine from coffee is not smart either. Caffeine can be synthesized, you know? Don't change the topic. I'm asking you about Yan Zheng's family." Wang Wan sometimes felt helpless when it came to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care that it was hot and took a sip of the coffee. He smacked his lips twice and said, "There's really too much sugar. It's like the coffee candy I ate when I was young. It's a pity that it lacks the taste of milk. I'll make some for Xiaobei and the rest later. Actually, I learned how to use your unfinished coffee when I was working as a waiter in a coffee shop. They were too immoral, so I quit after 2 days." "Yes, Xiaobao. I know you have a lot of life experience and know that there are unscrupulous businessmen. I agree to make coffee candies for Xiaobei and the rest. Yan Zheng's family is in Japan now. What do you plan to do?" Wang Wan didn't have the slightest intention to give up on this question and continued to ask. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head in silence. After a while, he raised his head and said, "According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, Yan Zheng deserved to die even if his entire family was executed. From my point of view, unless his family was directly involved in this matter, he shouldn't be killed. Yan Zheng's family used to be very poor. He had a father and a mother. The year he passed the Jinshu examination, his father was bedridden. In fact, he was paralyzed. He was very filial. After that, he married a wife and had 2 concubines. He had 2 sons and 4 daughters. The youngest daughter is called Meow Meow. She's 3 years and 4 months old this year. Look, there's a sketch drawn by someone after our intelligence personnel dictated it and then colored it. She's a very cute little girl. She likes to eat the jelly from the candy house named by our Xiaobei. She likes to wear the princess dress that Xiaobei used to wear. The person she wants to see the most is Chang'e on the moon. The thing she's most afraid of is meeting the Queen Mother of the West. Her biggest wish is that every child in the world can have an endless amount of jelly. What she wants to do the most is to invite homeless children to her home in winter and treat them to hot pot. Zhang Xiaobao said in a flat tone. He even pulled out a page from the intelligence report. On it was a colored sketch. After that, he didn't wait for Wang Wan to ask and continued. So, what I mean is that Japan should send them back and hand them over to the Tang dynasty for trial. I'm not talking about the Japanese's conditions. I'm talking about the Tang dynasty. Who asked them to take in the family of the guilty official. They have to pay the price and promise that they won't dare to take in people from the Tang dynasty again. They have to bear the consequences of the Tang dynasty's material and mental damage caused by this matter. We still have the right to investigate further. And then, Wang Wan looked at the cute little girl in the sketch and asked. Then, I propose a punishment. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Drown all of Yan Zheng's family members to comfort the people who died in the flood in Hongnong County. The amount of money that Japan compensates must be more than the loss of the people of Hongnong County. The rest of the money will be formed into an open fund that accepts donations from all walks of life. It will be used to hunt down the escaped officials of the Tang dynasty and their family members. For example, before you caused me to go to the Tang dynasty with you, you said the same thing as the person with the hair release detonator, right? It's very scary. $100 million in bonuses. Even such a vicious person was frightened by you. When you swapped the children, you became a hero, right? Many people will remember you. Can you really bear to drown Meow Meow? Before Zhang Xiaobao finished his words, Wang Wan continued. When she asked about drowning Meow Meow, her expression was very complicated. Zhang Xiaobao knocked his head with his fist and said, I reckon that when the media reports about me independently, freely and truthfully, they will say that I am in cahoots with that person, and that you are the hero, the blood-stained genius overlord flower. Therefore, the death of Meow Meow and the others can be done to the same extent as the media. Wang Wan smiled. You are really soft-hearted. When it comes to children, you can't bear to do it. How are you going to do it? Bring them back and drown them in water for a quarter of an hour. Then take them out and give them to the medical school for research. From then on, there will be no Yan Zheng's family and no Meow Meow in the world. Drown them in front of Yan Zheng. Yang Kang's son Yang Gua is not as bad as Yang Kong. He is a national hero in the novel, although he hinders the integration of the nation. Zhang Xiaobao's mood was much better. It took him a lot of effort to come up with this idea. Wang Wan also nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, tell me about how you slandered me. I'm not slandering you. You are indeed a hero. At least you still followed us when you knew that we were facing a dangerous situation. Do you think the coffee milk candy should be wrapped in candy wrappers or made into lollipops? Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the coffee cup and said. Wang Wan fell into deep thought for a moment. She tapped the table and asked, If you use candy paper, do you need to put glutinous rice paper in the middle? Our technology is not good enough. The milk is too pure. We lack edible stabilizers and hardeners. Then make a lollipop. Roll it with glutinous rice flour and make it bigger. 20 centimeters in diameter. One piece of candy is enough for 10 children to lick for a day. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands. I'm afraid it's too heavy. The children can't hold it. Wang Wan immediately thought. In this way, the two people began to discuss about the candy. When the sound of brakes resounded in the station, the food that followed the 9 children had been transported to the county by the people in the city. Zhang Xiaobei's team was about to arrive at the county. Following her were the children from the school. Some people kept reporting the news. To Zhang Xiaobei's surprise, none of the people in the county who were related to Yan Zhang escaped. Those who were invited by Yan Zheng to gamble on the right to buy goods were stopped by the people at the gate of the city. After a struggle, they were beaten down and tied up. The government runners with the homemade firearms didn't resist at all. They handed over their weapons and let the waiter of the opposite inn take care of them in a courtyard. If someone else had come instead of Zhang Xiaobei, the bailiffs might have had other thoughts. But when they heard that Zhang Xiaobei had come, they felt a sense of helplessness. They didn't think that they could escape the country, especially when they had their families with them. Li Bai, who had not recovered from his illness, met Wang Wei first. After sighing with emotion, they separated to organize people to do statistics and arrange things in the county. Ma San, find 20 people to help fill up the potholes in the front street. The water can't go out. Li Bai, who was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, issued a new task to Ma San, who had just finished arranging other things. His voice passed through the rain and fog. Hey! I'm coming. 20 young men. Follow me. Ma San seemed to have endless energy. He wiped the rain on his face and shouted with all his strength to command the team to run to the front street. Li Bai looked at another person who was helping to distribute food to the people who hadn't had a good meal for many days. He waved and shouted, "You, the one in black pants, come here." "Which restaurant are you from?" "My lord, I came in from West Gate. There's a dog meat restaurant 200 steps south. They call me Go Za. The person who was called ran over and replied with a smile. "That's good. Do you know the small river beside West Gate? Just now, someone said that the water is too big. Go find a sack and fill it with soil. You must block the water back." Li Bai was relieved when he heard that the other person was working at West Gate. Go Za was stunned and shouted anxiously, "My lord, there are no more sacks. Take out the sacks of food. If there's not enough, go to the cloth shop. Even if you have to wrap the soil in cloth, you have to block it." Li Bai shouted as he reached out to support a little girl who ran over with a bowl in her hand. Go Za obeyed the order. The little girl tiptoed and raised the bowl to Li Bai's mouth. "Mother said that my lord is sick, so she made ginger sugar water for my lord to drive away the cold." Li Bai paused and took the bowl. He didn't care if there was a lot of rain in it. He raised his head and drank it all. Then he gave the bowl back and said, "I'll also give you a task. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" "Yes," the little girl shouted excitedly. She looked at Li Bai with her big eyes and waited for the task to come. "Do you see those children? Don't let them run around. Take them to the room to study. We have to fight against the heavens and learn at the same time. We have to learn tenaciously and fight resolutely. We have to bravely advance toward victory." Li Bai used the things he learned from Zhang Xiaobei in Jian and County. Waiting for the little girl to run to gather the other children, Li Bai sighed to himself. He was now beginning to feel grateful to Zhang Xiaobei. The reason why he could do what he did today was largely because he had been influenced by the noisy Zhang Xiaobei. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have organized people. Regardless of whether the arrangements were effective or not, the most important thing was to mobilize people. They wouldn't panic for nothing. The most important thing was to form a cohesive force. Zhang Xiaobei had done this in the past. She had acted like a leader to give the confused people confidence. Then things would be easier. Wang Wei was much better than Li Bai. He had done things in the local government. Later, when he was in the Ministry of Works, because of Zhang Zhong, he was busy all day. He was used to a fast-paced life. Now he could use it. From time to time, people would report news to him and Li Bai. Then, he would arrange for people to deal with it. When he wanted to support the Yaman's affairs and temporarily couldn't find people, he felt the strength of Zhang Xiaobei and Wang family. He needed people to record, read the accounts, and help to summarize the information and cooperate with his dispatch. Because of the lack of manpower, the 20 people in the sapling protection team who were responsible for protecting him naturally took over the copywriting work. When the temporary captain of the 20 people, Zhang Tang and Zhang Chushu, helped to draw the curve chart, they said, "We, the people in the sapling protection team, are indeed strong. We are really stupid, but we are not stupid. Our stupidity means that it will take a lot of effort to take the imperial examination, but you can't say that we are uneducated. Our words may not be beautiful, but we can write neatly." Wang Wei was also speechless when he encountered this kind of thing. The account of the medicine that can be transferred. Make a part of it for me first and send it to the sick people as soon as possible. The doctors have to take care of it. Wang Wei had just received a message that the sick people were gradually gathering and needed doctors and medicine. He quickly asked about the account of the medicine. The people in the sapling protection team were counting the medicine according to the category. When they heard Wang Wei's voice, they took out the commonly used medicine and sent it to Wang Wei. They said embarrassedly, "We can't do this kind of work. It's too slow. It'll be fine if we wait for our young master Xiaohai to come. He alone can take care of 10 of us." Wang Wei looked at the inventory of 52 kinds of medicine, and the classification of the corresponding diseases that had been done in half an hour. When he heard the apologetic words of the accountant, he only felt that his people in the Ministry of Works must be slacking off. Found it, found it. At this time, a person ran from the backyard and shouted happily, "Found it. That damn guy Yan Zheng actually hid the account book. This is the account book of him embezzling the wealth of the people of Hong Nong. It's clearly written where to send it, whether to sell it or mortgage it." Wang Wei just glanced at it and didn't look at it in detail. He said, "Send it to Lord Zhang and the others and let them decide." The so-called Lord Zhang was naturally Zhang Xiaobei. Although he was young, he had a good brother and sister. He could easily meet the emperor and get a high official position. Chapter 930. When the lanterns covered in oil were held up to illuminate the south gate of Hongnong County, when the torches made crackling sounds in the drizzle, Zhang Xiaobei's team appeared in the line of sight of the people who came out of the city to welcome them. Perhaps the heavens were also afraid of the murderous aura under Xiaobei's tender face, or perhaps it was a coincidence. In any case, when Zhang Xiaobei held the flashlight and waved it, the drizzle suddenly stopped. The sky that had been gloomy for many days also cleared up at this time. Only a small part of the sky was clear. There were no dark clouds in that part of the sky, and it revealed the crescent moon of the 8th lunar month, as well as a few dark stars that were covered by the moonlight. They blinked and blinked like mischievous eyes. The people who came out of the city to welcome the 2 little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family were dumbfounded. They clearly knew that the moonlight shone on everyone, but they didn't know why, but they felt that the clouds opened for the 9 children, and the stars and moon lit up for them. When the bright light shone on the 9 children, their purple clothes became bright, and the gold and silver fish bags that didn't follow the rules complemented each other. It made everyone feel that they were the most adorable children in the world. Ha! Ha! It's sunny. Xiaobei's small feet wearing official boots stamped in the water as he shouted happily. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted in an even louder voice, "The place that the emperor sent us to patrol, where the emperor's grace is, the clouds open and the moon is bright." After shouting, Xiaobei reached out and poked Wang Xiaoyuan, whispering, "It's your turn. Say something nice." "What if it rains again later?" Xiaoyuan hesitated. "We'll talk about it when it rains. Hurry, you have to go up at the critical moment," Xiaobei urged. Xiaoyuan composed himself, his mind turning quickly, and he took a deep breath. Finally, he came up with something to say and shouted, "Alas, the human world, the common people are in a terrible situation. The water is evil, the roots are broken, the children are sleeping, and the wails of grief fill the sky. How can it be the past? My emperor is in the palace, his heart is sad. He is a lowly official. He has to investigate. The mighty face of the dragon, the righteous spirit is surging, the clouds open, the moon appears, the mid-autumn festival is coming." Many commoners did not understand what Xiao Yuan was saying. They only knew that it was praising the emperor, so they all knelt down to express their gratitude. "Don't kneel, don't kneel. There's water on the ground. If you live well, Uncle Emperor will be happy. When we came here, Uncle Emperor couldn't eat or sleep. He said to me, Xiaobei, go to the place and catch the bad officials first. Then, compensate for the losses of my good people. Only enough, not enough. If there's not enough money, pay from the palace. If one person doesn't make good arrangements, I won't eat meat for a day." Xiaobei was frightened by this situation. He helped her up with heartache while spouting nonsense. Almost all the citizens did not know that Xiaobei was lying. Only Wang Wei, who had followed them out, knew that the country had money. Xiaobei was lying, but he did not dare to expose him. Otherwise, if Xiaobei remembered him, the consequences would be very serious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had rushed over from the train station in the dark, happened to see this scene. In terms of talent, Xiao Yuan is much better than Xiao Bei. Wang Wan praised her brother. The talent you're talking about is just literary talent, right? It can't be compared to ability. Zhang Xiaobao did not admit that his sister could not compare to Wang Wan's brother. Literary talent is sometimes a kind of ability. Yes, that's why Xiao Yuan is suitable to be a secretary. Xiao Bei is a waste of talent if she is not a leader. Tisk, officials are so hypocritical. Yes, I admit that. Especially officials who rely on their family's connections to enter the second division of the emergency response department. I've also done practical things there. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my sister. Xiao Bei, this child who doesn't know how to do practical things, is quite accurate at catching people. When the moon came out, I felt that there was a silver circle on her head. That's definitely not your sister. You have horns on your head. It's black. Xiao Bei did not realize that her brother and sister had arrived and was busy arguing. She was busy helping people, and the people who followed her also went to help. Xiao Bei quickly took on the role of a leader, but compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she was more practical. After helping someone up, she sincerely said to them, "Don't worry, no matter how big the loss is, His Majesty will compensate you. Not a single egg will be missing. If your family's land doesn't produce any crops this year, you will compensate according to the highest yield of the nearby area during the autumn harvest. If your family's cow goes missing and is about to give birth, you will compensate with a calf." Xiao Yuan was frightened when she heard that. She softly asked Xiao Bei, "Then if my family was doing business before the disaster and could earn 1,000 strings of coins a month, would you compensate me?" "Yes, I'll compensate you even if it's 10,000 strings of coins. Not only will I compensate you, but I'll also remember you," Xiao Bei whispered back. "Why are you threatening people? If you want to compensate, you have to be fair." "Why should I be fair? I'm not a scale. There's no way to truly compensate for this kind of thing. What I want to do is to compensate the majority of the people in the county with their assets. For the few rich people, I'll only compensate them with what they lost before. A family has 2 cows, 1 male and 1 female. Do you know what it means to have an additional calf? If a village has 2 additional cows, do you know what it means? However, for a rich person, I can just compensate him with the original amount of money. He won't eat less meat or wear bad clothes because of a lack of income for a period of time. Just like us, we work hard to be obedient, study hard, and then get rewarded. The money added up is quite a lot, right? Is that money useful to us? We only want to make our grandparents, parents, brothers, and sisters happy. At the same time, we are better than people of our age." Xiao Bei's words were similar to that of an adult. Xiao Yuan thought about it and nodded. Rich people don't care. Besides, they know the ways of the world, so they don't dare to care. That's it. I've already thought about it. Not only do I want to compensate, I want to compensate more. Every village will have to compensate 4 more cows. Xiao Bei stretched out her small white hand and waved 4 fingers in front of Xiao Yuan. "Why do you want to compensate more?" Xiao Yuan also stretched out 4 fingers. "Are you stupid? Don't you listen to your brothers and sisters? This is called political meaning, understand? Hong Nong suffered a disaster this year, and Uncle Emperor values him. We can't value him for nothing. Naturally, wherever Uncle Emperor values, that place must be powerful. Even if there's a disaster here and there are more cows, the land will be easier to plant next year. This shows that Uncle Emperor's favor is very useful." Xiao Bei continued to wave her fingers and explained to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan cupped her hands in admiration and said, "It's been hard on you. It's nothing special." Xiao Bei lowered her head and smiled bashfully. Stop him, don't let him escape." While Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were talking in low voices, there was a commotion not far away. When the 2 of them went over, they realized what was happening. It turned out that Yan Zhang had run toward the city wall when no one was paying attention. Unfortunately, his hands were tied and he couldn't control his balance well. He tripped in the pit under the water that reached his ankles. Then, he was held down and couldn't move. The people in the city thought that he was going to run, but Wang Wei knew that Yan Zhang didn't want to run. He wanted to bang his head against the wall. For him, the greatest happiness in the world right now was to die. Wang Wei also went over to take a look at Yan Zhang. At this time, one side of Yan Zheng's face had been scraped and scratched. Streaks of scars were washed by the water flowing down his head, but he didn't feel the pain at all. He turned his head numbly and looked behind him. Wang Wei's first thought was that this Yan Zheng had a good understanding of the Zhang family and Wang family. He understood the way the two families did things and understood the status of the two families in Tang. He must have been in a hurry to commit suicide after hearing Xiao Bei's words about compensating the people of Hongnong County. The reason was very simple. People who knew the two families knew that the so-called compensation was not paid by the imperial court, and the imperial court couldn't mobilize enough materials in a short time. Then, only the Zhang family and Wang family could show their ability to organize logistics once again. They used their own reserves and logistics to support Hongnong County. Then, there was a problem. Would the emperor really take out cash to give the Zhang family and Wang family? It would be difficult. Not to mention the preferential policy in exchange. Even if the emperor insisted on it, no one could do anything. Xiao Bei kept calling him Uncle Emperor. Whether it was outside or in the morning court of Xingqing Palace and Hanyuan Palace, the emperor had never objected. Every time he would happily agree. Since Uncle Emperor was short of money, why couldn't the juniors, as nieces and nephews, give some pocket money? Yes, pocket money. If the 9 little guys took out their pocket money, it would be enough to support the compensation of Hongnong County. Therefore, the money would probably fall on Xiao Bei and the others, who asked her to agree on her own accord. How could she torture Yan Zheng to vent her anger? So, Yan Zheng should be afraid. Xiao Bei didn't think too much at the moment. She waded in the water and looked down at Yan Zheng, saying, "Why are you running? You dare to do and you dare to admit." Yan Zheng tried to straighten his upper body that was stepped on by others. He turned his head and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to see the emperor. I have something to say." "You have something to say?" Xiao Bei asked. Then, she turned to the 2 girls and asked, "Guess what he is going to say?" The 2 girls had been with Xiao Bei for several years. Under the influence of her, they knew a lot of things. Hearing Xiao Bei's question, the 2 girls looked at each other. Then they said, "He will definitely curse the emperor when he sees him. Let the emperor kill him in anger, even if he is cut into 2 pieces. At least it's better than falling into our hands." "Did you hear that?" Xiao Bei asked Yan Zheng, whose eyes were full of shock. Without waiting for Yan Zheng to answer, she continued, "Okay, you can see Uncle Emperor but not now. Now I will put you outside the south gate of Hongnong County and torture you for at least a month. Then, I will go to the capital with you to see the emperor. I will stay with Uncle Emperor. If the emperor wants to kill you, I will stop him and propose to put you in Hanyuan Palace Hall and outside Xingqing Palace. Every time there is a morning court or when Uncle Emperor summons people, I will let the officials take a good look at you. Oh, when the examinees meet the emperor after the imperial examination, you will also be invited to appear. Don't play tricks with me. It's useless. I am soft-hearted. When I think of the scene of the flood washing away other people's parents and the scene of a child about the same age as me crying out for his parents in a dream, I feel like someone is cutting me with a knife. So, I want to vent my anger on you. I feel bad, so I can't let you have an easy time. Also, my brother and sister said that you are delaying their autumn imperial examination, so Uncle Emperor asked for the autumn imperial examination to be postponed for a month. There are so many examinees, and now they have to rely on our family to support them. They have to eat well, live well, and we have to prepare the 4 treasures of the study for them. Yan Zheng, you are too much. Yan Zheng was stunned. He suddenly realized that his son and daughter, whom he was proud of, were no longer smart. Compared to the children of the Zhang family and Wang family, they were clearly fools. Xiao Yuan, who was at the side, timely interrupted. "Yes, you should feel honored that you can actually ask my brother and sister to come. How big of a face do you have? It is comparable to the millions of heroic soldiers of Tubo, not weaker than the heroes of the tribes in the north of Hebei province. It is like the elite cavalry of the grassland Tujue. If I had known it would be like this, I would have arranged a position for you at the sword meet of Mount Hua. So, you can rest assured that you will not die. Be good and live on strong." When these words were said, Yan Zheng dejectedly buried his head in the water again. He was immediately pulled up, afraid that he would drown. When these words were said, the people of Hongnong were moved. They did not expect that the emperor would actually send Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. At this point, all the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were all present. The people suddenly felt that even if the imperial court did not compensate them, it was fine. A county was enough for the emperor to value it so much. The destroyed home, they could rebuild it themselves. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not continue to hide in the dark and walked out together. Zhang Xiaobao first patted his brother and sister's head, then looked at Yan Zhang with a cold face and said, "I really admire your courage. You think that everything will be fine after you send your family to Japan, right? I will let you know that some things can't be done, and some roads can't be turned back. I happen to lack an excuse to attack Japan with force. I hope the Japanese can continue to protect your family." After that, Zhang Xiaobao ignored Yan Zhang, who was scared out of his wits, and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan tightly pursed her lips and looked around. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she said in a soft voice, "Order the Tibetan underground cavalry camp to take care of Gua province. Order the Hunan province garrison army to seal off all provinces and counties in Hunan province. Order the Bohai Sea Commandery Army to cut off the Tang Empire's Hunan province. Order the Tang Empire to enforce martial law within 100 nautical miles of the Hunan province coastline." There was no trace of anger in her words, but in the ears of the people around, it was like a clap of thunder. There was blood, and it was fatal. As expected, the emperor did not send Xiao Bao and Cuckoo here to play. Devilish Cuckoo smiled. Someone was going to die. The people who knew the legend of Devilish Cuckoo were first frightened, then relaxed, and then became comfortable. Cuckoo only killed bad people. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "From now on, I will stay in Hongnong and rebuild the home with everyone. As long as it is not rebuilt, I will not return to the capital to participate in the autumn imperial examination." The people immediately cheered, but there were a few people in the crowd who looked worried. Chapter 931. It began to rain again. Not only did the rain not stop in Hongnong County, but also in the capital, Chang'an, Hunan, and many other places, as well as the autumn harvest, which was supposed to be sunny, were also dripping with rain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Hongnong County, but their hearts were all over the Tang Empire. No matter what kind of crop it was not a good thing to be drenched by rain in the autumn harvest. Some would rot and some would sprout directly. It shouldn't be just a matter of calming down after the price of necessities has skyrocketed, and it shouldn't be passed on to the people. Officials who know that there is a disaster but don't act first and wait until the disaster is serious should be killed. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to waste his energy on Yan Zhang, a person who had a death wish that was harder than stepping on the heavens. He picked up Xiao Bei and walked towards the city. At the same time, he spoke to Wang Wan, who had disregarded her status and kicked Yan Zhang. Wang Wan picked up her brother and followed beside him. "It's okay. Now that the country has abundant resources, all the warehouses are full. We'll be in charge of allocation and let the people of the big companies help. When the disaster is over, we'll give them some convenience when they develop overseas." I'll help too. Xiao Bei turned his head and waved his little fist to show his presence. Wang Wan smiled and pinched Xiao Bei's chubby face. "Our Xiao Bei is awesome. Patrol Inspector Zhang Xiaobai. Listen to my orders." "Yes." Xiao Bei first put on a serious face, then smiled and hugged his brother's neck. "What's so fun about this? Organize the children under the age of 12 in Hongnong County. Don't disturb the adults when they are rebuilding their homes. Can you complete the task?" Wang Wan said loudly. "I promise to complete the task." Xiao Bei also replied loudly. Then he muttered softly, "You're treating me like a child again. Okay, I'll go coax the child." Zhang Xiaobao's team walked forward, and the people on the road automatically made way for them. At this moment, many people found that their mood had changed. They were no longer depressed or angry. The rain didn't stop, the flood was still raging, and the lost property didn't suddenly come back. But for some reason, there was a kind of relaxed feeling. It was as if even if the sky fell down, everything would be fine, even better than before the disaster. Li Bai, who was carrying his sick body, rushed to Wang Wei's side. After observing the expressions of the people, he sighed. "Brother Mojie, it has changed. It has all changed. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. That's true. The 11 treasures of the Zhang family and Wang family are all here. It can be seen how important Hong Nong is to His Majesty. If he can't do this, who else can? When will we be able to do that? Li Bai did not say anything more. He looked around and remembered that he still had work to do. Dragging his weak body, he continued to arrange for reinforcements everywhere. It didn't take long for someone to come over and take Li Bai's pulse and auscultate. In the end, the two doctors combined their opinions and took the current situation into consideration. They decided to use intravenous drips to treat Li Bai. The two of you have worked hard. Why don't you take a seat and rest? Li Bai followed the tube from the bottle to the needle that was inserted into the blood vessel in his hand. He didn't know what kind of glue was used to make the doctor stay. We don't have time. There are other people waiting for help. The male doctor of the two doctors, who was in charge of traditional Chinese medicine, did not appreciate his kindness at all. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Li Bai hurriedly stopped him. Don't. I have to know what disease I have. You don't need to know what disease you have. You just need to know that the people who have been treated by me will definitely be cured. The male doctor said confidently. Seeing that the two doctors were about to leave, Li Bai stopped them again. I temporarily conscripted you. You wait. Who will pull out the tube for me later? The water in the bottle has reached the bottom. Pull it out yourself and press it with a cotton ball. You are a man, but you are more timid than a woman. The female doctor finally couldn't help but turn around and criticize Li Bai. As for Li Bai's conscription, the two doctors did not care at all. No one could command the people of the Zhang family and Wang family without an imperial edict. Looking at the doctor who was gradually disappearing in the rain, Li Bai sighed and said to himself, sure enough, there is no good doctor. Medical ethics, medical ethics. A doctor should have the heart of a parent. Ma-san, come here. Find the original doctor of the medical center in the city and pull out the tube for me later. Ma-san was sweating profusely after running around. When he heard Li Bai calling him, he saw that it was a small matter like pulling out the needle. He held back his helplessness and said, Sir, I will pull it out for you later. The people in the medical center are all busy. That bastard Yan Zheng has made the people in the county suffer. When I passed by the south gate just now, I took a glance and was really tortured there. Now the officials have no medical ethics, and the doctors have no medical ethics. I don't trust you to pull it out. You should at least tell me what disease you have. Li Bai was still worried. My lord, why don't you go back to the inn and rest? I'll get someone to prepare a bowl of ginger water for you. Take a nap and you'll definitely recover when you wake up. When I'm done here, I'll look for the doctor and ask him what's wrong with you. I won't give up until I know the truth. This is not necessary. He said that I don't know how to use the medicine. Looking at how confident he is, he should be a famous doctor. Li Bai no longer entangled himself with the pathology of his body and sent Ma-san away. Suddenly, he thought about it. Not to mention the doctor's medical skills, at least his confident attitude made people feel at ease. This is the gap between us. I also need to be confident. Li Bai seemed to have a better understanding of things. He looked up at the bottle hanging high up and pretended to be calm as he commanded. Wang Wei did not know where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went. He did not chase after them to report the situation to the county. He thought that there was a special intelligence officer in charge of reporting. At this time, Wang Wei was at the south gate, directing people to pave the road for the convenience of passage. With the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all kinds of materials collected from other places began to be transported to Hong Nong. Some of the food that came with Xiaobei had already been transported into the city. The road at the south gate was even worse. Wang Wei stood at the gate to coordinate. The overall command of the county was naturally handed over to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wei never thought that he could do better than Zhang Xiaobao. It was said that when Zhang Zhong first came to Luzhou, the person in charge of the distribution of materials was not Zhang Zhong. It was his eldest son, Zhang Xiaobao, who was not even 10 years old. According to witnesses, at that time, the flood was monstrous, dark clouds covered the world, and the faint cry of a dragon could be heard. It was afraid that it was ordered to come from the immortal court and punish the world. Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo pointed to the sky and asked the immortals if they dared to fight. The dragon retreated in fear, the clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars appeared. It is said that it is just a rumor. What does the house in the sky look like? Ah! Wang Wei muttered and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he sneezed. Only then did he remember that he had not taken the medicine given by the doctor. He walked to a place at the gate where hot water was boiled. He poured the medicine into his mouth and reached out for half a bowl of hot water. Then, he took 2 deep breaths and swallowed the medicine with water in his mouth. He felt much more relieved. It would be better if there was a skewer of mutton. Chicken is fine too. After taking the medicine, Wang Wei faintly smelled the aroma of roasted meat. He looked at the person who was boiling the water and said with a smile, "My uncle is an official. My uncle is an official." Suddenly, he heard someone beside him and felt his trouser leg being pulled. Wang Wei looked down. He saw a little boy holding a skewer of meat and looking up at him. The skewer was filled with pieces of meat dripping with oil. No wonder it smelled so good. Wang Wei sniffed uncontrollably and gave the little boy a smile that he thought was the most sincere. The little boy's face that was still stained with dirt also turned into a flower. "Uncle Officer, I will treat you to meat skewers. I was wrong last time. Now I know that there are good things in being an official." After hearing the little boy's words, Wang Wei recognized who he was. It was the little boy whose family specialized in barbecuing meat skewers. At that time, he said that there was no good in being an official and ran into the rain with anger and disappointment toward the whole Tang Empire. No matter how hungry Wang Wei was, he could not snatch the food from the little boy. He said with a smile, "So my position is good?" Yes, it is good. Eat the meat. I roasted it. I am full. I roasted it especially for Uncle. Each piece is 1/3 of the muscle, 1/3 of the fat, and 1/3 of the lean meat. Haha. If Uncle doesn't eat it, I will throw it away. I will really throw it away." The little boy introduced the meat and pretended to throw it away. He looked at Wang Wei with longing eyes. Wang Wei was indeed hungry. He looked at the meat skewers and said, "Eat half of it and give the other half to people who need it more. Uncle can't eat more." Then he asked, "How do you know Uncle's position is good?" The little boy nodded and gave half of the stick to Wang Wei. Then he answered, "Because Uncle swallowed when he smelled the barbecued meat. An official who is not a good person would be sick of eating meat. He would not be greedy." Just because of this? Wang Wei did not agree. "Not really. There is more important. You were not caught by the Zhang family and the Wang family. You came back with Patrol Inspector Xiaobei. So your position is good, while the bad ones are suffering." While speaking, the little boy used the remaining stick to point at Yan Zheng, who was placed at the door. He was thinking about what to do to successfully commit suicide. Wang Wei did not know whether to laugh or cry. The little boy's thinking was too simple. He actually used this reason to judge whether an official was good or bad. Didn't it mean that Zhang Xiaobei represented the justice of the world? Is it not? The little boy asked Wang Wei. "Yes, you're absolutely right. Now that you've mentioned it, I've realized that it's indeed the case. You've wasted years of cold and heat without knowing the Lord earlier. Therefore you have to listen to the good things among the officials. Find a place to take shelter from the rain and don't get sick." What else could Wang Wei say? He had to coax the little boy away first. The little boy nodded understandingly. "Then I will go. I will go with Patrol Inspector Xiaobei to save the children in other villages. They are waiting for us. Uncle, don't be sad. I will definitely learn from you." Looking at the little boy's figure disappearing in the rain, Wang Wei shook his head. This day, he took another bite of the barbecued meat in the rain and smacked his lips. It tastes better than last time. The people in the yamen really don't know how to barbecue meat. They are indeed professionals. While he was talking to himself, Wang Wei strolled in front of Yan Zhang and waved the stick in his hand. "County Magistrate Yan, I'm afraid I won't be able to take away the benefits from playing mahjong. I wanted to put in a good word for you, but who would have thought that a child who gave me meat skewers would say that I'm a good official? A good official naturally can't speak up for a bad official. That child's family barbecued meat and raised a lot of livestock that they were going to kill for barbecued meat. You killed his livestock, so I'm being generous. Come, I'll let you smell it. It smells good. When I return to the capital, I'll help you in Hanyuan Palace. Chapter 932. 1212. Let's take a break first. Everyone, listen to me. We have a difficult task now, and that is to rescue the trapped children in Old Willow Village. At the same time, we will help the locals rebuild their homes. The terrain there is high, so we will stay there for a while. Is there anyone who is afraid or misses their parents? In order to make room for reconstruction in the county town, Xiaobei led more than 300 children out of the county town so that the adults would not be distracted. Unfortunately, after running for less than 3 miles, some children cried for their parents. Xiaobei had no choice but to stop and use his talent to trick a group of children under the age of 12 into obeying him. The children above the age of 12 stayed in the county town to help. Seeing Xiaobei stop and hold the loudspeaker in his hands, the crying children almost instantly quieted down. Alternating between crying and laughing was the ability of every child. Xiaobei smiled with satisfaction. He swept his eyes around and pointed at a little boy in the group. He continued to shout, "I see a little boy who is not a man. He is still wiping his tears. So embarrassing. He can't even compare to us girls. That's him." I didn't." The boy who was pointed at could not bear the stares of the group of children. He hurriedly explained and rubbed his eyes. "The wind is strong. Sand got into my eyes. No, it's raining now. How can there be sand? Shame, shame." A little girl beside him did not believe him. "Yes, there was a gust of wind just now. You ran with your head down, so you didn't see it." The little boy made a threatening look. "I ran with my head up just now. Shame, shame. You can't compare to us girls." The little girl was not stupid. She hid behind another child and used her fingers to scratch her face. "Are you looking for a beating?" The little boy flew into a rage out of humiliation. He clenched his fist and waved it. "Idiot Nyo, how dare you? If you dare to hit her, I will tell my father that my restaurant does not accept your family's tofu, even if the price is cheap. My father said that your tofu can only be steamed and cannot be fried. Once it is fried, it will break." Another little girl stood out to defend the injustice. "That means my tofu is tender." The little boy also knew how to find a way out. He was very smart to find an excuse for his family's tofu. Tender actually meant that there was a lot of water. Other people's tofu could be made from 1 kilogram of beans, and his family's tofu could be made from 1 kilogram of beans. After listening for a while, Xiaobei said, "There was indeed a gust of wind just now. If you don't know whether what he said is true or not, you will continue watching, right?" "Yes," the group of children yelled. Xiaobei was very satisfied. At the same time, he felt that the other party was really a child. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't have followed suit. "I'm really not crying. When my tofu shop opens, I'll treat you to it," the little boy added. "Xiaobei, Xiaobei, 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 go back to the road. Xiaobei, go back." As for whether or not he could eat the tofu that the little boy's family had grinded for him, it didn't matter. Xiaobei knew that his family made their own tofu. 1 kilogram of beans could make more than 4 kilograms of tofu. If they used gypsum to make the tofu, it would not be a problem to make 6 kilograms. It was the same for beans. The reason was all in the process. The amount of bean dregs, the amount of water added, and the amount of soy milk in the water lost when pressing the tofu were all very important. Of course, 6 kilograms of tofu from 1 kilogram of beans was not suitable for making fermented bean curd or stinky tofu. Otherwise, it would all fly when soaked in the brine. Xiaobei was satisfied with the children's obedience. As he walked, he thought about whether he should tell others about the process of making tofu, but he could not make up his mind. Seeing Xiao Yuan, who was reciting a book while walking, Xiaobei poked him with his finger. "Xiao Yuan, I just thought about making tofu. Should I tell others how to make more tofu? I am in a dilemma." "Oh, tell them?" Xiao Yuan turned his head and glanced at the children. Without waiting for Xiaobei to answer, he said, "Since brother and sister put you in charge of this, you can make the decision. Even if it is wrong, brother and sister will agree. For example, when you went to Jian and County to be the county magistrate, as long as you didn't kill the people in the county, it didn't matter how much we made. Even if the people in the county lost everything or their houses, it wouldn't be a problem. Brother and sister will naturally compensate for it. Fortunately, we succeeded at that time. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to come out and play again. We have never made any big mistakes, so we can still come out and be patrollers. So, if you want to tell us the secret of producing more tofu, just tell us. After you tell us, even if you make a mistake, brother and sister will smooth things over. The one who developed the process will have to compensate. Yes, it was made by a carpenter's wife under the guidance of brother and sister. We have already rewarded her family, but the reward is not for the ownership of the tofu production process, but for the spirit of research that succeeded. Although everything made by the inner yard belongs to the main family, including the people of the inner yard, our family situation is a little special. There is a problem of reputation. The person who made the product will enjoy most of the glory, which is the right of authorship, and a small part of the benefits. For example, if I tell Sister Pomegranate and Sister Xiao Hong, how will I compensate their reputation? Xiao Bei knew a lot about this. He was not worried about money, but only about reputation. This was mainly due to the propaganda of the Zhang family and Wang family to the inner yard, especially the protection team. They emphasized that glory is my life, and it was the same for most of the Tang Empire's army. Therefore, the inner yard of the Zhang family pursued reputation far more than money. Earning a small part of the money was to better survive, while earning a lot of money was to show one's ability. The behavior was the same, and the result was the same, but the starting point was different. Why don't we discuss it with brother and sister? Xiao Yuan suggested. We'll talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, we'll publish a book and get the tofu maker to write down all the methods and use her name. Xiao Bei was conflicted between helping others increase the production of tofu and the reputation of the inner yard. He could only think of a way to publish a book. The group continued to move forward, toward Old Willow Village, which was actually higher in altitude. Old Willow Village did have children, but Xiao Bei's goal was not to fetch the children, but to settle down the children around them in the village. At the same time, they would help take care of the original children in the village and free up the villagers to help with the construction of the county. Old Willow Village was high, so as long as it was not near the riverside, it would be impossible to reach it. Therefore, if Yan Zhang wanted to plunder the property, he could only use force. However, the entire village had the surname Lu. Although the villagers were not brave enough to rebel, if you bullied one person, the entire village would do it. Old Willow Village did not have many fields for farming. It was a hilly terrain with willow trees all over the hills. The villagers relied on the willow wood to make simple utensils and furniture that were not very good at preserving to survive. The villagers' willow weaving was especially good. Together with the willow mushrooms and firewood, life in the village was not bad. Now that the Tang Empire encouraged breeding, the willow trees had become a natural home for chickens. The villagers used willow branches to weave baskets and placed them horizontally under the trees. The chickens would go into the baskets to raise their offspring. Zhang Xiaobao was interested in the villagers' basket weaving skills. He found them to weave baskets and fill them with stones to repair the embankment. Xiao Bei shouldered the task of persuading the villagers to come out and help. At the same time, he brought the children in the county to hide in Old Willow Village. The children walked in the middle, and the seedling protection team stood guard on both sides. Xiao Bei and the other 9 children's seedling protection team did not stay in the county to help. Not only did the number of people not decrease, but there were also a few more doctors. To Zhang Xiaobao, the safety of his family was more important. He would not put his family in danger to save others first. I announced that it's time to eat. When it was almost noon, Xiao Bei gave the order. The tired children cheered as if they had instantly recovered their strength. It was very magical. The children were not hungry. They had eaten a lot of meat floss brought by Xiao Bei in the first hour. They were thinking about the lunchbox that the Zhang family and Wang family had prepared for the inner courtyard, the kind that could be heated with water. The members of the protection team set up a temporary shelter and used the water they carried with them to heat up the lunchboxes. Since the portions were large, the 2 children had to share one portion. Together with the fruits that were abundant in autumn, the nutritious meal was ready to be eaten. There was a lot of fighting during the process. He ate a piece of meat less. He lied to her that the chili was delicious, and she cried because of the spiciness. There were many other things. Bei did not have the slightest intention of stopping him. Instead, he joined in the fight. In order to trick a boy, he ate 2 chili in a row. In the end, the boy was fooled and grimaced because of the spiciness. Bei breathed out and drank half of the cold water in his stomach. He forced the rice that he could not eat to be pushed to Yuan so that Yuan could not stop chewing hawthorn pills during the journey. Around 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at the boundary of Old Willow Village. In front of them was a river that was about 90 feet wide. 7 iron chains swayed in the wind and rain on the river. The 7 iron chains were 1 on each side of the river. The bridge was 5, and the distance between them was more than a foot. The bridge was bare and there were no planks. On the other side of the river, they could vaguely see villagers weaving willow webs diagonally into the water. When fish flowed along the river, they would accidentally get stuck in the net. After their gills passed through the holes in the net, they would not be able to move forward or backward due to their large bodies. They would then be pulled up and placed in a wicker basket. Looking at the flowing water under the bridge, Bei scratched his head. He picked up a bumpy soil and threw it down. Looking at the speed of the water, he took a deep breath and said, "It will be very tiring to jump in and swim across." Yuan looked down at the water and shook his head. "If there is one person in our team who can swim across, it will be you. I can't. This is not a matter of who is good at swimming. It is a matter of who is lucky. Then find a board and let someone lay it down?" I guess the board was deliberately removed by the villagers to prevent the people sent by Yan Zhang from crossing the river. Look, it was even built by my family's Wengjing construction group. Write it down. Bei found a record of the bridge on the pier of the bridge. Those who were close to it looked. Indeed, there was a line of words engraved on it. Wengjing construction group is passing by. The villagers raised their own money to build it for free. The iron chains were not built by my family. They probably used some cement. Looks like the money that Wengjing construction group earned in Hongnong County was all spent. Otherwise, why would they let the village pay for the iron chain bridge? Yuan analyzed. Yes. My family's Wengjing construction group is not a profit-making department. Its role is to support the workers by helping the family earn a good reputation. It is also a training department for engineers. Zhang Feng, who did not like to talk, used her hand to stroke the words. Bei lifted his leg and kicked the pier twice. The problem now is how to cross. Carry them one by one? I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Zhu, who also did not like to talk, pursed her lips and said softly, "Why don't we learn from the stories that brother and sister tell when they are chatting?" Chapter 933. When the members of the seedling protection team stood in a straight line, the people who were fishing on the other side of the river stopped what they were doing and looked in their direction in confusion. The fishermen in Old Willow Village naturally saw the arrival of so many people. It would be a lie to say that such a large team of adults and children was not attractive. The people in Old Willow Village did not know what so many people were planning. At first, they thought they were just passing by, but when they saw them stop at the pier of the bridge, they guessed they were preparing to cross the river. "Third Grandpa, they want to cross the river. Where are the planks we removed from the bridge? Don't let any children fall." A young man in his 20s among the fishermen looked at the person next to him and asked. In fact, he wanted to help. He knew where the planks were placed. The person he called Third Grandpa was the village chief and also the head of the Liu family. At the same time, he was the only person in the village with the status of a high scholar. He was stubborn and xenophobic, so the young man was worried that he would not agree. The truth was just as he guessed. The old man did not show any intention of helping. He said, "I used it to build a shed for the chickens. I can't take it out. Those people don't know how to find a place to hide from the rain. Instead, they brought a group of children to play. Do you know who they are? They might be kidnappers. Go and call for help. Our Old Willow Village is not a place where just anyone can come and cause trouble." "Third Grandpa, they don't look like bad people to me." The young man did not want to get into a fight. "What? Did they carve words on their faces? Go." The old man was obviously angry. "Ah." The young man agreed and turned to run into the village. However, he had just run less than 30 steps when the old man's voice sounded again. Wait and see. Aya, where did they come from? It's strange.
When the young man heard the order, he stopped and turned to look.
He was stunned by what he saw. He saw 3 rows of people walking out of the crowd on the opposite bank. 2 rows were on the left and right. They held the rope with one hand and pulled the people in the middle row with the other hand. The 3 rows crossed the bridge together. When they reached the end of the bridge, the front row stopped and the back row connected. Then, he heard the clear voice of a girl, "Protect the left and right. Lie down in the middle. It's time to protect the seedlings." The 3 rows of people immediately moved. The left and right sides of the iron rope with their forearms crossed. The row in the middle was close together and they lay down on the iron rope. For a moment, the left and right were walls, and the middle was a road. Then, the fishermen of Old Lu village saw the children wearing bamboo hats and walking towards the river on the road paved by people. They felt that the bridge was actually more stable than the wooden planks. It was not slippery, and the wind could not penetrate it. Third Grandpa, it doesn't look like he's abducting, selling children.
The young man walked to the old man's side and said with a complicated expression.
The old man was speechless. His small eyes narrowed even more. It was only when the first child crossed the bridge and was settled down by the person who came from the other side of the bridge that he sighed and muttered, "Sigh. Drifting in the wind and rain, I swing back, proudly lying down on the shore, my heart sincere. Hong Nong's world has changed." Where's the change?
The young man raised his head.
The people from the Zhang family and the Wang family are here. The one from Xueqi County. Quick, go back to the village and ask someone to make room. Ertzi, you go.
The old man instructed another young man to go back to the village.
The young man at the front didn't understand. What? Third Grandpa, how did you know that it's Zhang Xiaobao? How would I know? I only know that the people from the seedling protection team are here. Didn't that girl shout just now? Protect the seedlings. Protect the children. Do you really think that they are protecting the wheat seedlings and the rice seedlings? Come with me to welcome them.
The old man called out and rushed to the bridgehead first.
The young man was the second to follow. As he walked, he muttered, "It's the Zhuang Miao protection team." The people from the Miao protection team were strong and didn't care about the discomfort of the iron chains under them. They also didn't care about the pain of the children stepping on them. They just let the team of children walk on them.
When Xiaobei and the other 9 people also walked across the bridge, the old man from Old Lu village happened to come to the bridgehead at the same time.
The different rice seedlings patterns on the clothes of Xiaobei and the guards proved their identities. In the Tang Empire, other than the Zhang family and the Wang family of Xueqi County, no one else dared to use rice seedlings as a symbol. Otherwise, even if the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't object, the merchants and the government office wouldn't agree. The rice seedling symbol represented strength and credibility. How could it be an ordinary symbol used to confirm one's identity? The old man looked at Xiaobei and the others. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He spoke from his mouth that had lost a front tooth. Sure enough, other than the people from the Miao protection team, no one else would be willing to lie on the cold iron chains and let a group of children step on them. Who said that? My brother and sister said that there is a country where any regular army can do that. Not to mention iron chains, even if it's a steel knife, they have to lie on the ground. It's like the drums in war. If the drums don't stop, they can't stop. Old Grandpa you are? Xiaobei didn't agree with the old man's words. After refuting, she remembered that she didn't know the identity of the other party. The old man didn't care. Since Xiaobao and Cuckoo said there is, then there must be. I'm the Muramesa of Old Willow Village.
Ah, so it's Grandpa Muramesa.
I've heard so much about you. Grandpa Muramesa. I finally meet you. Let's not talk nonsense. Help the children to settle down. It's time for them to freeze. Xiaobei, who was about to be polite, was pulled by Xiao Yuan. She quickly changed her words and talked about business. Grandpa Lu, I'm Zhang Xiaohai. I have other important things to ask of you. Xiaohai was afraid that his sister would forget the important things when she was happy, so he stood up and said. The old man was shocked and quickly said, Don't say anything. If the Zhang family and the Wang family ask for something, it must be for the Tang Empire. How can we retreat? Is there something in the county? That's also my business. Just tell me and I'll do it. The emperor has one child, And I serve the Tang Empire with no disloyalty. Grandpa Lu looks like a good person. Oh, you're a good person even if you don't look. My name is Zhang Xiaobei. Grandpa Lu calls me Xiaobei. Xiaobei didn't expect to meet such a strong old man in a small village. She confirmed his identity, meaning that she didn't want the old man to call her an official. Some people should be respected. Old man Lu was speechless. Then he smiled and praised. This old man is jealous of the old bastards from the Zhang and Wang families. It's not because of their generous salary, but because of their descendants. I don't know how they taught them. They're still young, but they're much better than most people who are in their 30s. This is filial piety. When Xiaobei and the other 9 children heard Grandpa Lu mention their elders, they immediately raised their heads and leaned forward to show respect. They usually liked to fool around, but when it was time for them to show the temperament of an aristocratic family, they didn't hesitate at all. They were even better than the children of the royal family. Xiao Yuan said, in fact, we haven't done enough. True filial piety is not to be praised by others, but to be happy to laugh. The young man behind old Muramesa was confused. He didn't understand what they were saying, so he looked at third grandpa in confusion. With this comparison, old man Lu felt even more helpless. As he led everyone into the village, he whispered to his juniors, what Xiaobei means is that we don't need to talk about official positions. If we really want to talk about official positions, they have a bunch of official positions. Even the youngest one is older than me, the village chief. I'm older, so they respect me, so I praised them for being sensible. Later, the young boy said that they don't feel happy because others praise them for being filial. What makes them happy is that they can often see the smiles of their relatives. Sigh. These kids have all turned into spirits. Who's so powerful? Who taught them to be like this? The young man said with jealousy. Why don't you ask why they're so powerful? How can they be taught by others? Old Muramesa glared at the young man. The young man lowered his head in shame and didn't dare to make a sound. Old Muramesa didn't continue to compare the young man with Xiaobei and the others. He also knew that they weren't on the same level. Instead, he instructed the young man. When we get back to the village, immediately arrange for people to lay planks on the bridge. Many children come. Everyone in Tang knows that the Zhang family and the Wang family value children very much. They will definitely bring a lot of things. The planks need to be laid, and holes need to be punched and tied to the iron chains with willow twigs. The same should be done on both sides to prevent people from slipping down. Tied? That's too troublesome. The young man could imagine the difficulty of the actual operation. Is it more troublesome than building the bridge for free and using cement for our village? That's what they do. Are we freeloaders? When it comes to willow weaving, Old Willow Village in Gua Province is the best. If we don't do it, we'll wait for them to move the construction here to lay planks. In the future, when we meet outsiders, I'll lie down and you'll sit on my head. How dare I? Why would I sit on your head? Tell others that they don't need to look at my old face. They can know what the people in Old Willow Village look like by looking at your buttocks. No, I'll go. I'll go right away. Please don't be angry. Otherwise, I won't be able to sit even if I want to. My butt will be smashed by my father with willow twigs. The young man was frightened. He ran away, leaving behind a trail of mud and disappeared from the sight of the team. Xiaobei looked at the departing figure and pondered with a finger in his mouth. After his brother Xiaohai patted his finger, he rubbed his arm and said, "The road is not easy to walk on. We have to arrange for people to build a cement road." 2 children in their teens happened to run out of the village. When they heard Xiaobei's words, they seemed to know how to build a cement road. They reminded him, it's impossible to build a cement road on a rainy day. Xiaobei's eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon. He smiled and said, others can't build it with cement, but our family can. Not to mention the rain if necessary, we can build it with a knife. How do we fix it? The children in the village were not convinced. First, use a charcoal fire to roast it. Then, build a shed to shelter it from the rain. Then, fill it with cement and lay a straw curtain. Pour water on it while roasting it, Xiaobei said. The 2 children obviously did not expect to be so wasteful. They were surprised and continued to ask, it will cost a lot of money. Don't you think it's not worth it? Whether it's worth it or not depends on the result. I think it's worth it to build a cement road now.
Then it must be worth it. Xiaobei clearly had the temperament of a rich second generation. Wastrel, the two children said in unison.
I'm not.
When I go to a restaurant to eat, I don't throw away the leftover steamed buns. When my clothes are too small, I don't throw them away.
My coat can be changed into a waistcoat.
Xiaobei showed his diligence and thriftiness. Therefore, the project of building a cement road on a rainy day in Old Willow Village was put on the agenda. The villagers, who became very easy to talk to because they knew the identity of the other party, warmly received Xiaobei and his team. They were relieved to let Xiaobei's team take care of the children. They organized the adults and took all kinds of tools to the county town. The people of the seedling protection team began to build sheds. There were not so many houses in the village for people to live in. They cut trees in the rain and tied the branches together. When the next day, houses built from the materials of willow trees stood in the village.
Chapter 934.
The original children in the village used their skillful hands to weave willow twigs and gave them to Xiaobei as gifts. Xiaobei took out small handicrafts made of silver, gold, and jade from her bag and gave them back. In her eyes, the willow grasshoppers were more precious than the jade beads because she did not make the beads herself. The children in the village had never seen jade since they were young, let alone understand its value. They only thought that the red and green were very beautiful. They rejected the gold and silver products. After all, there were signs passed down from generation to generation in the family to let them understand the value of gold and silver.
Xiaobei proposed a new theory of friendship. That was, she would not sell the gifts she received. Friendship was priceless.
Therefore, if the person who received her gifts did not sell them, they could only leave them there and not buy them. Therefore, they were both precious and worthless.
The children in the village were confused.
They thought about it and found that it was indeed so. Therefore, they happily kept the gifts and showed Xiaobei the various gadgets they had made in the past. As a result, Xiaobei and the other children were shocked. The children who could not afford cloth dolls used thin willow twigs to weave green and white dolls. The most amazing thing was that the willow twigs on the dolls' heads were not completely destroyed. When water was poured on them, they actually sprouted. Some of them looked like hair, while others looked like they were wearing a small green flower. Xiaobei, who felt that this thing was very valuable, did not care if her brothers and sisters were busy. She asked someone to send a message to buy it and whether it could be sold for a good price. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who received the message, were walking around the county. The two of them said that they were not busy, and they were really not busy. The specific matters were left to the people in the inner courtyard. A disaster relief and reconstruction work did not require too much energy from the two of them. They only needed to grasp the general direction. If it were not to give the people of Hongnong a firm confidence, the two of them would not have come at all. If they were to say that they were busy, they were indeed busy. They had to appear in front of the people from time to time to show their existence. After receiving Xiaobei's message, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Xiaobei actually ordered the people of the Miao protection team to lie on the iron chain and let the children step on it. She has won the villagers' favor in an instant and wants to help Old Willow Village earn more money."
You don't think she's just putting on a show?
Wang Wan took the telegram and saw the idea of selling willow dolls for money. She said, "You're really your sister.
You know how to find business opportunities."
Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement.
That's right. Many of the things sold in Baby's Candy House were ideas from the 9 children. Only children know what children need the most. When many adults don't care about children's seemingly childish ideas, their lives are no longer complete. Then think of a way to let them earn money. Even if it's a small amount, it will prove that their thinking is correct. Wang Wan didn't comment on Zhang Xiaobao's philosophy. She just wanted to know what Zhang Xiaobao could come up with. Zhang Xiaobao beckoned a person from the inner courtyard to come over. He gave a few instructions and continued to walk to the other passers-by. "Let's go. We'll also put on a show for a lifetime. It seems like you've never planted a saw and mixed grass seed toy before."
"I don't have time."
Wang Wan thought of what Zhang Xiaobao said. She had seen it before, but she hadn't bought it before. Zhang Bei soon got the news, so she gathered the other 8 people and planned to hold a standing committee.
Later, considering that the people of Old Willow Village needed to participate directly, she added a few older children of Old Willow Village. It became an expanded standing committee meeting. At the meeting, Inspector Zhang Bei emphasized the spirit of the meeting. Then she explained that under the guidance of an emperor and the care of 2 direct family leaders, the 9 people of the inspection team followed the work principle of, go where you go, get rich. It was important to give specific guidance to the willow weaving industry of Old Willow Village in Hongnom County, Guizhou. After carefully listening to the positive introduction of the willow weaving industry by the people of Old Willow Village, Inspector Zhang Bei praised the achievements of Old Willow Village's willow weaving industry and gave important instructions. She said, we need to further carry forward the spirit of Old Willow Village in the willow weaving industry, continue to improve the corresponding support system, strictly pay attention to the relevant people's thinking, open up new ideas, carefully verify, boldly imagine, and show the spirit of not being afraid of hardship, tiredness, and hard research to improve the economic income of Old Willow Village. During the meeting, Inspector Zhang Bei emphasized the discipline of the meeting again and criticized Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan, who was also a member of the standing committee. Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan sincerely apologized and deeply realized that it was wrong to casually interrupt others and look down on the importance of guidance. Next, when Inspector Zhang Bei was about to continue to give guidance, Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan actively spoke in order to make up for the mistakes he made. In the spirit of starting from a practical point of view, he proposed specific plans. First, under the guidance of Inspector Zhang Bei's spirit of opening up the willow weaving market in Old Willow Village, he encouraged the planting of willow trees to achieve sustainable development. Second, under the guidance of Zhang Bei, he researched a new willow weaving process to reduce wastage and cost. Third, under the guidance of Zhang Bei, he established a working group to make dolls from willow and other grass seeds. He proposed that Inspector Zhang Bei be the group leader and that he would open up a market after returning to the capital. Fourth, under the guidance of Zhang Bei, he would fiercely dig into the potential consumer market of Tang's children and pay attention to publicity work. He would use the theme of growing a doll of his own to lay out advertisements. Inspector Zhang Bei expressed agreement with Inspector Wang Xiaoyuan's proposal and voted on the theme of growing a doll of his own, which was unanimously approved. After the meeting, Inspector Zhang Bei inspected the weaving factory in Old Willow Village and visited a few families in the village with advanced willow weaving technology. She kindly expressed her concern to the children who stayed at home. The Old Willow Village Standing Committee meeting was a successful meeting. It was a meeting that carried forward the past and opened the way for the future. It laid the foundation for Old Willow Village's economic development for the next few decades and was the guiding light for the development of children's toys in Tang Dynasty. In the end, the children in the village looked at Xiaobei with admiration. They couldn't understand how such a simple thing could become so complicated when it came to Zhang Xiaobei. They all sighed. Knowledgeable people were really different. Zhang Xiaobei didn't care about Xiaobei at all. However, it didn't affect their fondness for the theme of growing a doll of his own. They also admired Xiao Yuan, but they felt that when Xiao Yuan spoke, he always added that he was under the guidance of Zhang Bei or something. It was a little redundant. Xiao Yuan explained to the children in the village with an unfathomable look. This is called wisdom and political command. If I didn't say this, I don't know when the meeting would end. What's there to be afraid of? It's fine as long as the goal is achieved. You know Yan Zheng, the original county magistrate, right? He stole Xiaobei's limelight. What happened in the end? He was set up at the county's south gate. The children in the village said in unison. For a moment, they made an expression of fear for Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan's image in their hearts became even more lofty. Wah! Xiao Yuan! Xiaobei, who was not far away, angrily called Xiao Yuan's name. His expression was ugly. They will think it's true. I'm going to tell my brother and sister. Xiao Yuan looked at Xiaobei in fear and quickly explained to the children in the village. I was just joking. Yan Zheng did something bad. He was caught because he asked your village to remove the wooden planks on the bridge. He ran in front of Xiaobei and tricked us with words. Xiaobei, who often tricked him, had better martial arts skills than him and was seen through on the spot. Therefore, it's very useful to practice tricking us. Hee, we know. We're not stupid. After dealing with Yan Zheng, I can go to school again. After you help me sell the doll for money, we'll repair the road from the bridge to the school ourselves, a girl in the village who was relatively older said longingly. Since even the children knew what tricking was, the adults would definitely know. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word of nonsense in the county. When he walked around the county to show his friendly image, he only said how many supplies would be delivered, how long the new Hongnong county would be built, how much it would cost, how many days it would take to repair it, and what kind of compensation would be given to the people who lost their lives. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking, the people nearby heard them and asked those who didn't understand. After the explanation of those who knew the industry, everyone understood that this time, the people who raised livestock would receive the most compensation. Not only would they be compensated for the number of livestock lost, but they would also be compensated for the cubs and fodder. As for the loss of the livestock during this period of time, it wouldn't be compensated because it wasn't easy to calculate. Specifically, the people who raised livestock would receive the most compensation. However, in terms of the actual loss and compensation, the people who would receive the most compensation were the farmers. Those who raised fish, shrimps and crabs in paddy fields would be given a new breed of seedlings next year. The new seedlings would have a higher yield. Those who didn't raise livestock in paddy fields would receive less compensation, but like those who raised livestock, they would receive compensation for the cattle they didn't originally have. Those who originally had cattle would receive more cattle or newly bred horses. At the same time, regardless of whether they were planting rice or wheat, they would be given new seeds and farming tools. They would also be given the grain, oil, salt, and silk needed for next year's harvest. They would also be exempted from 1 year's rent, taxes, labor, and other miscellaneous items. The one-time compensation for craftsmen would be calculated based on the number of people in the household and the profession of the worker. The officials who delayed the high scholar examinations would be provided by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They would directly go to the capital to participate in this year's autumn examinations. All of their food and lodging would be provided by Savant's Restaurant and Joy House. Since they were delayed by a month, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already forked out a lot of money. They didn't mind if there were more people. Those who passed would be given the status of a high scholar. Those who didn't pass would be given the status of a high scholar. Those who didn't pass would be given the status of a high scholar. Those who didn't pass would be given the status of a high scholar. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking about this matter, a student stood up and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I was delayed and affected. I didn't have time to study. How will you compensate me for not being able to pass the examinations?" Zhang Xiaobao paused and didn't say anything. Wang Wan frowned. "Then what's the purpose of you passing the examinations?" "To be an official. To be an official in the capital and to be a local official," the student said bluntly. If you passed the examinations and became a local official, and suddenly encountered such a disaster, would you not be able to be an official because you were affected? Would you not be able to command during the disaster and rebuild after the disaster? Wang Wan asked again. The student shook his head. "It's not the same. I'm a student now. I shouldn't be thinking about becoming an official after passing the examinations." "Then you don't have to take the exam this year. You won't be able to get in because the exam will ask you how to be an official. Not only will it be asked in the spring and autumn exams, but it will also be asked in the high scholar exam." Wang Wan felt that this person was very interesting and laughed as she spoke. When the student saw demon fiend Cuckoo laugh, he didn't dare to make a sound. Compared to being an official, his life was more important. Chapter 935. After a few moments of thought, Zhang Xiaobao seriously said, "You're right. I've truly been delayed. Then how about this? The students of Hongnong County, starting from now, help me out. I will give you all the tasks that officials should do. Be it the storehouse or the chow, the stratagem or the scribe, the punishment or the worker, the farmer or the farmer, the official or the proprietor. As long as you do your job well, I will give you an official position. If anyone can come up with a better post-disaster reconstruction plan or a locally improved method of trade, I will give you an official position based on your ability. If anyone can truly understand the situation of the Great Tang, come up with a reasonable development plan for the Great Tang, report it to the imperial court, and obtain approval, I will give you a position under the secretariat." As soon as his voice fell, it caused an uproar. The fact that he had mentioned so many officials was already shocking enough. Fortunately, given the statuses of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it might have been possible. But now, He had even mentioned the secretariat, and that was the prime minister. After the uproar, the crowd fell silent once more. Putting aside whether or not the position of prime minister was up to Zhang Xiaobao, they first needed to see if they had the ability to be prime minister. The students lowered their heads in shame. The student who had just said that he had been affected blushed. He didn't even dare to think about the prime minister, because he didn't even know the locations of the various provinces of the Great Tang, let alone the land, population, specialty products, agriculture, industry, and taxation. Then do you know the situation of the various places in the Great Tang? A child standing at the front of the crowd asked. Zhang Xiaobao paused. Why was there a child? Why didn't he go with Xiao Bei? But he immediately put aside these thoughts and asked with a smile. What do you think? How old are you? 14. You're young. The child was very smart and clearly understood why Zhang Xiaobao had asked about his age. He then excitedly said, You must know. I heard that you're in charge of the Great Tang Bank. If you knew less, the current emperor wouldn't have held the fall imperial examination for you. That's what they all say. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He truly did know. Not only did he know all the provinces, he also knew the written data of all the counties of the Great Tang. He even knew the specialties of certain provinces and counties or important strategic villages. Wang Wan nodded as well. She was more familiar with the terrain and the natural weather under normal circumstances. She had learned a lot about the needs of war back then, because many classic battles were inseparable from the terrain and weather. Seeing that this child was smart, Wang Wan asked casually, Who told you that? Many people, including my father, my mother, my third brother, the housekeeper, and the officials who came to visit during the festive season. Last time, during the Dragon Boat Festival, the Hall of Secretaries ordered. I'm wrong. I heard it from the common people. Perhaps the elder child was too excited, or perhaps it was because Wang Wan asked in a calm tone, as if they were chatting, but the elder child blurted out a lot of things. Halfway through, he realized and covered his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand and stamped his feet as if he was angry with himself. Seeing this action, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and understood. She must be from a family of an official in the capital, and she was a girl. No wonder she was so small and smart. Why did a little girl like her have to dress up like a boy? Wang Wan sighed and said to the elder child, You know so much. Now there is a difficult task for you to do. Do you have the confidence to do it well? Yes, what is it? The elder child puffed out his chest and raised his head. The Yamen needs a clerk. From now on you will come with us. When we are done, we will go back to the Yamen together. Wang Wan pointed to the place beside her and signaled for him to come over. The elder child really came over. He looked excited and unknowingly enjoyed the benefits of the power in his family. Zhang Xiaobao had no time to ask about the specific identity of the little girl, so he continued to talk about the compensation. Next, he talked about the people who did not have much income and received relief. They would continue to receive relief. At the same time, he would check the actual situation of their family, whether there were patients, whether there were people in the house, whether there were people in the house, the patients would be treated, and the labor force would be arranged to work. Finally, he had to deal with the businessmen. For the merchants, Zhang Xiaobao didn't actually compensate them with money or goods. Who asked the merchants to be so adaptable? The compensation he gave them was based on the tax receipts they had paid in the Yamen and the various transaction registers to calculate the size of their properties. They were divided into several grades and provided with the corresponding 3 years of interest-free loans from the Tang Bank, and 2 years of business tax exemption. If the fixed shops were damaged, they would be repaired. If they were willing to continue to play the special role of the businessmen and help to circulate and prepare materials during the reconstruction process, they would be given the right to sell various specialties in the north of Hebei province. As for the businessmen who had previously paid less tax through various means, resulting in a lower grade of interest-free loans, which was inconsistent with their actual situation, Zhang Xiaobao did not care. Who let them evade tax? Fortunately, the businessmen were smarter than the students. Even if there was such an existence, they would not be stupid enough to mention it. Evading tax was punishable by jail. After the compensation plan was settled, the people in various industries who were no longer worried began to listen to orders and busy with the reconstruction. They did not know who would pay in the end, whether it would be Luoyang, Chang'an,
or Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. They only hoped that the reconstruction work would be completed quickly and that a new year would come. Are we really not paying? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao returned to the yamen. They first settled down the children they had picked up and then sat in Yan Zheng's study to discuss matters. We are not paying. Since Xiaobei said that she would pay in advance, we must use their pocket money. When we return to the capital, they will ask Li Longji for it. If Li Longji does not give it to them, then they will pay the bill themselves. Zhang Xiaobao respected the decision of his younger brothers and sisters. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's serious look and helplessly shook her head. Then they will probably lose all their money. I don't know when they will be able to earn back the millions of strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao also knew how much pocket money his younger brothers and sisters had. They were rewarded when they did well in their studies and gave gifts during festivals. They were also the image ambassadors of Lu Er's business group. When they made new snacks and toys at home, they felt that they could earn money. They also invested in opening a shop, wrote all kinds of children's songs, printed them into books, and sold them to families with children and those who were about to have children. They gave half of the royalties to their brothers and sisters. They even rented a space to the left of Chang An's Top Scholars restaurant and hired 2 chefs to specially make soft and sweet children's meals. They did not pay any less than they should, and they even took advantage of Top Scholars restaurant's loophole. The manager of Top Scholars restaurant would never have dreamed that a place that sold children's meals could earn so much money. He sighed in amazement at the magic of the owner. This was because the advertisement said, Top Scholar starts with children. Just like that, Xiaobei and the others saved up less than 1.3 million strings of coins. According to the terms of the compensation, it was estimated that they would be able to empty it all in one go. When the sun set and rose, a new day had arrived. The children in Old Willow Village began to work hard under the sun after the haze passed. The plan to grow a doll that belonged to oneself had entered the production phase. Looking at the prototype of the doll being produced one by one, besides the seriousness on Xiaobei's face, there was also a hint of reluctance. Xiao Yuan and the others also buried their heads in work. Last night, they had received news from their brother and sister, allowing them to use their own pocket money to pay for it. They had also estimated the size of the expenditure and found that it was about the same as their reserves. Xiaobei carefully pressed the grass seeds into the doll, added some sawdust and rice husks, and then pressed a new layer of grass seeds. He appeared very sincere. As he pressed the seeds, he spoke to Xiao Yuan. It's over. We've become the proletariat that brother and sister talked about. If we go back to Chang An and ask Uncle Emperor for money and he doesn't give us, we'll have to foot the bill. Xiao Yuan was also in low spirits. Money. As a child, was it easy to earn money? At the same time, he felt sullen in his heart. What do you think this is? Not only did they trick us to come here, but they also want us to pay for it. They really know how to choose people. In the entire Great Tang, there are tens of thousands of children, but we're the only ones who can afford this. How are we going to live in the future? In fact, we haven't used that money, but why do I still feel bad? Xiaobei thought for a while and found this problem. More than 1 million strings of pocket money in the bank seemed to have no effect on the 9 of them, but they just couldn't feel happy. After Xiao Hai, who was in charge of the overall planning, sorted out the data, he came over and said, do it quickly. If we don't have enough money, we can ship this batch to the capital and sell it. The use of money for us is in the present. When we want to make our own decisions, we can take out the money. But this time we took out too much. We don't have money now. If we run into trouble again, we can't take it out even if we want to. After we showed our autonomy once, we lost the opportunity to show our autonomy again. That's why we feel bad. In the near future, we'd better think of ways to make more money. Xiao Hai's analysis made Xiaobei and the others understand. When they had money, they could be self-righteous. They didn't need to discuss with their elders, and they didn't need to care about other people's feelings. But this time, they were too self-righteous. They didn't know how long it would take for them to save up for the next time. Xiaobei was in low spirits as he was loading the grass seeds. He accidentally pricked his finger by a rice husk. He lowered his head and put his finger in his mouth, sulking. After a while, he looked up and said, I found something. The other 8 people looked at him. We are here to patrol Hongnong County. Because of Yan Zheng, Hongnong County suffered a disaster. He got a lot of money himself, But the people lost money. Then, why are we only responsible for giving money to the people and not raiding his house? Who else is colluding with him? Colluding with him, Xiao Yuan said. You understand, don't you? Why? Xiao Bei was fuming. The other 8 people suddenly understood. They were here to patrol, not to distribute money. Even if they were asked to spend money, they would spend it. But the result was the same. But the purpose was different. Spending money was just spending money, while patrolling had its own way of saying it. That is to say, our rights and obligations are not proportional. We have to do something. Zhang Hu, who was relatively the oldest child, spoke up. Xiao Bei regained his spirit and said, Yes, we have to continue arresting people. This is our right. Even if it's our brothers and sisters, they can't take it away. Even if the people we catch can't spit out a single copper coin, it's still our right. Now I feel much better. Let's arrest people. The others were also happy. They began to divide the work and arrange for the investigation and arrest. The younger children working around them only knew that they had taken out money. They did not have a concrete idea, but the older children, who were close to 12 years old, understood. They knew that the 9 children in front of them, who were younger than them, had taken out more than 1 million strings of cash and spent it all on their hometown. 1 million strings of cash was not a concrete idea for the children in their teens, but they knew that if they had more than 100 copper coins and it was all gone one day, they would cry to death. But from the 9 children's words, they did not care about how much money was spent, but how the money was spent. After figuring out the reason, the 1 million strings of cash did not seem to be that important. The older children could not understand, but they understood that they could not be compared to the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family. When they were sad about losing some money, the others were thinking about something else. The adults of the seedling protection team also listened from the side. When they heard what their young masters were talking about, a knowing smile appeared on their faces. These were the children of the main family. No one could compare to them. They did not ask about the amount of money, but only how to use it. Xiao Bei and the others were busy arranging for people to catch the bad guys. They wanted to find a psychological balance. However, before they could take the initiative to find others, someone came to find them first. 3 people came over from the iron chain bridge that had been paved with boards. They left 3 horses on the opposite side. Obviously, they were afraid that the horses would fall off the bridge. One of the 3 people was carrying a knife. Xiao Bei and the others immediately recognized that it was a halberd, or what the Japanese called a halberd. They remembered it so clearly because their older brother had once said that in the future, many ethnic groups who might promote civilized eating with knives were still using their hands to catch food, but they did not know that they had long had knives. Therefore, they should not argue with them about food culture because they were not worthy. Therefore, Xiao Bei and the others, who were proud of their ethnic food culture, guessed the identity of the other party. There was at least one Japanese. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.